Marxism in the Chinese Revolution. Arif Dirlik. Timuri Meisner and the Memory of William Hinton. 1. Introduction. The essays included in this collection were published over 3 decades, in publications that range widely over the globe, from the United Kingdom to the United States, Hong Kong, and Australia. The very first essay that I ever wrote on socialism in China was published in 1974, in the China Quarterly in the United Kingdom. It appears here as Chapter 3. The last one, which appears here as the final chapter, was published only last year, in the Asian Studies Review in Australia. I underline the publication history of the chapters in this collection because it suggests an explanation, if not any self-evident justification, for the republication of the essays in a collection such as this one. Unpacking this explanation is the task I undertake in the introduction. The essays are drawn from publications that are scattered over a broad temporal and spatial range, and bringing them together between the 2 covers of a book makes them available to a readership that may not have access to those publications. While this is quite gratifying for the author, however, it is not sufficient for the reader who might wonder why this particular set of essays might deserve republication, especially on a subject Chinese socialism which, to be blunt, is history. Even historians have to account for what they choose to deal with in the past, and how they do so. Point 1. I would like to think that there are 3 good reasons for republishing the essays. The fact that socialism in China is history is not the least aspect of the matter, as it is relevant to all 3 reasons I will take up here, namely, forgetfulness not only in the reading but also the writing of the past, the importance of comprehensiveness in historical explanations, even when comprehensiveness consists of contradictory fractures rather than organic wholes, and the issue of socialism itself, both in history and in politics, which, to this author at least, are not easily distinguishable. In the final analysis, it is up to the readers to decide whether these chapters in any way contribute to the achievement of the goals which, at any rate, have been the intended goals in the mind of this author. But it seems important to spell out the intentions anyway. The issue of forgetfulness is almost of necessity the point of departure here. Professors of history frequently complain about the forgetfulness of their students, but rarely do they examine, or so it seems, their own forgetfulness either as teachers or as historians. The problem struck me forcefully for the first time nearly 15 years ago, in the comments of a reviewer on a manuscript of mine. This reader complained that I made too much of the historical problematic offered by a book, by Joseph Levinson, that had been published quite some time ago, 2 decades earlier. It seemed that even for historians, which I took this person to be, 2 decades marked the difference between history and prehistory. The comment could be attributed to the shallowness of this particular individual, but by the 1980s, forgetfulness had become pervasive in the China field, as in Chinese society itself. With the opening of China to capitalism, the revolutionary past became increasingly questionable. Many a scholar of China who had once been sympathetic to the Chinese Revolution, especially those whose sympathies had been marked by a singular absence of critical judgment, rushed to erase memories of their sympathies by taking the revolution out of history, more often than not by degrading what it had been about. 2 decades later, the revolutionary past, and socialism in its various guises that it empowered, have all but disappeared from the scholarship. Forgetting the losers in history is an almost inevitable concomitant of a progressivist and teleological historiography, which has little regard for what is cast by the wayside as the past marches on toward the present, and its future. It also guarantees the ideological assumption that what has come to pass had to come to pass, a naturalized history, sort of to speak, that is shared in common by modern progressivist ideologies regardless of political preference. It may also show up in more mundane forms, as in the case of revolutionary histories such as the Chinese, where historians, Chinese and foreign, have over and over again proven to be captives at the mercy of twists and turns of the revolution, to turn against it once and for all once the communist leadership turned their backs on their own revolutionary legacy. Politics here shows up in the most vulgar, and opportunistic, form, but its plausibility rests ultimately in the teleology of a naturalized history, bolstered by the hegemonic power of a global status quo. The kind of forgetfulness to which I am referring here is intentional forgetting, premeditated amnesia, as Alexander Woodside, with his inimitable wit, once put it, for whatever reason. Forgetting is not always bad, as being mired in the past is not a virtue in itself. It is in some ways built into the scholarly enterprise, demanded by the very economy of research, writing, teaching, and the marketplace. Intentionally forgetting itself, in other words, may be due to reasons of professional progress. But all this should not lead us to overlook the strong ideological element in forgetting, whether it is political ideology in evaluating the relative merit of historical events, etc., or the hubris of progress in the understanding of learning, which in some perceptions relegates to oblivion what appears to be superseded in terms of prevailing standards of scholarship. It is inevitably in the present that all this happens, and when forgetfulness becomes an accepted standard of an ideologically dominated professional and public domain, the present dominates the past, as the future no longer is of much concern, and we are left with an ongoing rewriting of the past in accordance with the interests of whoever would claim it. The only cure to the manipulation of the past, for whatever reason, all along has been to reclaim the past, to assure the continued appearance in history of pasts that are forgotten. Forgetting and memory go hand in hand, but also against one another. In remembering what is forgotten, we also recognize the past not just as the teleological source of the present, as in its ideological manipulations, but also as a source of critical insights in its very grounding of issues of memory and forgetting. These chapters, then, may be read as part of the ground which they analyze. They deal with the historical circumstances and consequences of what are generally considered to be important issues in Chinese socialism. But they do so not just descriptively and analytically, I hope, but also as critical reflections on socialism in China and elsewhere, as well as on the scholarship on socialism. I believe, for the same reason, that their publication at the present is intended both to stir up some memories and scholarship, place the present in some kind of perspective, and counter some of the ideological motive forces that drive contemporary scholarship on China and socialism both within and without China. A sense of the history of one's professional and intellectual work is a necessity of any critical scholarship, not only as a source of knowledge and insight but, most importantly in my view, as a storehouse of possibilities of explanation in its particular domain. Explanations do not merely chase one another into oblivion. They crowd the intellectual field, calling forth judgments of comparative merit, but also more complicated explanations that relate them to one another. The view that an explanation may be discarded as soon as it has been overtaken, where it is not driven simply by ideology or the market, goes along with a reductionist understanding of what constitutes an explanation. It lacks, one might say, a sense of the dialectical interplay of competing problems and explanations, an interplay that may produce totalities of various scope, but also expose significant fractures which, while they may defy the very idea of totality, nevertheless derive meaning from shared historical spaces. What is important is to keep in mind the complex dynamics at work, which is lost to sight as scholarly fashions, and ideologically fashionable explanations supersede one another, and what is left is the chaos that is characteristic of the contemporary market. The particular issue raised by these chapters is the relationship between revolution and socialism over the century-long history of socialism in China. I don't think it is very controversial to suggest that this was the issue that drove the historiography of China, across disciplines, over the half-century after World War II. The issue has practically disappeared from scholarship over the last decade, and when it is taken up, it is usually to debunk either socialism or revolution or both, under the guise of new interpretations. But the subject has gone out of fashion, and, while there is much work to be done to understand the revolution or socialism, the conscientious advisor does not push it on graduate students. New departures during this same period have done much to enrich our understanding of modern China, as they have brought to the surface important historical phenomena, events, and persons that did not receive much attention, or were erased, earlier in the preoccupation with revolution and socialism. How these new phenomena relate to the histories of revolution and socialism is a question that begs attention. These chapters hopefully contribute to that end, by reintroducing into the contemporary discussion issues which, as I see it, are revived to provoke a new kind of discussion, rather than to claim some kind of contemporary relevance. If they are relevant, it is in critique of contemporary forgetfulness, and its ideological underpinnings, which also make for reductionist scholarship. The ordering of the articles here requires some explanation, as it is tied in with my own historiographical inclinations. It was not easy to decide between an ordering in terms of the chronological unfolding of the issues discussed, as they are here, or an ordering in terms of the chronology of writing. The present choice does not imply a pretension, which would be quite unconvincing anyway, to the construction of a historical narrative of Chinese socialism out of the issues and events discussed, which go from the origins of socialism in the late Qing to its final decline, if not, as yet, fall, under the Communist Party after 1992. I am not forgetful of the circumstances that turned me from one issue to another, that were in response to historical developments that highlighted issues from the past but, were in the end, of my choosing and formulation. Nevertheless, this volume is not about the unfolding of my understanding of Chinese socialism, which the alternative ordering would have suggested, but about Chinese socialism as I have understood it. The historian's agency is very much in all of these chapters, but it is an agency that is qualified and restricted by the very narrative it constructs. I think it is an important difference. I should note, secondly, that I have understood socialism in China most importantly as a third world socialism in identifying the problematics of the narrative. Most historiography of Chinese socialism seeks to find reasons for the particularities of Chinese socialism in past legacies. I do not deny the importance of intellectual legacies from the past in the acceptance and shaping of socialism. My approach is informed by a methodological assumption that the past itself, however powerful, is subject to constant change, and while it may endow the present with some meaning, it is itself the subject of rereading and interpretation in changing historical contexts, whose structure also restructures the past. The issue of structure versus history is in my opinion crucial in the study of modern China, and the Third World in general, to escape both an Orientalist historicism and a crude presentism. Structuralism and historicism do not present themselves as alternative, and mutually exclusive, explanatory strategies. The challenge, rather, is to grasp structures in their historical motions, and history in its structural articulations. The structurings represented by capitalism, socialism, or modernity underwent transformations in their transplantations within a Chinese context. On the other hand, the changing meanings of the Chinese past over the century covered by these chapters should serve as sufficient warning against the uses of the past as an explanation of the present when it is itself part of the problem. Chinese socialism was very much a product of its present, and as that present has given way to other presents, including those of its own creation, it recedes into the past. But the problems it addressed persist, now under different circumstances. I will say a few words here about the individual essays, and the circumstances under which they were written, to give a sense of their historiographical implications. Unlike in their ordering below, therefore, here I will discuss them in the order in which they were written. My first essay on Chinese socialism, which appears here as Chapter 3, National Development and Social Revolution, is probably the clearest statement of my understanding of Chinese socialism within the context of the problematics of national liberation movements in the 1960s and 1970s. The argument seeks to overcome the opposition between nationalism and socialism that in those years characterized most discussions of Chinese socialism. Is it socialist or nationalist? The opposition itself was often driven by an urge to show that Chinese socialism was not real socialism. The chapter does not deny the importance of nationalism in the Chinese Revolution, but argues only that this was a nationalism that expressed itself through the categories of socialism, most importantly class, which distinguished it from other nationalisms. Socialism was not merely a plaything at the hands of nationalism, but shaped its contours. The unfolding of nationalism in the People's Republic of China since the abandonment of revolutionary socialism or, for that matter, revolutionary nationalism, may serve as a testament to this distinction. It is worth mentioning here two articles written in the early 1980s that are not included in this collection, but provide a context for the two articles on the question of revolutionary hegemony reprinted here as chapters 6 and 7, and the article entitled, Post-Socialism, Chapter 10. Together, these articles document and analyze the retreat from revolution and, ultimately, socialism, in the course of that decade. Spiritual solutions to material problems addressed the crisis created by the Communist Party's turn away from the revolutionary past while continuing to claim socialist commitments point to socialist ideology, rather than expressing developments in the material sphere, now appeared as ideological in another fundamental sense, as a disguise to cover up the abandonment of revolutionary socialism. The phenomenon the article dealt with, the Socialist Ethic and Courtesy Month, resonated with the New Life movement of the Kuomintang in the 1930s, which I had analyzed some years earlier as an expression of ideological counter-revolution. The New Life movement had shifted attention from social conflict to bodily cleanliness as it abandoned the revolutionary vision that lay at its origins. This is what the Communist Party now undertook as it launched its own brand of counter-revolution, but in the name of revolution, much as the Kuomintang under Chiang Kai-shek had done in the 1930s. This article continued my inquiry into the contradictions presented by socialism without revolution, which I had first undertaken 2 years earlier in an article of that title. Point 3. That article had drawn the ire of aficionados of the Chinese Revolution who were not yet ready to recognize a distinction between Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping, but subsequent events during the 1980s, and what has happened since then, obviously leave little doubt that the beginning of the so-called reforms in 1978 also meant the beginning of the end for socialism in the People's Republic of China. The article, reprinted here as Chapter 6, was written just about the same time. It was my first venture toward an analysis of Mao Zedong. Mao had died in 1976, and his policies of the Cultural Revolution were abandoned after 1978. The contrast between Mao's notion of the relationship between the party and the people, developed first in the 1930s, reaching their full articulation during the so-called Yan'an period, and revived once again from the late 1950s, and the more centralized, elitist bureaucratic, and dirigentist approach of Deng Xiaoping was very much on my mind as I wrote this essay. I do not know if I would now repeat the statement that Mao did what Gramsci thought, but I think Antonio Gramsci's Marxism, with its unabashed nationalism, and commitment to the cause of the backward in Italy, still resonates in its concerns with many of the issues of the Chinese Revolution as perceived by Mao and the Maoists. Gramsci's notion of hegemony also allows a contrast that is important, one think, in distinguishing Mao from the more bureaucratic Bolshevik factions within the Communist Party of China. The talk from which the article was derived had been entitled, Gramscian Peregrinations in Mao Zedong Thought. This article also raises a question that is developed more fully in the Mao essays that are included in this volume, especially, Mao Zedong and Chinese Marxism. The question is that there is more than one Mao Zedong thought, just as there is more than one Marx or Marxism. The Maoism of New Democracy, 1940, in Yan'an was one that had secured the hegemony of the Communist Party and its revolutionary policies, which had been overshadowed by the Maoism of the Cultural Revolution. Yan'an was very important to understanding the latter as well, as the political organicism demanded by the Cultural Revolution had been visible during the Yan'an period as well. But now it was unchecked by other considerations, and mistook coercion and dictatorship for hegemony, which would bring about its downfall, and the discrediting of the whole Maoist enterprise. If there was some doubt in the early 1980s about where socialism in China might have been headed, there was little question by the late 1980s that socialism was on its way out. The essays from this period, included in this collection, are devoted to a consideration of the historical sources and implications of the Deng Xiaoping turn in Chinese socialism. The article that leads the volume as Chapter 2, Socialism and Capitalism in Chinese Socialist Thinking, traces the relationship that became very evident in the late 1980s as the problem of Chinese socialism, back to the origins of socialism in China in its Sun Yat-sen and Kuomintang version, which had first pointed to a third way that sought to transcend the opposition between socialism and capitalism, and sought to synthesize the two. Hence it was arguable that there was a line connecting Deng Xiaoping's policies to the earliest considerations that had attracted Chinese radicals to socialism. Indeed, it was also arguable that the connection was mediated by Mao Zedong's idea of new democracy, which was in many ways a rephrasing of Sun Yat-sen's ideas of socialism within a teleology of Marxian communism and communist victory. It was in this essay that I first took up a theme, which is visible in subsequent writings, that we need to historicize Mao Zedong thought to overcome the ideological reductionism that has sought to render one or another interpretation of it into orthodoxy. In addition to the revolutionary Maoism that had come forth during the Cultural Revolution, that made class struggle into the central datum of history, there is also the Mao of New Democracy, that sought not struggle but class alliance in the national cause. In fact, it was not socialism but New Democracy that had emerged victorious in 1949. Equally Maoist, these two versions of revolution coexisted in Mao Zedong thought which, I suggest in several of the chapters here, was remarkable for its ability to accommodate contradictions. Post-socialism, published originally in 1989, was a concept that I had coined back in 1986, on the occasion of a conference held at Duke University on Marxism and the Chinese Experience, which was the basis for the book of the same title. This was when posts were beginning to proliferate, and not just under the sign of the postmodern. Socialism was coming to an end by this time, not just in China but globally, and post-socialism appeared in 1989 as another word for post-communism, coined by a prolific coiner of such terms, Zbigniew Brzezinski. It is important, however, to underline the intention that informs the term. Post-socialism, at least in my usage, was intended to overcome another either/or approach to Chinese socialism, this time either capitalist or socialist. The article, reprinted here as Chapter 10, argues that these are not the only choices that are available, that, in fact, the weight of the socialist revolution, what we might call the revolutionary tradition in China, shaped the incorporation of China into global capitalism and the incorporation of global capitalism into China. China scholars usually worry about the Chinese cultural tradition, and overlook the many historical traditions that in fact give meaning to the so-called Chinese tradition, conceived in terms of 19th-century Orientalist preoccupation with civilizations. The revolutionary tradition had more lasting power than many have been willing to recognize, and so has the experience of socialism. Post-socialism as concept was intended to recognize the importance of these pasts, while also marking their passing. These considerations are also important, I think, in the shaping of the other article from this period, included here as Chapter 7, Revolutionary Hegemony and the Language of Revolution. As with the post-socialism article, it is also possible to see in this article shifting concerns of scholarship in general in interpreting events in China, namely, the importance of the cultural or the linguistic turn, that stressed the importance of language in our understanding of socialism, or what it promised to achieve. How the future is to be named is a question that is taken up in this chapter, which concludes that one of the reasons for the failure of the Cultural Revolution was that it did not have a language with which to describe what it sought to achieve, and was mired in a language of the past that at all points undercut its aspirations. The article is an inquiry in the last instance into the impossibility of revolution which the Chinese Cultural Revolution had brought forward dramatically. I would like to think, however, that it does not imply a resignation to what was to follow. June 1989 was the ultimate expression of the contradictions that had been intensifying throughout the decade, that the articles above had sought to chronicle. Most observers of China in the United States, and in China, had refused to acknowledge these contradictions that had found expression periodically over the decade in instances of popular protest against the Communist Party, blinded by their own rhetoric that sought to erase memories of the revolution by exaggerated, and misleading, portrayals of the party under Deng Xiaoping as a vanguard of democracy. June 1989 put an end to these false hopes. It also put an end to lingering hopes among some that the People's Republic of China could achieve radical changes in economy and society without repudiating socialism. Point 4. Of course, 1989 turned out to be eventful globally, as it marked the end of an era of revolution and socialism and, perhaps, modernity globally. The People's Republic of China survived the upheavals of 1989, but more as a caricature of socialism as socialism became a cover for policies of development inspired by capitalism, and the revival of once rejected national traditions to cement together a society subject to potentially fatal disruptions under a new set of contradictions, created by absorption into a global economy. The warning given by the events of 1989, and the global response to them, prompted the Communist Party to speedier accommodation of capitalism, and the creation of a new economic culture that mimicked the practices of advanced consumer society, that they believed might divert attention from politics. But the important event was Deng Xiaoping's imperial trip to the south, followed by a declaration that too much preoccupation with socialism and capitalism obstructed the development of the country. Since then, the Chinese economy has taken off, but so have inequalities between urban and rural areas, classes, and genders. Continuing ferment among the dispossessed and exploited is suppressed by repressions that may not have the dramatic intensity of Tiananmen in 1989, but seems to have become an ongoing phenomenon. If socialism persists in China in an ideological sense, it is because it provides some cover for proliferating inequality. Whatever China's future may be, socialism as it was understood during the years of the revolution is unlikely to be its driving force. As with many other formerly radical second and third world societies, developments in China, too, have produced a new class that seeks to combine success in global capitalism with the reassertion of native traditions to assert its identity in globality. The revolutionary traditions, which have not yet disappeared, occupy a slowly narrowing section of the political spectrum. The last two articles in the volume, chapters 11 and 12, examine these transformations of the last decade. If they have a slightly different tone than earlier articles, it is because they coincide with a turn on my part to cultural studies, and to think out new consequences of confronting the study of China with cultural studies. Intellectual and theoretical approaches associated with cultural studies have produced new ways of understanding modern China. On the other hand, the modern Chinese historical experience also enables a critical understanding of these very same intellectual and theoretical approaches. Most important may be the perspective afforded by the Chinese case that cultural studies have turned their back on the historical experiences of revolution and socialism that played a major part in their emergence. The essay on Mao and Gramsci and the Looking Backward essay, Chapter 11, deal with this question most directly. Readers interested in this question might read these essays in conjunction with another one, not included here, that was written in the late 1980s, as cultural studies was on the emergence to the forefront of intellectual activity. It was in that essay that I first took up the question of culture in relation to its material context, a central theme, in my reading, both in the Chinese Revolution and in cultural studies not coincidentally, as transformations within Marxism occasioned by Third World national liberation movements were quite significant in the turn to cultural studies. 5 Chapter 11 looks at these transformations in light of the predictions in Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, which was one of the first texts to inspire socialism in the late Qing dynasty. It also relies on my observations of what was happening in post-1989 China in everyday cultural practices, that was just becoming a concern of reporting on China. The final chapter points to the obliteration of the revolutionary legacy not by suppressing it, but by making it into an object of consumption. It is a new generation that is involved here. One still wonders, however, what if any relationship there was between the political consumption of the revolution, and revolutionary history, under the heady days of Maoism, and the more economically minded consumption practices of the present. And, if so, that in spite of significant differences, there is more of a resonance between the present and its revolutionary past that make the future more complicated than in linear account of progress. It remains to be seen. A final matter that deserves brief comment is a response to an imaginary question: how would you have written these essays were you writing in the present? Quite fashionable among academics, usually as an expression of openness to novelty. I take up the question here because, with minor changes here and there, the chapters that follow are republications of the originals. It is conceivable to me that the essays might never have been published were it not for the immediate circumstances that threw up what seemed to be big questions that demanded analysis. Those circumstances obviously do not exist anymore, which also cuts big questions down to size. For reasons I explained above, it is important to keep the questions of the past in mind in rethinking the present and the future, which may not always yield results that one might wish, but which radicals in particular are in need of these days. And, I hope, for that reason, it is important to publish the originals. It is up to the reader to judge how much they help in preparing the ground for understanding how we got from there to here and what we have forgotten in the process. The chapters will, hopefully, also serve as reminders of possibilities of resistance to imperialist domination, economic inequality and exploitation, and class, gender, and ethnic/racial oppression, which, if anything, have been exacerbated since the fall of socialism as we have known it, and the end of the Cold War. The forgetting of socialism is not accidental, it serves also to erase the possibilities of resistance to power presently by discrediting its past. Socialism as we have had it failed against its own standards, and revolutions were by no means free of criminal acts or unrestrained cruelty. But it is questionable that they were any more criminal or unrestrained in cruelty than those who defeated revolutions, and now seek to erase the possibility of any kind of radical resistance or change by rendering all radical oppositional politics into terrorism. It is necessary to struggle ideologically against this erasure, to recreate the possibilities of new kinds of oppositional politics against what seems to be the promise of perpetual war and unrestrained cruelty without opposition in the name of the most cherished values of modernity such as democracy and universal justice. It is important, to this end, not to cast socialism aside as one of the great failures of history, but to discuss its legacies and their success and failure. We need to remember, against contemporary forgettings of this most recent loser in history, that socialism did not just fail, it was also made to fail. And there is a price to be paid for the victory of those who succeeded in defeating the socialist states, tottering under their own ideological weight, and who now seeks to erase the possibility of opposition to their power once and for all as admitted openly by the ideologues of contemporary U.S. power. The fall of socialism was greeted with an almost audible sigh of relief, including among scholars of China in the United States, many of whom long have felt uncomfortable with the idea for obvious reasons. Under the circumstances, the escape into ideologies of globalization, into the seductions of culture devoid of social content, and the repudiation of any logic to social relations that hints at a totalistic logic, including the logic of capital, have proven seductive even to those supposedly on the left. This escape no doubt derived considerable impetus from the repudiation of socialism as it had existed by those who had lived it, and suffered the perversion of socialist goals into state dictatorships of one kind or another. But the chapters need also to be read as critiques of socialism as it appeared in the Chinese Revolution, before and after 1949, especially after. If I am more sympathetic to the revolutionary socialism of Mao Zedong than to what has followed since the end of the revolution after 1976, it is because of its ability to recognize the contradictions of socialism, which permitted an ideological self-reflexiveness, in contrast to the theoretical poverty and ideological deployment of socialism under Mao's successors. To be sure, there were occasions of descent into political atavism during the Mao years, most notably during the Cultural Revolution, and party dictatorship has been a feature of Chinese communism since its appearance in the late 1910s. On the other hand, the tension between national goals of state-building and economic development existed in some kind of a creative tension with the more universal goals of socialism, dynamizing a creative search for alternatives to existing practices of political and economic development. All this has disappeared with the reduction of socialism to some kind of ideological cover for national development under the dictatorship of the party, and the new class it has fostered. It is possible to argue that the fall of existing socialisms has been beneficial in releasing socialist thinking from its subservience to regimes that were ideologically and organizationally ossified from the moment they had come into existence. An event such as the Cultural Revolution in China appears in hindsight as the last gasp of revolution rather than its beginning. The globalization of capital with the fall of socialism has also produced new conditions for the search for alternatives in the course of popular struggles for survival and justice, which draw on some legacies of the past while creating new possibilities of their own. Unlike in the past, moreover, when socialist goals were easily yoked to national visions, there are also strong signs of the globalization of dissent and struggle, as more and more people are similarly subjected to the contradictions of capitalist modernity as modernity goes global. But now the search for alternatives looks to solutions that are concretely place-based rather than aspiring to a universal blueprint or even a national solution which, arguably, was one of the contributions of the Chinese Revolution to Marxist thinking on the subject. Ironically, the search for such alternatives may face greater difficulties in the People's Republic of China, where the Communist Party is still in power and, therefore, in a position to dictate what may or may not be considered properly socialist. The party has been especially wary of alternatives spawned by the very revolutionary legacy it seeks to leave behind, which, interestingly, have appeared elsewhere as inspiration for popular struggles. The vacuum left by the disappearance of socialism has been filled by the resurgence of reactionary ideologies which are now at war with one another. But perhaps socialism, and its legacies, are not as dead as they appear, but persist in less visible everyday forms of struggle for survival and justice. Ijaz Ahmed once wrote that, socialism is the determinate name for the negation of capitalism's fundamental, systemic contradictions and cruelties, and the necessity of this negation will remain, regardless of the fate of the Soviet Union as such. 6. We might add to this the necessity of struggle also against the cruel legacies of the past, and even so-called socialist states which use socialism as a mask for the exploitation of those they claim to represent, as they appear increasingly as contradictory aspects of globalizing capital. But the struggle continues against all these forms of domination and exploitation, and while they do not bear the familiar visage of earlier state-directed struggles for socialism, they owe much in inspiration to the legacies of socialism, and revolutionary traditions of liberation. To recall Milan Kundera in paraphrase, the struggle against forgetting, always important, is significant presently in new, unexpected, and perhaps unprecedentedly crucial ways. I. The origins. 2. Socialism and capitalism in Chinese socialist thinking, the origins. Since the beginning of the so-called reforms in 1978, the communist regime in China has undertaken a restructuring of Chinese socialism. Most dramatic of the changes initiated by the regime is the redefinition of the place of capitalist methods of development within the socialist economy, which has compelled the re-evaluation of the entire socialist structure established after 1949. Chinese communism, the nemesis only 2 decades ago of anything suggestive of bourgeois thinking and practices, today seeks in capitalist societies answers to problems of socialism. This turnabout in Chinese socialism raises serious questions about the nature and future of socialism in China and, by implication, globally. The effort of the communist regime to articulate capitalist methods of development to its socialist goals has invoked hopes, or fears, as the case may be, that the days of socialism in China may be numbered. The further representation of the problems of Chinese communism as a paradigmatic expression of the dilemmas of socialism in the contemporary world in turn suggests that Chinese success in efforts to make capitalism serve the cause of socialism must inevitably beckon other socialist states to follow the Chinese example toward greater accommodation of capitalism in a global retreat from socialism. The attenuation of socialism in China, in other words, erodes faith in the viability of socialism as it rejuvenates hopes in the inevitable victory of capitalism over socialism. 1. In the discussion below, I offer a historical perspective on the question of capitalism in Chinese socialist thinking that may shed some light on the questions raised by the policies toward capitalism of the contemporary Chinese regime. The discussion focuses on the first decade of the 20th century when socialism was first introduced into Chinese politics, and immediately provoked a controversy on the relative merits of socialism and capitalism in resolving the problems of state building and economic development, which were at the time the most urgent problems of Chinese politics and, in modified form, retain their urgency today. My choice of this period is not intended to suggest that the views of China's first socialists on this question have a direct bearing upon the turn Chinese socialism has taken recently. The post-revolutionary communist regime in China faces vastly different circumstances than those that prevailed around the turn of the century. Rather, I seek to demonstrate that the questions raised by contemporary Chinese socialism have been fundamental to the socialist discourse in China from its very origins. Viewed from this perspective, the premises that underlie policies toward capitalism in Chinese socialism represent not a radical break with the past but rather a revival of a significant current of long-standing in Chinese socialist thinking that was suppressed briefly during the Cultural Revolution, taken here to refer to the 2 decades between 1956 and 1976, and surrounding the official Cultural Revolution of 1966–1969. The redirection of Chinese socialism under the post-revolutionary regime is reminiscent of the earlier experiences of other communist states, in particular the Soviet Union. Policy changes under Deng Xiaoping have been described in China and abroad as a second revolution. Indeed, these changes in their political thrust recall Stalin's Second Revolution, which replaced old revolutionaries with a managerial bureaucracy better suited to the needs of communism in power. Point 2. This Second Revolution is not revolutionary in any strict sense of the word but points to what Robert Tucker has described as the inevitable deradicalization of communism once a communist party has established itself in power. Point 3. In the Chinese case, 2. The passing of the revolutionary leadership with the death of Mao Zedong in 1976 signaled not a repudiation of socialism but of a revolutionary communism of which the Cultural Revolution now appears to have been the last gasp. I would like to suggest here, however, that because of the differences between Chinese and Russian communism, which ultimately rest upon the different historical experiences of the two societies, it is misleading to view the deradicalization of communism in China in terms of a model provided by the earlier experience of the Soviet Union. While the process of deradicalization in the two societies may share common features, we still need to explain differences in the speed and direction of deradicalization. One of the most conspicuous, and intriguing, features of the deradicalization of communism in China under the post-Mao regime is the willingness the regime has displayed in finding an accommodation with capitalism at home and abroad to the point where China today, in spite of a much later start, leads the Soviet Union in efforts to reform socialism by injecting into it the economic practices of capitalism. Adam Ulam once cynically described communism as capitalism without the capitalists, for the communist regime in China today acknowledges in word and deed that even capitalists might not be unwelcome so long as they do not undermine a long-term commitment to socialism. It may be arguable that the willingness of the communist regime in China to compromise its socialism only provides evidence of hidden capitalist tendencies, or at least a shallowness of socialist commitments, among its leaders, in particular Deng Xiaoping. This was the charge brought against Deng during the Cultural Revolution and, ironically, it is the view of Deng that has been cultivated by the American press in recent years. Point 5. The discussion below presents a different case. Whatever the truth may be of this portrayal of Deng and other leaders of the contemporary communist regime, the problems presented by Chinese socialism today go beyond individual ideological inclinations to fundamental questions concerning the meaning attached to socialism in Chinese political thinking in the 20th century. During the heyday of the Cultural Revolution, its socialism appeared to many to be the logical culmination of the historical experience of Chinese socialism, and the task that faced the student of Chinese socialism was to explain its origins and articulation in the thinking of its architect, Mao Zedong. Post-Mao developments in Chinese socialism draw our attention to an alternative vision of socialism that may be even more deep-seated than the socialism of the Cultural Revolution and goes back in its origins to the very origins of socialism in China, socialism as an instrument of national economic and political development which, in the priority it assigns to national interest, allows for the possibility of capitalist methods within socialist development so long as they further the national interest. Indeed, it renders capitalism into the dynamic source of national development, and socialism into the guarantee of national unity against the socially divisive consequences of capitalism. Throughout the history of socialism in China, this understanding of socialism has coexisted with the more radical utopian egalitarian strain that came to the fore during the Cultural Revolution which, while not oblivious to questions of national development as is falsely claimed today, nevertheless refused to dissociate national needs from its radical socialist vision. 6. It is even possible to suggest that these alternative understandings of socialism have coexisted in uneasy tension in the thinking of individual communists. This was the case with Mao Zedong, it is the case today with the older revolutionaries, now dubbed conservatives, who resist excessive compromises with capitalism and, possibly, even with the architect of the new policies, Deng Xiaoping. Against the background of the Cultural Revolution, which has played a crucial role in shaping our understanding of Chinese socialism, the changes that have taken place since the passing of Mao Zedong appear as a fundamental break with the past. A long-term perspective on Chinese socialism reveals that the premises that have guided these changes are as old as the history of socialism in China. With the winding down of the Chinese Revolution, these premises have once again emerged to the forefront of Chinese socialism as its basic ingredients. Origins of Chinese socialism. Socialism emerged as an issue in Chinese politics for the first time with the founding of the Revolutionary Alliance, Tongmenghui, in 1905. The Revolutionary Alliance, in the founding of which Sun Yat-sen played a central part, was modern China's first authentically revolutionary organization and forerunner to the Nationalist Party, Kuomintang, the same party that continues to rule Taiwan today. Its basic goal was to bring about a political revolution, to overthrow the ruling Manchu dynasty and, more importantly, to replace the monarchy with a republic. On the insistence of Sun and some of his followers, the alliance incorporated in its program a clause on the equalization of land rights as part of its program for a republic. The intention underlying the clause, Revolutionary Alliance ideologues explained, was to use socialism to secure a solid economic and social basis for the republic they envisioned. This clause would cause considerable dissension in Revolutionary Alliance ranks and, by the time the alliance was transformed into the Kuomintang in 1912, when the anti-Manchu revolution had succeeded and a republic was established, it was dropped from the political program of the new party. Socialism was not an immediate issue of the Chinese Revolution, as even its proponents conceded, and the leadership of the party decided to abandon it rather than to risk internal conflicts which would undermine the party's quest for parliamentary supremacy in the elite-oriented politics of the early republic. Sun himself did not give up his conviction in the necessity of socialist measures, but found that he was unable to keep his revolutionary program intact as he was shunted aside by the parliamentary leadership of the party. 7. The socialist program of the Revolutionary Alliance would be revived in later years as the failure of the republic once again pushed the Kuomintang onto the path of revolution, and would form a cornerstone of the party's revolutionary program in the 1920s. In the program rested the origins of the rather unique socialism of the Kuomintang and of Sun Yat-sen, who was not just the father of the Chinese Republic but of Chinese socialism as well. Sun's program would serve as the model, remolded in Marxist caste, for the new democratic program of the Communist Party of China with which the Communists initiated the new regime in 1949. While Sun's heirs in the Kuomintang have not been too anxious to publicize the socialist legacy of the party, at least since the 1930s when the left wing of the party was eliminated, these ideas have acquired a renewed significance in the People's Republic of China with the shift in development policies following the death of Mao Zedong. 8. The sources and implications of these ideas have much to tell us about fundamental issues in Chinese socialism which, first enunciated in the political debates occasioned by the Revolutionary Alliance program, have remained alive during the century-long history of the socialist revolution in China. When the Revolutionary Alliance program was made public in 1905, it came under immediate attack by Liang Qiqiao, then the chief ideological spokesman for the reform-oriented constitutional monarchists. Liang himself had spoken favorably of socialism in preceding years, but turned against it when the Revolutionary Alliance conjoined socialism with its program for Republican Revolution. The debate, which continued for 2 years in the pages of the Alliance organ People's Journal, Minbao, and Liang's own People's Miscellany, Xinmin Kanbao, was the first debate over socialism in Chinese politics. This debate was part of a more general discussion over the revolutionary ideology of the alliance. The seriousness with which Revolutionary Alliance ideologues took their socialism is evident in the attention they paid to the issues it raised. What they had to say about socialism, and its relevance to China, is revealing of certain basic considerations that have shaped the Chinese discourse on socialism. The central issue in the debate concerned the path of development that was most suited to China's needs and circumstances, the capitalist path that had accounted for European power versus a socialist path that would guarantee China development without the strains that capitalism had caused in European society. Revolutionary Alliance socialism was not intended to resolve the problems of a society that had already embarked on capitalism. Rather, socialism was envisaged as the preferred path of development for a pre-capitalist society that inevitably faced a choice between capitalism and socialism. In its origins, in other words, Chinese socialism was as much a product of capitalism as socialism elsewhere. What distinguished it was the status of China as a society that was the object of foreign capitalism. This would lead to a peculiar perception of the relationship between socialism and capitalism that has characterized Chinese socialist thinking since then. What the debate between Revolutionary Alliance socialists and Liang Qiqiao had to say about this relationship not only has much to tell us about the Chinese attraction to socialism around the turn of the century, but also about basic ambiguities in Chinese socialist conceptions of socialism and capitalism that continue to puzzle students of Chinese socialism and perhaps even its practitioners. The reasons Chinese intellectuals were first attracted to socialism shed some light on the issues involved in the debate over Revolutionary Alliance socialism. A Chinese historian, Jiao Yuhua, has compiled writings from the late 19th and early 20th centuries pertinent to socialism. 9 His compilation shows that socialism was introduced to China through two sources. First were the missionary publications in China which, starting in the 1870s, began to report on the growing socialist movement in Europe, usually within the context of general discussions on European politics. While the knowledge of socialism that the Chinese could acquire through these sources was fragmentary, it did serve to acquaint them with the concept, as well as the social reform ideas favored by Western socialists, especially Christian socialists. Ironically, the most influential work introduced through this source was possibly Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, which would seem to have continued to influence Chinese visions of what a socialist future might look like even after Chinese intellectuals had gained a more sophisticated understanding of socialism. Ideas on land nationalism, and criticisms of the capitalist system for its failure to meet its social responsibilities, also found their way into missionary publications. Martin Bernal has shown that some of this knowledge may have influenced Kong Yue, the leader of the first radical reform attempt in 1898, whose influential utopian work Datong Shu, the Book of Great Unity, was composed sometime during this period. 10 Beyond this, however, there is little indication that socialist ideas exerted any significant influence on Chinese thinking on change at this time. Kang's utopia had no bearing on his social and economic reform ideas. As Xiao Kong Chuan has pointed out in his biography of Kong, Kong viewed capitalism as the only alternative for China even as he composed the utopian Datong Shu. He believed, furthermore, that Western socialism was only a partial approximation of his own ideas, most of which were derivative of native utopianism, even if his sense of time derived its inspiration from the future. 11. This situation changed as the Chinese came into first-hand contact with developed industrial society in Japan and the West. Much more important as a source for Chinese socialism was Japanese socialism, with which Chinese intellectuals became familiar after 1901, when the number of Chinese going to Japan to acquire a modern education increased substantially. Most of the early proponents of socialism in China went through their conversion in Japan. Throughout the early phase of Chinese socialism, and well into the 1920s, Japanese translations and writings on socialism served as the primary source for Chinese understanding of socialism. The modern Chinese term for socialism, shiwaizuyi, was itself derived from Japanese. It was different from the term used by the missionaries. By 1903, a number of Japanese works on socialism had been translated into Chinese. and all the articles on Western socialism published in the People's Voice and the People's Miscellany were either translated from or informed by Japanese views on socialism. These works provided Chinese intellectuals with their first broad, and relatively systematic, glimpse into socialism in the West. There is evidence that even as Chinese understanding of modern socialism grew, some among Chinese intellectuals continued to associate socialism with ideas from China's past. There was continued interchange, moreover, between the vocabulary of socialism and the vocabulary of pre-modern Chinese politics. But also evident was a significant shift of attitude toward socialism. Reversing Kong Yawei's attitude toward socialism as an approximation of native political ideals, Chinese intellectuals gradually came to view socialistic ideas and institutions inherited from the past as only partial approximations of modern socialism. When the former were invoked in defense of socialist policies, it was not to establish an equivalence between Chinese and Western ideals, or even to show the relevance of socialism to China, but only to demonstrate that socialism could be applied to China without awaiting industrialization. Native communitarian ideals were also reinterpreted from the perspective of Western ideas on community. The case of the anarchists, who used native vocabulary with the greatest frequency, shows that native concepts acquired significantly new associations after 1900. Within the few years following the turn of the century, Chinese intellectuals had become aware of the distinguishing features of modern socialist identity. Greater acquaintance with foreign radicals and socialists was also an important element in this radicalization of the Chinese conception of socialism. At a time when the popularity of an idea in the West or in Japan sufficed to endow it with intellectual legitimacy, this was an important element in the Chinese interest in socialism. Don Price has shown that the example of the Russian nihilists of the 19th century played a significant part in the radicalization of Chinese intellectuals, who associated nihilism with socialism, albeit of an extreme kind. 12 This may have contributed to the interest in anarchism after 1907, but, before then, few Chinese showed genuine interest in extreme socialism except as an inspiration to action. The identification of nihilism with anarchism would continue into the 1920s, in the works of the anarchist novelist B.A. Jin. Of greater relevance was the rise of a socialist movement in Japan during these years. This, however, occurred within the context of a society that was already beginning to show the strains of the first stages of industrialization, and the influence of Japanese socialists is ultimately indistinguishable as an influence on Chinese intellectuals from the latter's exposure to a capitalist society at work. If Chinese revolutionaries, as revolutionaries, identified with the socialist ideas that seemed to be spreading among radicals in other countries, the identification took place within the environment of a capitalism that signaled trouble for many in society. The radicalization of Chinese intellectuals to the point where they could sense an immediate relevance in socialism for China, in other words, was not simply an intellectual radicalization, but an intellectual radicalization that was nourished by direct encounter with the social strains created by capitalism. Around the turn of the century, reform-minded Chinese confronted capitalism as a potential reality for China. While there had been a few unorthodox Chinese earlier who had advocated that China move toward an economic system similar to that of Western nations, the view that capitalism might be the only way to develop China gained in respectability only after 1895. The reform proposals of 1898 included state encouragement of commerce and industry, and influential writers began to argue that the source of Western strength lay in the dynamic spirit of desire, competition, and conquest that characterized the Western outlook on life. While capitalism itself was not used much as a term, the new values these writers proposed for Chinese emulation were indeed the values of laissez-faire capitalism. 13 Both Kong Yawei, the leader of the 1898 reform movement, and Yan Fu, the first scholar to introduce Western political theory, especially social Darwinism, to Chinese thought, saw in the emulation of these values the key to China's future strength. Capitalism, in short, loomed large in speculation on China's material future. This attitude provided the context within which Chinese intellectuals turned to socialism. Socialism, when it appeared in Chinese writings, appeared not as a solution to current economic problems, but as an alternative to capitalism that must be considered in planning for the future. It is not surprising that the first intellectuals who turned their attention to socialism seriously were those who had been exposed to capitalism abroad, where the problems of capitalist society were a good deal more visible than they were in China's treaty ports, where it appeared mainly as a source of Western efficiency and strength. Sun Yat-sen, who was the first Chinese of stature to proclaim commitment to socialism, dated his conversion to his days in England in the late 1890s. As Schifrin has written of Sun at this time, contacts such as these, that is, with Western radicals, together with his intensive reading, infused Sun with a new understanding of European political trends. He became convinced that revolution, in some form or another, was a universal process. His first week in London had impressed him with the immensity of Europe's accomplishments, but when he left 9 months later, he realized that the Industrial Revolution had not been beneficial to all segments of Western society. The first visit to the West laid the basis for his future antagonism to laissez-faire capitalism. What he saw and read gave Sun reason to believe that nothing short of a violent upheaval could provide a remedy for the lack of social concern which had accompanied Western political and economic development. The signs of the coming turmoil and class struggle were all around him. Socialists and Fabians in Britain, populists and single taxers in America all were protesting against the unjust distribution of wealth. Labor unions were coming into their own and resorting to strikes with ominous frequency. Even non-socialist governments were passing social legislation, and change in the direction of socialism, of further state intervention in the economic order, now appeared inevitable. 14. Lest this be attributed to Sun's unique disposition, we may look at Liang Qiqiu's thinking in the early 1900s, soon after he fled to Japan to avoid government persecution following the failure of the 1898 reform movement. From ancient times to the present, there have been only two main theories concerning ways of governing: intervention and laissez-faire. The trend of free competition led to the thriving of monopoly. The rich became richer, the poor became poorer. As a result, modern socialism arose. It is clear that socialism will reach everywhere in the 20th century. Therefore, I say that the 20th century is an age for the complete triumph of intervention. 15. Ultimately, it was not intellectual influence or the example of other radicals that turned Chinese intellectuals to socialism, it was the conditions of capitalist society. Socialism only showed a way out of those conditions. Around the turn of the century, moreover, it did not take a Chinese intellectual, resentful against the West for what the West had done to China, to perceive in those conditions an outlet for cultural or political frustrations. Social thinkers in the West, especially those who desired to avert a revolution, were gripped with a sense of urgency concerning the need to resolve the problems created by capitalism in society. It was capitalism in Japan, England, and the United States that awakened Chinese intellectuals to the problems of capitalism. It was not Lenin, who was undergoing his own radicalization about the same time, but Japanese, English, and American social thinkers that first made them cognizant of socialism and socialist policies as a possible means to resolving those problems. What foreign exposure taught Chinese intellectuals was that capitalism was not the unequivocal path to wealth and power that it had seemed earlier. Chinese travelers to the West in the 19th century, ensconced in embassies or carefully guided by their Western sponsors, had missed much about Western society. As students or refugees from the Manchus, Chinese intellectuals of the early 20th century had far greater exposure to the seamier sides of Western development, as well as to its critics. They were convinced quickly that China, in planning for the future, must take precautions to avoid the problems that had been produced by capitalism abroad. It was not incidental that Sun Yat-sen, who himself was of a lowly class background, perceived these problems more keenly than many of his elite contemporaries abroad. Socialism and Social Revolution in the Revolutionary Alliance. What marks 1905 as a date in the history of Chinese socialism was the inclusion in the Revolutionary Alliance program of precautions intended to ward off the undesirable consequences of capitalism in China. Though intended not as a cure for present ills but rather as a prophylactic against future eventualities, These precautions transformed socialism from a remote issue on which reformers and revolutionaries could agree, into an urgent issue of Chinese politics that provided one more cause for division between the two sides. The significance of the Revolutionary Alliance program did not lie simply in its advocacy of socialism, even if that would turn out to be quite significant in bringing out differences in economic thinking underlying fuzzy expressions of interest in socialism. It lay rather in its call for a social revolution which conjoined socialism to revolution. This was the first time that I am aware of that the term social revolution was used in Chinese political language, and over the years it would assume a central role in Chinese political thinking. At this time, its immediate consequence was to bring out serious divisions between reformers and revolutionaries in their economic vision of the future, especially over the issue of how to control capitalism in China without interfering with other developmental needs. The advocacy of social revolution triggered the debate, but it was the issue of the place of capitalism in China's future that provided its grounds. One of the items incorporated into the Revolutionary Alliance program was the equalization of land rights. The program did not explain the considerations that had led Sun and his faction in the Revolutionary Alliance to adopt this controversial policy. This was not the first time that Sun had induced his followers to accept it as part of his revolutionary program, and even now, it was not received with great enthusiasm. Over the next 2 years, the idea gained prominence because of the conspicuous place it held in the debate with Liang Qiqiao. The debate revealed that land equalization was the cornerstone of a socialist vision that included other elements, and was intended as a means of carrying China into a socialist future. People's Journal writers described their socialism as Minshengziyi, better known in English as people's livelihood, one of Sun's 3 people's principles. While Hu Hanmin, one of the most articulate defenders of the program, remarked on one occasion that Minsheng was better rendered demosology, original English, than socialism, there is no question that Sun and his followers viewed it as the equivalent of socialism. 16 They stated openly that Minsheng was their version of Japanese Sheikai Shuji, Shiwaizuyi, and also used Minsheng to describe the policies of European socialist parties. 17 Their policies reveal, moreover, that Minshengzuyi was viewed as a current within world socialism. If they preferred this term, it was probably because, as Scalapino and Schifrin have suggested, Minsheng fits in nicely with Minzu and Minkan, ethnicity and people's sovereignty respectively, to make up the trio of Sun's revolutionary program. 18. Land equalization owed its inspiration to the American reformer Henry George's single tax proposal to resolve the problems of capitalist society. As with George, Revolutionary Alliance theoreticians believed that the problems of late 19th century society in the West arose from the private ownership of land, which pauperized the masses and obstructed the fulfillment of the promises of industrial society. Their premises, both ethical and practical, closely paralleled George's own ideas. George, following classical economic theory, believed that land and capital had to be distinguished in economic analysis. Land was natural, which implied both that it was a commodity of limited supply, and that it was not a product of human effort. The increase in its value was a consequence of the advance of civilization, not of any effort on the part of its owner. Capital, on the other hand, was a product of human labor and, therefore, unlimited in supply, its value derived from human effort. It followed that the evaluation of land and capital was subject to different economic and ethical criteria. As a limited commodity, land had a monopoly nature. Its owners not only deprived others of their right to a basic resource of nature, comparable to air and light, but the concentration of land and capital in the same hands was the basic cause of oppression in capitalist society. For both ethical and economic reasons, land should not be allowed to come under the ownership of individuals who had contributed nothing to its value. George proposed to socialize not land but land rent, rural or urban, which, he believed, would remove a great obstacle to human happiness. 19. This view was accepted in its totality by Sun and his followers. In the Revolutionary Alliance program, however, George's ideas were blended with those of land nationalists who advocated the socialization not just of rent but of property itself. In this scheme, land would come under government ownership to be allotted to the population on demand. The government would abolish all taxes other than the tax, or rent, on land. This, they believed, would not only release funds in society that would otherwise have been taxed, but provide the state with ever-increasing income as the value of land went up with the advance of civilization. 20. The second component of the Revolutionary Alliance social program was the nationalization of natural monopolies, which owed more to Richard Ely than to George in inspiration. After 1911, the control of capital would come to occupy a place in Sun's thought equal in stature to land nationalization. At this time, it was brought into the discussion as part of the debate over land. Nevertheless, given the fact that People's Journal writers saw in monopoly capital the greatest manifestation of inequality in the West, the measure was not an unimportant one. People's Journal writers did not argue that monopolies were a product of land ownership, rather, they traced the origins of monopoly to economic competition. Nevertheless, they believed that certain resources and enterprises, like land, had a monopoly nature because of their scarcity and utility. Therefore, these, too, should be brought under public ownership. Aside from natural resources such as mines, railroads were the primary concern here. Point 21. These policies lent the People's Journal political argument a strong socialist coloring, especially when viewed in light of its insistence that the ultimate goal was no less than the abolition of classes through these measures. In some cases, such as that of Jules Hickson, the program sounded almost Leninist in its insistence on the transformation of the economy by a state that represented the will of the great majority of the people. Point 22. Closer reading reveals that this vision was qualified by the process whereby the Revolutionary Alliance intended to achieve its goals. In the first place, the People's Journal advocacy of social revolution did not constitute a call for a social revolution but was perceived rather as a means to forestall just such an eventuality. As Sun Yat-sen said in a speech in late 1906, when we undertake the ethnic and political revolutions, we must also think of a way to reform social and economic organization, so as to forestall a social revolution at a later time. This is our greatest responsibility. 23. Jules Hickson, who was theoretically the most radical of People's Journal writers, noted that China's transition to socialism would take a very long time. Revolution was systemic change, not just disorder, and required a long period. Point 24. Hu Han-min, the major spokesman for the alliance in this discussion, added that not all revolution connoted upheaval and violence. Point 25. All People's Journal writers who contributed to the debate believed, following Sun, that while a violent revolution had become inevitable in the West, where civilization was too advanced, it would be relatively easy to prevent in China if appropriate measures were undertaken from the beginning of industrialization. To quote Sun again, if China undertakes Minshengzuyi at the present, it will be easier to succeed as compared to Europe because social problems are the product of the advance of civilization. If the level of civilization is not high, social problems are not very serious. 26. The basis of this observation was that in backward areas land prices had not yet reached the astronomical levels that they had in the more civilized countries and would, therefore, be more amenable to government intervention. Besides, there would be less resistance to the government in the absence of a monopolistic class of wealthy landlords and capitalists. Point 27. The key to revolution, secondly, was state socialism. Zhu and Hu both denied that the Revolutionary Alliance advocated pure communism. Zhu argued that pure communism could not be achieved at the present but state socialism could be. This, he observed, represented the consensus in contemporary socialist thought, which had advanced considerably since the time of Marx. Point 28. The argument was echoed by Hu Han-min and Feng Xiu, who described Revolutionary Alliance socialism as state propertyism. Kuokanzuyi. Point 29. Feng's associations were even more revealing. Surveying the new trends toward social policy in Western nations and Japan, he pointed to Minsheng as part of this world tide, emphasizing the benefits to development of policies formulated by the German government beginning with Bismarck. Point 30. It was statements such as these which prompted Liang Kikao to observe, justifiably, that if this was the extent of Revolutionary Alliance socialism, it should be called reform through social policy, not socialism. Indeed, the debate between Revolutionary Alliance proponents of socialism and Liang Qiqiao is somewhat difficult to understand if it is viewed simply as the People's Journal defense of socialism against the attacks on socialism of the conservative Liang. Liang himself never repudiated socialism for being irrelevant to China. To be sure, he was wary in these years of any mention of revolution, social, political, or ethnic. And he saw in the advocacy of social revolution the danger of instigating to revolt the riffraff in society, stupid people, as he called them. Indeed, he perceived consequences to the Revolutionary Alliance advocacy similar to those of peasant uprisings in the past. 31 What is problematic, however, is the socialism of the Revolutionary Alliance, which People's Journal writers exaggerated considerably. Liang was erroneous in suggesting that there was no important difference between his policies and those of the Revolutionary Alliance, but he was quite correct in questioning People's Journal writers' understanding of or commitment to socialism. To describe the socialism of the Revolutionary Alliance as Marxist or social democratic, as Bernal has done, confuses the issues that were involved. 32 Though there were references to Marx in the debate, and the People's Journal published a number of articles dealing with Marx's life and thought within the broader context of European socialism, People's Journal writers did not profess any commitment to Marxist ideas of revolution, nor did they display any appreciation of or interest in the problematic nature of the relationship between political theory and political action in Marxism. Discussions of the materialist conception of history and class struggle were available in Japanese sources on socialism, such as Kotoko Shosui's The Essence of Socialism, even if these sources themselves did not display a grasp of the finer points of Marxism. 33. These aspects of Marxism were ignored in translations into Chinese. Most of the translations published in the People's Journal were from general histories of socialism that made attempts to classify the confusing range of social movements that had arisen by the end of the 19th century. These histories, written by moderate or Christian socialists, such as William Bliss, Richard Ely, and Thomas Kirkup, did not give Marx's views a particularly prominent place and were wary, if not outright critical, of Marx's ideas on the revolutionary transformation of society. 34 In these works, democratic socialism and anarchism appeared as the two major currents in contemporary European socialism, with communism associated primarily with anarchism. Social democracy, which was viewed favorably, if not with complete approval, appeared as an improvement over original Marxism to the extent that it had lost its revolutionary thrust. 35. The question here is not whether or not social democracy is properly Marxist, but rather that the Chinese, in the sources to which they were exposed, were offered a highly partial view of Marxism, one that not only disguised the problems of Marxist political theory, but even tended to portray as relevant only those offshoots of Marxism that fell in with the intentions underlying the social reform movements of the late 19th century. People's Journal writers saw no problem, therefore, in asserting that pure communism had been repudiated in late 19th century scientific thought, or even in referring to social democracy and Bismarckian reforms in the same breath. The social problem was to them a problem of the division of society into the minority rich and the majority poor that could be resolved by appropriate controls over economic individualism, without a necessary transformation of capitalist social relations. By the late 19th century, one did not have to be a Marxist or a socialist to endorse such reforms. People's Journal writers used their sources eclectically in drawing up plans to avoid the less desirable aspects of capitalism in China. Marxist ideas appeared in their analyses only to the extent that they had become part of a common stock of ideas underlying the social protest movements of the late 19th century. By far the greatest influence on their thinking were Henry George, a one-time mayoral candidate for New York City, and, ironically, an advocate of Chinese exclusion in the United States, and Richard Ely, a professor of economics at Wisconsin, neither of whom was recognized as a socialist in the West, a point that was apparently happily conceded by both individuals. That neither of these authors was anti-capitalist per se did not bother Chinese socialists who wholeheartedly endorsed their views. When Liang confronted them with the observation that socialists took land to be a function of capital, and not vice versa, they turned to the defense of George's views with even greater enthusiasm than before. This was not simply a function of the dynamics of debate but an expression of revolutionary alliance socialism which, as with George or Ely, sought not to abolish capitalism but to contain it. Their objection was primarily to contemporary monopoly capitalism where one group seemed to toil without reward while the other lived idly off the interest from capital. They viewed as well-deserved capital that which had been accumulated through individual effort. Zhu observed that Marx's views on capital as plunder were well suited to explaining contemporary capitalism but was off the mark with regard to early capitalism when capital accumulation had represented individual effort. 36 Capitalism, they agreed with George, was beneficial insofar as it remained untainted by land ownership. Consequently, the socialization of the economy that they envisaged did not preclude the continued existence of capitalism, only its dissociation from land ownership and monopoly. Minsheng Zhuyi, designed to anticipate problems that would arise in Chinese society with the emergence of capitalism, was fashioned eclectically out of competing, even conflicting, ideas on how to resolve the social question in the West. Sun identified causally socialism and sociology. 37 Feng Ziyu completed his discussion of the possibility of socialism in China with an injunction to study socialism, within socialism, land nationalism, within land nationalism, the single tax theory. 38 George's ideas were placed within the context of socialism as its most accomplished product. People's Journal writers were well aware that the ideas they incorporated in their socialism represented divergent currents in European social thought, as Hu Hanmin hinted when he remarked that Minsheng was somewhat different from socialism. 39 This eclecticism may have been a product of practical wisdom, naive idealism, or a combination of both. That People's Journal writers were not naive visionaries was evident in their emphasis on the practical benefits that would accrue to Chinese society from the institution of their policies. And their socialism makes a great deal more sense if it is understood not as a substitute for capitalism, but as a means of controlling capitalism in a society that was yet to experience capitalist development. The focal points of the debate between Revolutionary Alliance writers and Liang Kikao further reveal that the real issue was not socialism, but the implications for China's national development of controlling capitalist growth. The basic points of contention were: how serious was the need to incorporate in current political programs policies designed to counteract inequalities that would arise from China's development under capitalism, and what effect would these policies have on the development of production? On the first point, both sides agreed that China at the present did not suffer from the division between rich and poor that, they believed, would soon bring disaster to European society. On the other hand, they differed widely on how soon such inequalities should be expected to arise, which reflected their differences over the nature and origins of inequality in the West. Both Liang and his Revolutionary Alliance opponents, following their Western sources, especially Ely, saw contemporary capitalism as monopoly capitalism. There was no room for a middle class under conditions of monopoly capital, with the result that society was divided into two camps of rich and poor. They agreed further that the free enterprise system that had come into being in the late 18th century had contributed to the exacerbation of this situation. Here they parted ways. Revolutionary Alliance writers saw the contemporary situation as a product of the Industrial Revolution and laissez-faire economics, in other words, industrial capitalism. Liang saw inequality to be endemic in European history. Industrial capitalism had only made worse a deep division European society had inherited from its medieval past, when society had been divided into the two classes of noble landowners and commoner peasants. Returning to Chinese history, he argued that the class system in China had broken down 2,000 years ago, with the supersession of feudalism by an imperial political system. The absence of monopolistic control over land by the nobility, combined with the equal inheritance system, that is, the equal division of land among offspring, has prevented the accumulation of wealth in the hands of a minority. On the other hand, light taxation by the government has allowed the hard-working and the meritorious to accumulate some wealth with the result that a middle class, Zhongqianjiji, had come into being that comprised the majority of the population. It followed that even with the growth of monopolistic enterprises in China, wealth would be evenly distributed since this middle class would invest in the new enterprises to become a sizable middle class of stock owners. 40. Revolutionary Alliance writers, who rooted inequality in industrial capitalism, had no such faith, and believed that inequality would arise immediately with China's industrialization under capitalism. Hence the need for socialist policies. The one who went furthest in advocating social revolution was Jules Hickson, who argued that inequality in China did not match that in the West, but believed that revolution was necessary even at present because of the existence of private property which lay at the basis of inequality. 41. Zhu was possibly the only genuine social revolutionary among Revolutionary Alliance socialists, and would remain so until his death in 1921. On the second point, Liang argued that China's most urgent need was not distribution but production. If the problem of production was not resolved, not only would there be nothing to distribute but China's economic sovereignty would be threatened. In an era of economic competition, which he compared to war, Liang argued, developed nations in search of markets for their capital would take control of production in China, with the result that the country would end up being divided into two classes of foreign capitalists and Chinese laborers. The only way to prevent this eventuality was to develop capitalism rapidly. The state should take measures to facilitate capitalist activity, while it should enact policies for the protection of labor, e.g., regulation of hours and wages, unemployment insurance, and the like. 42. Liang's position that capitalism was the only means to develop China hardened as the debate proceeded. He believed, as had his teacher Kong Yue, that the desire to achieve individual ends was the motive force of economic activity and had been the source of economic development in the West. Conversely, equality, in obstructing desire, would serve only to hamper development, and might even lead to the regress of civilization. 43. Secondly, Liang argued that state participation in the economy, except to encourage capitalism, would lead to abuse and inefficiency, especially in the absence of talent. As he saw it, Revolutionary Alliance proposals would only lead to the conversion of the state into a giant monopoly that would oppress the whole society. It certainly would not bring any benefits to the people. 44. These were arguments in criticism of socialism that have been heard repeatedly in China since Liang's time. Likewise, the Revolutionary Alliance response to Liang enunciated arguments that would become part of a stock of ideas in favor of socialism in ensuing years, that China would develop faster and in greater unity under socialism than under an unbridled capitalism. Hu Hanmin, who offered the most systematic response to Liang, did not dispute the need for increased production, but criticized Liang for overlooking the relationship between production and distribution. Distribution of product involved return to capital, interest, labor, wages, and land, rent. How these were apportioned had enormous influence on production. He himself focused on land rent. The remuneration for land meant that a good portion of the return from production went to those who made no contribution to the productive process, since, in accordance with George's ideas, land represented not human effort but simply a natural resource. The private ownership of land, in other words, had adverse effects not only on distribution but also on production. Capital, which could be used for production, was diverted to the purchase of land, which was unproductive and only brought an unearned income to the owner. For the same reason, investment in land led to the fragmentation of capital, which was undesirable, especially within the context of a society that needed capital accumulation. 45. Both of these harmful tendencies could be curtailed if land were nationalized. If the state could become the big landlord in society, it would also become, by the same virtue, the big capitalist. Though Hu did not use the term, his argument was reminiscent of what Marxists would describe as primitive accumulation through state agency 2 decades later. The state, through land ownership, would accumulate capital which it would then invest in productive enterprises. This, in Hu's view, would make for much faster economic development. On the other hand, state ownership of land would prevent the accumulation of two factors of production, land and capital, in the same hands, and thereby prevent the oppression of the third, labor. Not only would labor cease to be dependent on capitalists and landowners because of the new access it would gain to land, but the more rapid development of production would improve the condition of labor as the product would not be distributed only between capital and labor. 46. Whose treatment of potential problems that might arise from the institution of equality or the state ownership of land followed a similar reasoning. The redistribution of product, he argued, would create a tendency to equality. The equality that the Revolutionary Alliance envisaged according to him was not absolute, or numerical, but rather relative, or psychological, equality. Who compared his idea of economic equality to the political equality that existed under a government of laws, constitutional government, where all were equal before the law. The inequality that arose under such a system would be a consequence not of position or monopoly but of differences in talent and effort, in other words, individual merit. 47. Whose argument shows readily that Revolutionary Alliance egalitarianism, while genuine, was quite circumscribed. Sun and other Revolutionary Alliance writers shared Liang's belief that egalitarianism would lead to laziness and stagnation, which is not surprising given the hold of social Darwinian ideas of competition and conflict in Chinese thinking around the turn of the century. By egalitarianism they understood equality of opportunity, and believed that their policies would benefit not only the common people but commercial and industrial entrepreneurs as well. That they did not see these views to be inconsistent with their socialism was due to their preoccupation with land. They accepted readily the quite capitalist premise that the capitalist entrepreneur, like the laborer, produced wealth that accrued to the benefit of the whole society. Zhu's observation that the existence of private property was inconsistent with the achievement of a socialized economy may have been accepted by other Revolutionary Alliance writers. 48. The abolition of private property was pushed so far into the future, however, that it is more proper to speak of it as a component of the Revolutionary Alliance vision than as part of its program of economic reorganization. Who also dismissed Liang's fear of the state becoming a despotic monopoly under the Revolutionary Alliance program. He pointed out, in the first place, that in a constitutional system, the state would be representative of the people, hence its activities would be beneficial to all. As with other Revolutionary Alliance writers, who believed that the achievement of the goals of republicanism and socialism were interdependent. Secondly, the state was not to monopolize all economic activity, he explained, but only that which had a tendency toward natural monopoly. Beyond this, there would be a broad realm of free economic activity with which there would be no interference. 49. Last, but not least, who denied that imperialism presented a threat to China. Accusing Liang of confounding political and economic questions, he argued that international commerce would actually be beneficial to China's development. Foreigners investing in China would take away funds in the form of profit and interest on capital, but the wages and the rent that they paid would increase China's wealth and, therefore, contribute to development. It was only necessary for China to see to it that foreigners did not use political means to gain economic advantages. Besides, he pointed out, if it came to competition, government monopolies would have greater resources than private enterprises to compete successfully with foreigners. 50. It need not be emphasized that these views on imperialism were also consistent with the Revolutionary Alliance economic outlook. Imperialism as a reason for the institution of socialism in China would not enter the consideration of socialists for another decade. This was the essence of Hu's refutation of Liang's arguments against socialism. The debate continued over the next few issues of the People's Journal, and ceased only toward the end of 1907, when a change in political circumstances in China drew the participants to other activities than publication. Following Hu's long article, it turned into a highly numerical discussion of social policies, focusing on issues of how land value could be fixed and the overall practicality of the program. Hu's article had offered some figures on the increased revenue to the government that would be possible with the institution of the new policies. Liang had argued earlier that without exchange on the market, there would be no way to determine the value of land. Now he went on to question Hu's figures. As others rushed to Hu's defense, the question of land values, as well as all other issues, were forgotten as each side generated more elaborate figures to prove that it was closer to the realities of Chinese government finances. There was no refutation, especially since neither side based its figures on any serious investigation. Possibly the only effect of the debate over social policy was to impress on the minds of Revolutionary Alliance ideologues the possibilities that land offered as a means to financing China's development. 51. The significance of the debate. What does the debate reveal concerning differences between Liang and the Revolutionary Alliance, the nature of Revolutionary Alliance socialism, and its implications for socialist thought in later years? The two sides were obviously divided over the issue of capitalism in China's development. They agreed on the historical advance represented by capitalism, and its beneficial contributions as well as divisive consequences. They differed in the way they weighed its advantages against its disadvantages and, therefore, in their evaluation of the tolerable level of limitations to be placed on its practice in China. Their arguments involved both ethical and practical considerations. Liang believed individual desire to be the motive force of economic activity. Since in his view what China needed most was economic development, he disapproved of any limitations on private enterprise beyond what was needed to protect laborers. Revolutionary Alliance writers insisted that public welfare was the goal of development, and maintained that the redistribution of resources from the private to the public sector would actually speed up development. They advocated extensive state involvement in the economy both in production and distribution, but also favored the retention of a large capitalist sector. The combination, they believed, would develop China faster while keeping away the evils of capitalism. Revolutionary Alliance ambivalence toward capitalism was to be inherited by the Kuomintang which, even at the height of its radicalism in the 1920s, would not repudiate capitalism and even use against its communist critics arguments similar to those Liang directed at the Revolutionary Alliance at this time. That much of the support for the Revolutionary Alliance came from coastal business, it has been suggested, was a basic determinant of its economic outlook. This is plausible only if we remember that the association did not keep the Revolutionary Alliance from threatening speculation in real estate, which had already emerged as a source of wealth in China's coastal cities. Secondly, Revolutionary Alliance writers assigned a far greater role to land in development than did Liang, who was more urban development oriented. Liang did not appreciate the problem of land, as with many economists, socialist or otherwise. He believed that land derived its value from exchange and was, therefore, indistinguishable from capital, its value was simply a function of capitalist development. Revolutionary Alliance writers themselves paid little actual attention to the agrarian problems of China, they were, with George, concerned primarily with land values in urban areas, but they did view land as an independent source of wealth, even of capital. Whatever the merits of their argument, it is apparent that in an agrarian society such as China, it reflected a radical awareness at a time when capitalist economic models had already made a significant impact on Chinese thinking on development. The debate over capitalism was also revealing of the two sides' conceptualization of the relationship between state and society that they envisaged. Liang, the constitutional monarchist, favored far more autonomy for society than was allowed for by the Republicans. The latter did not see economic intervention of the state in society as a source of oppression but as an articulation of essential unity, as the promise of republicanism fulfilled, the expression of a social state, Shiwidi Kuajia. 52 Liang, however, viewed state intervention as a source of potential despotism. This was not simply out of opposition to state intervention in society or the economy, which he viewed himself as a world tide in the contemporary era. He believed, however, that capitalism, which had proven its developmental power in the West, offered the best means to China's development. At the same time, he was possibly more aware than Revolutionary Alliance writers that a policy of socialization would be more likely to breed conflict than harmony and unity, and he could not countenance the prospect of social conflict any more than he could ethnic or political conflict. It is also worth remembering that the elite class in which Liang had his origins had more to lose than gain from government social policies. Liang himself was all for government intervention insofar as it contributed to commercial and industrial activity. The socialization of the economy reinforced the Republican argument for greater unity between state and society, which implied not only greater state activity, but also greater social involvement in politics. To this, Liang was opposed. The unity that he desired was to be achieved through ideological transformation, the cultivation of a sense of loyalty to state and society. While Liang was more pessimistic than Revolutionary Alliance writers on the divisions created by inequality in the West, he was willing to tolerate inequality in China on the grounds that it would contribute to national development. Unlike the Revolutionary Alliance writers who believed, at least formally, that national ends were interdependent with social justice, Liang held that national development had to take precedence over social justice. His definition of public morality as loyalty to polity was more limited than his opponent's view that economic equality was but the fulfillment of the promise of public morality. 53. In spite of these significant differences, however, Liang and his Revolutionary Alliance opponents were political contemporaries in the common belief they shared in the efficacy of political solutions to social problems. While this attitude was quite evident in the case of Liang, it was no less true for the Republicans. Jules Hickson suggested on one occasion that the social revolution must serve as the foundation for the political. Nevertheless, the social and the political were distinguished in the Revolutionary Alliance conception of politics, and the state was placed above society, endowed with the power of autonomous activity to dispose of social problems. Hence Revolutionary Alliance writers were able to ignore the question of interest articulation in the reorganized state that was not only to guide but even to participate in a mixed economy, not just in the sense of extension of the conflicts of civil society into the state, but also in the sense of the emergence of autonomous state interests that might be at odds with the interests of society. Hence also their faith in the ability of politics to control capitalism and to avert a social revolution. Even more revealing was the fact that Revolutionary Alliance writers, with the possible exception of Jules Hickson, did not give much thought to finding a means whereby to incorporate in politics the common people for whose future they showed so much concern. Indeed, the control of revolutionary tendencies among the people was as much a concern to them as was the control of capital. Their ambivalence over the question of classes as well as their ambivalence toward capital would become lasting features of the Kuomintang conception of revolution as expressed in Sun's Three People's Principles. Their reliance on the state to dispose of social problems marked the emergence of a corporatist reasoning that would characterize much of Chinese socialist thinking over the years. The socialism of the Revolutionary Alliance is better described by a term that has gained currency since then: non-capitalist development. The term is residual as a concept, but then there was much in Revolutionary Alliance socialism that was residual. Significantly, this is the term that Kuomintang leaders used in the 1920s to distinguish the Three People's Principles from communism. Socialism in the Revolutionary Alliance conception was not an alternative to capitalism but a means to control it. This conception was derived not so much from socialism as from late 19th century reformers in the West who advocated modifications in laissez-faire capitalism in order to avert the danger of socialism and social revolution. Unlike with socialism, the Revolutionary Alliance argument denied the central role played by capital in capitalist society. And it ignored questions raised by class conflict and class interest in society. Revolutionary Alliance writers for the most part perceived society not in terms of classes but in terms of rich and poor. This was especially the case with their understanding of Chinese society where, they believed, there was no serious question of class oppression and exploitation because the gap between the rich and poor was not comparable to that in capitalist society. Their land program was intended not to relieve the suffering of the people, but to prevent the emergence of inequality. Instead, Revolutionary Alliance socialism offered the prospect of equitable development that would avoid the pitfalls of capitalism that had become evident in the course of Western development. In a sense, the deficiencies of this socialism as socialism were also its strengths when we consider its relationship to its political and intellectual context. It offered the promise of preventing inequality, but also the prospect of development and unity, two central preoccupations of the period. Indeed, no version of socialism would succeed in Chinese politics then or later that did not address these two questions. On the other hand, the socialism of the Revolutionary Alliance, however wanting it may have been as socialism, introduced significant new problems into Chinese thought on national development, how to secure development without creating severe inequality, the role of capitalism in China's development, the role of land as a source of wealth and inequality, the economic relationship between state and society and its consequences for politics. Above all else, it presented Chinese thinkers with the challenge of a conception of politics that was not merely political but social and economic as well. Echoes. The debate between the Revolutionary Alliance and Liang articulated issues that remain central to Chinese socialist thinking to this day. These involved issues of the relative attention to be given to production and distribution in economic growth, the implications of economic egalitarianism for economic development, the role the state should play in economic activity, both internally and as guarantor of economic autonomy for the nation. These issues crystallized around the question of the relationship of capitalism to socialism, the one perceived generally as the best way to achieve rapid growth of production, the other as a principle of distributive justice that, in guaranteeing social cohesion and stability, would further the goal of national economic development. These issues would resurface periodically at critical moments of the Chinese Revolution. In the 1920s, in the course of the conflicts over the Kuomintang and the communist strategies of revolution, the Kuomintang would bring against the communists charges that were quite similar to those that Liang Qiqiao directed against Revolutionary Alliance socialism, that the communists sought to sacrifice progress in production to a petit bourgeois preoccupation with distribution. 54 After 1940, the communists were to modify their own pursuit of revolution with the idea of new democracy, which presupposed a strategy of development that drew directly on Sun Yat-sen's idea of socialism. The new democracy idea allowed for the continued existence of capitalism in the transition to socialism in order to secure the rapid development of the forces of production. 55 The same issues have resurfaced in recent years with the post-revolutionary interpretation of socialism by the current Chinese leadership, which seeks to expand the scope of capitalist methods in economic activity in order to promote rapid advances in production. This is not to suggest that these issues have carried the same meaning at all times. The sources Chinese socialists drew on to articulate their socialism changed radically over the years, and old problems assumed additional dimensions with the changing circumstances of the revolution. It is possible to make a case, however, that through all these changes, the basic problematic of socialism enunciated in its earliest phase has remained unaltered. Indeed, it may not be far-fetched to view the Chinese Revolution as one long and tortuous effort to reconcile the contradictions that were first articulated in the debate between the Revolutionary Alliance and Liang. The widespread puzzlement over the nature and future of Chinese socialism in our day is a product of uncertainties concerning socialism in Chinese thinking, including the thinking of the communist leadership, that are not far removed from the ambivalence toward socialism that lay at the very origins of the socialist discourse in China. The question is not whether Chinese socialists, now or then, have taken their socialism seriously. Contrary to much wishful thinking in China and abroad, China's leaders today are every bit as serious about their socialism as their predecessors in Chinese socialism who, from the very start, saw in socialism the only way out for China. 56 If anything, they have a greater stake in upholding socialism than before, if only because the very legitimacy of the regime they lead rests on sustained faith in the desirability and possibility of socialism. The question, rather, lies in the equivocal status that Chinese socialist thinking has from the start assigned to socialism, not out of hesitation about the necessity of socialism but because of a profound ambiguity which is built into the very conceptualization of socialism. Socialism first appeared in Chinese thought not as a revolutionary conception of new, post-capitalist, order but as a principle for the control of capitalism, a higher stage of capitalism, as it were, that would correct the deficiencies of laissez-faire capitalism. While China's first socialists conceived of socialism and capitalism as two alternative strategies of development that they were free to choose between, they did not think them to be mutually exclusive alternatives. They hoped, indeed, that capitalism, or private entrepreneurship, could be made to serve China's economic development, while socialist measures would help contain the social divisions that must be created by the inevitable concentration of capital under an unchecked capitalism, and guarantee equitable and efficient development. In either case, the considerations that determined choice of strategy had little to do with the virtues of capitalism or socialism as social systems. In this conceptualization, neither socialism nor capitalism appeared as utopianized expressions of alternative visions of the good society, or even as utopian projections of class interest, but as strategies in the fulfillment of a national project. The conception of socialism, as of capitalism, was an instrumental one, as a means to the realization of the double tasks of state building and economic development called for by the emergent nationalist conception of China. This conception provided the context for the Revolutionary Alliance argument for socialism which, while it was not oblivious to questions of class oppression and social injustice, nevertheless rested not on conviction in socialism as a goal in its own right but on the promise it offered as a strategy of national development. Hence also its basic conviction that with socialist measures in place, capitalism need not be abolished but could be made to serve developmental needs. In later years, as the Chinese Revolution unfolded, socialism and capitalism would be distinguished much more sharply, and assume the character of class-based ideologies in inevitable contradiction. And yet socialist ambivalence toward capitalism, paralleled by an ambivalence over the question of class interest versus national interest, would never be too far beneath the surface of socialist thinking as long as socialism remained wedded to a national project of development. It is this same ambivalence that has resurfaced with the winding down of the revolution in China, and the turn of attention once again to national unity and development. What needs to be remembered, as we puzzle over whether or not China is headed for capitalist restoration, is that the revival of capitalist strategies of development in order to promote production represents not an unthinking slide into capitalism from a socialism that is its irreconcilable alternative, but a controlled process over which socialism stands guard. On the other hand, recognition of this conception of socialism, which is as old as the history of socialism in China, socialism not as a substitute for but a limit to capital, may help us better appreciate why China's socialists, with all their seemingly unsocialist behavior, are very serious about the socialism that they continue to uphold. 3. National development and social revolution in early Chinese Marxist thought. Studies of communism in China reveal a strong element of nationalism in the acceptance and interpretation of communism from Li Dezhou to Mao Zedong. The concern of Chinese communists with the plight of the Chinese nation has led to two significant revisions of communism in its Marxist-Leninist form: the elevation of national over class struggle and the consequent eclipsing of the proletariat by the people. Maurice Meisner says of Li Dezhou, whom he regards as the forerunner of Mao, Li no doubt attached considerable importance to the organization of the proletariat, but he was predisposed from the beginning to look to the potential revolutionary forces of the whole proletarian nation rather than of a single social class forming only a tiny portion of the nation. 1. An exaggerated emphasis on the communists' national concerns is liable, however, to distort the nature of Chinese communism and to blur the distinction between communists and other nationalist groups in China. Few would argue that Chinese communists were radish communists, willing to sacrifice their social revolutionary aims to their national concerns. Rather, commitment to radical social transformation has been amalgamated with national goals of independence and development. This chapter is an attempt to examine this amalgamation and its consequences for Chinese communist nationalism, a subject that has so far received little attention from scholars, who tend to regard nationalism and communism as political alternatives rather than possible correlatives. Meisner, after demonstrating the importance of nationalism for Li Dezhou, notes that in the Chinese Marxist milieu, nationalism has been identified not with the more moderate and conservative political tendencies but with the most radical and voluntaristic tendencies too. If I understand him correctly, what this implies is that the nationalism of Chinese communists should not be considered apart from their commitment to the radical restructuring of Chinese society. The urgent awareness of China's national plight and a fervent desire to regenerate the Chinese people have not been restricted to communists in 20th century China. They, however, have been the only ones among a number of political groups to couple nationalist goals with demands for social revolution. Though not all of the communists' political competitors ignored the social aspects of China's problem, those that did consider it tagged it on as a secondary issue to the primary objective of national salvation. This is obvious in the case of Sun Yat-sen, whose principle of people's livelihood, Minshengzi, addressed itself directly to the social problem in China. Li Dazao's view of China as a proletarian nation, where proletarianism was a national attribute, was echoed in Sun's statement that what the Chinese call inequality of wealth is no more than the distinction of the more and the less poor in an overall class of poorer three. Even those members of the Kuomintang, GMD, most conscious of the social problem inferred from this that since all Chinese were poor, the essential task was to liberate China from its foreign oppressors. Social revolution was at best secondary and even harmful to the achievement of the primary task. Social reorganization would be necessary after the national revolution, but this was to prevent the possible emergence of a social problem in the future, not to resolve an existing one. 4. In contrast to this, Chinese communism as it evolved in the 1920s came to view the national and social questions as organically related. It would be impossible to achieve national integration and liberation without a social revolution, or vice versa. This same commitment to social revolution also provided the link between Marxism-Leninism and Chinese communism, in spite of the evolution of the latter in ways not anticipated by Marx or Lenin. In its convergence with nationalism in China, communism became sharply limited by national boundaries, losing much of its supranational class character. Internally, too, the class interests of the proletariat were often compromised by considerations of national ends and, even more fundamentally, by the commitment to a notion of the people that superseded class. Nevertheless, the Communists preserved intact the commitment to the revolutionary reorganization of society in accordance with the interests of the proletariat and the peasantry, and their revisions constituted not an abandonment but a development of Marxism in its Leninist interpretation. That there was a remarkable emphasis on the peasantry in Chinese communism is indisputable, but this does not mean that the Chinese conception of communism was molded merely by some leaders' enchantment with the peasantry. A close examination of the specific arguments that accompanied the Chinese nationalization of Marxism-Leninism indicates rather that Chinese communist ideology was more an outgrowth of Lenin's incorporation of non-European nations into the revolution against capitalism in the era of imperialism. If Lenin's strategy took a course in China that he had not intended, the primary reason was that things appeared differently from Shanghai than they did from Moscow, a shift that Lenin would have understood, even though he might not have condoned it. The synthesis of national and social revolution in Chinese communist thought reflected the twin predicaments of Chinese society in the 1920s, social and political disintegration, and economic stagnation and deterioration. Marxism, with its basic premise tying social and political to economic phenomena, offered a unified explanation of the diverse problems internal to Chinese society, while Lenin's theory of imperialism permitted the relation of internal problems to imperialist activities in China. This, I think, accounts to a large degree for the popularity Marxism-Leninism enjoyed in China in the 1920s, even among those who rejected its revolutionary strategy. It was the communists alone, however, who drew revolutionary conclusions from the Marxist-Leninist explanations of the Chinese problem. These observations emerge from a debate about revolutionary goals and strategy between the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, and the GMD after the breakdown of the First United Front in 1927. The discussion included GMD radicals, disheartened by the upsurge of conservatism in their party, disgraced Trotskyites from the CCP, as well as those subscribing to the Li Listen leadership then in charge of the CCP under the guidance of the Stalinist Comintern. With a few exceptions, the participants in the discussion were not official spokesmen for the revolutionary strategies associated with these three groupings. Most were radical intellectuals who regarded the split of 1927 as a failure of the revolutionary movement due to infiltration from the right or excessive zeal on the left. Their concern was to find support in Chinese social structure for the revolutionary goals and strategy which they espoused, and to convince the many rank-and-file radicals, bewildered by the events of 1927, of the correctness of their position. This, they believed, would rejuvenate the revolutionary movement by refocusing revolutionary energies. 5. In practice, this discussion never achieved these objectives, serving only to make the irreconcilable differences of the participants more explicit. Nevertheless, the verbal battle which ensued provides valuable insights into the goals of Chinese revolutionaries at that period and shows how they related Marxism-Leninism to the problems of Chinese revolution. Their lack of official status did not preclude their sharing basic presuppositions with the leaders of the revolutionary movement, and much of Chinese communist behavior since then suggests the acceptance of premises similar to those that underlay the discussion of the 1920s. An examination of the issues involved in these discussions will, I hope, shed some light on the interplay of national and social concerns in Chinese communist thought and on its place in the Marxist tradition. Background to the debates. Throughout the 1921–1926 period, Chinese revolutionaries, communist and non-communist alike, agreed that the revolution was directed against feudal forces and foreign imperialism. The feudal forces referred to in the documents of the period were the warlords, or militarists, who, encouraged by the imperialists, were responsible for the deterioration of Chinese society. The documents make little attempt to elaborate further on the relationship between Chinese society and imperialists, taking the latter as more or less an external force feeding on China's backwardness. 6 Agreement on this basic aim of the revolution made possible the alliance of all the classes within the United Front. From 1926 onward, with signs of serious tension in the United Front, this facile description of the goals of the Chinese Revolution was challenged first in Moscow and then in China. It is not clear how the various factions in the Comintern reacted to the first coup d'état by Jiang Jieshi, Chiang Kai-shek, after the Zhongshan incident in March 1926, but it seems likely that some disagreement was responsible for the restatement of the Comintern position on China in the 7th plenum of the Executive Committee of the Comintern in December 1926, a few months before Trotsky's open opposition to the Stalinist line in China. This plenary session recognized Chiang as a representative of the big bourgeoisie but decided nevertheless to continue the United Front. 7. With the launching of the Northern Expedition in mid-1926, it became increasingly evident that the Communists and the Nationalists had different ideas on what constituted feudal forces in China. When the Communists began to encourage extensive land reforms and class struggle in the captured areas, the GMD reaction was swift. On April 12, 1927, Jiang, with the acquiescence of the bourgeoisie, slaughtered all the communists that he could lay hands on in Shanghai. The debacle of the United Front was completed with the split in Wuhan in July 1927 between the Communists and the left-wing GMD under Wang Jingwei. It was in this period that the Comintern controversy on China policy flared up and was soon carried over into China. Trotsky's challenge to Stalin's policies was based on his own analysis of the Chinese social structure. He argued that, in China, power was not in the hands of feudal forces personified by militarists or even landlords, but lay with the bourgeoisie. Rural leadership in China was in fact indistinguishable from the bourgeoisie. Large and middle-class land ownership, as it exists in China, is most closely intertwined with urban, including foreign, capitalism. There is no landowning caste in China in opposition to the bourgeoisie. The most widespread, generally hated, exploiter in the village is the usurious wealthy peasant, the agent of urban banking capital. The agrarian revolution has therefore just as much of an anti-feudal as it has of an anti-bourgeois character in China. 8. If the urban and rural elite were inextricably bound together, the relationship between the composite Chinese bourgeoisie and imperialists was no less intimate. In a comprehensive statement on the bonds between imperialists and Chinese society, Trotsky wrote that imperialism, which violently hampers the economic development of China by its customs, its financial and military policy, condemns the worker to beggary and the peasant to the crudest enslavement. The struggle against the big landlords, the struggle against the usurer, the struggle against the capitalists for better working conditions is thus raised by itself to the struggles for national independence of China for the liberation of its productive forces from the bonds and chains of foreign imperialism. There is the principal and the mightiest foe. It is mighty not only because of its warships, but also directly by its inseparable connections with the heads of the banks, the usurers, the bureaucrats, and the militarists, with the Chinese bourgeoisie, and by the more indirect but no less intimate ties with the big commercial and industrial bourgeoisie. 9. Hence, Trotsky continued, the anti-imperialist struggle for national liberation in China was also a class struggle. If China were to achieve national liberation and the progress of its productive forces, the proletariat must lead the struggle against imperialists and the bourgeoisie. Stalin's reaction to this criticism was the reiteration of the feudal nature of Chinese society, and the reaffirmation of the anti-feudal anti-imperialist character of the Chinese Revolution. It has been noted in earlier studies of this period that the Stalinist leadership came very close to Trotsky's suggestions concerning China after the disaster of 1927 but had to resort to many face-saving devices to prove the opposition wrong while co-opting its policies. 10 This was the case on the issue of the goals of the Chinese Revolution. In an article in Pravda on July 28, 1927, Stalin described the aims of the Chinese Revolution in terms that differed little from Trotsky's, while seemingly rejecting them. The opposition forgot that the revolutionary struggle of the Chinese people against imperialism is to be explained above all and in the main, by the fact that in China, imperialism is that force which supports and inspires the direct exploiters of the Chinese people, the feudalists, the militarists, the capitalists, the bureaucrats, etc., that the Chinese workers and peasants cannot conquer these exploiters of theirs without waging at the same time a struggle against imperialism. 11. Stalin here pits the workers and peasants against all members of a variegated ruling class in alliance with the imperialists. In other statements, however, he made it clear that the chief internal enemies of the Chinese Revolution were the feudal forces. These forces he described as the militarists and the bureaucrats, as well as feudal and medieval methods of exploitation and oppression of the peasantry, which later became the basis of Chinese Marxists' arguments that China was a feudal society. Furthermore, without denying that mercantile capital played an important role in China, an effective weapon in the Trotskyite arsenal, Stalin argued that this situation existed side by side with feudal methods of exploitation and, presumably, intensified feudal exploitation, as the Chinese Marxists concluded later. 12. These are the broad outlines of the two major standpoints on the social and economic dimensions of the Chinese Revolution to emerge from the conflict in the Comintern. It was these arguments which Chinese Marxists acquired from Comintern leaders. The controversy in China, however, was complicated from the beginning by the presence of a left GMD standpoint which disagreed with that of the Communists and, presenting an alternative, instigated further elaboration of the two communist positions. Furthermore, all three groups in China, perceiving the problem not from Moscow but from Shanghai, shifted the emphases of the Comintern leaders into new directions. The debate of 1927. The opposing views of these three groups defined the limits of controversy after 1927. Either China was predominantly feudal with imperialism supporting, or perpetuating, the feudal social structure in China, or China was predominantly capitalist, with imperialism, by its very nature, helping the development of capitalist forces in Chinese society, or, more often, supporting the bourgeoisie, or China was neither feudal nor capitalist but a society where the ambiguity of the class structure had enabled parasitic political forces of a feudal nature to retain their power, with these forces, at the time, serving the cause of imperialists. The debate was initiated by supporters of the third view, left GMD radicals associated with Wang Jingwei after the autumn of 1927, who felt that the revolutionary promises of the 1924 party reorganization and the United Front had been betrayed both from the right and from the left in 1927.13. These non-communist radicals started to wage a theoretical struggle from 1928, in a final effort to keep the revolution alive against rightist encroachment and to prevent its dissolution into anarchy under leftist pressure. It was the challenge of their social analysis that gradually forced the communists to define their own position. 14 Their evaluation of the various strategies of revolution in terms of social structure, even if rigid, raised revolutionary polemics to a new level of sophistication. The GMD radicals' argument. GMD leftists continued after 1927 to describe the dominant powers of Chinese society as feudal. Unlike the communists, however, they relegated the feudal forces to the superstructure of society, in keeping with the assumptions of the earlier period. They argued that the feudal system in China had disappeared long before, from about the middle of the Zhou dynasty, 1122–55 BC, under the impact of commerce. 15 But though feudalism had come to an end at that time, China, unlike Europe at the end of the medieval period, had never completed the transition to the next historical stage of capitalism and had remained suspended in a transitional stage. The economy throughout this period had been dominated by agriculture, subject to the chronic disintegrative function of commercial capital. The major characteristic of Chinese society through the transitional period had been the ambiguity of its class structure. The developments in Zhou that had brought about the downfall of feudalism had led to the fusion of landed wealth and commercial capital, so that a new economic elite had arisen which simultaneously invested in land and engaged in mercantile and usurious activities. Commerce, an impetus to capitalism in the West, had subsisted in China on the exploitation of land and the mediation of regional specialization, with little incentive for the development of productive forces. This had produced pernicious results. Commercial capital, constantly encroaching on land, had served periodically to concentrate land ownership and impoverish the peasants, leading to the disorders of dynastic changes. It had furthermore perpetuated disunity, as it had a stake in regional differences of production. 16. The Marxist theory of society expects the political superstructure to reflect the interest of the dominant economic class in society. GMD Marxists were well aware of this but were able to argue that since Chinese society had not had a clearly dominant economic class, no one group, such as landowners or capitalists, had been able to establish its control over the state. At the end of the Zhou period, the concentration of economic and political power in the same group had come to an end. While the new landowner merchant group had established its dominance over the economy, political power had passed to bureaucrats recruited from the gentry, shidefu, an educational and political elite rather than an economic one. The interests of the bureaucrats often coincided with those of landowners against the peasants, and the two constantly encroached on one another's spheres, bureaucrats buying land and merchant landowners entering office, but a distinction nevertheless remained between the political and the economic elite. 17. The bureaucrats with the military, which overshadowed the bureaucracy in times of disorder, constituted the political elite of Imperial China. This political elite, which did not engage in economic activities and, on the whole, led a parasitic existence, was feudal in nature. 18. Feudal in this sense ranged from military bureaucratic localism to patriarchalism in the family and to the dominance of Confucian thought, a product of the feudal period. Confucian emphasis on agriculture as the backbone of society was not a result of altruism, as the Confucians claimed, but a reflection of the subsistence basis of the political elite who feared the effects of mercantile activities on their position in society. Merchants, suppressed by this political elite, were never able to develop into an independent class, establishing instead a symbiotic relationship with the landlords. The net result of this was a confusion of the class structure. This situation continued into the present century with the addition of a major new external force, imperialism. Whereas the dominant political elite of the past had served the interests of landlords, now this same elite of bureaucrats and militarists, traditionally lacking in national consciousness, served the imperialists and their agents, the compradors, themselves shidefu who had developed new skills. 19. Chinese capitalism was still weak in spite of new economic pressures. Because of the intermediacy of the shidefu, the capitalist class has a strong shidefu nature and finds it very easy to ally with military groups. Also, since the development of capitalism was not internal to the Chinese economic structure but was enforced from the outside, the result is that although one sees the establishment of a capitalist class, one does not see the destruction of feudal thought or the success of the democratic revolution. 20. Not only did capitalism have difficulty in taking root in Chinese soil, but the effects of imperialism, ironically, aggravated the existing situation. China's growth under Western pressure was lopsided. Appendages of modem industrialism preceded the establishment of an industrial basis, e.g., railroads were introduced before the building of factories, thus contributing to China's centrifugal tendencies by increasing the mobility of warlords. The large feudal state now appeared to be divided into many smaller feudal principalities. 21. In addition, imperialism augmented the exploitative nature of commercial capital in China. Contemporary imperialism was primarily financial. During the present period, native commercial capital was subordinated to imperialist finance, helping the latter in its exploitation of China. Where once it had been tied to interregional trade, this capital now served to link the Chinese village with the outside world. The exploitation of the Chinese peasant, the worst sufferer, stretched from the remotest corner of China to the bankers in New York and London. 22. While they regarded foreign and Chinese finance capital as fused together, the GMD Marxists made a distinction between Chinese and foreign industries. They argued that the available finance and the rapidly growing labor force, two preconditions of capitalism, helped only foreign industries, not Chinese ones. 23. As the foreign industries continued to grow, Chinese industries stagnated and in some cases even regressed. 24. The causes of stagnation were numerous: the destruction of native handicrafts due to the spread of foreign commodities, the outflow of China's wealth through opium, indemnities, etc., and the impoverishment of the people, which contracted the market and also played into the hands of militarists by providing them with manpower. The major causes, however, were competition from foreign industries, the strength of commercial and finance capital, and the disunity caused by bureaucrats and militarists. Competition from foreign industries limited Chinese enterprises to light industries while foreigners controlled the more strategic sectors. Chinese industrial development was further limited by the importation of commodities from abroad. Transportation and finance were controlled by foreigners who had technical advantages over their Chinese competitors in the abundance of their capital, their expertise in labor and management, and their technological superiority. Added to those were political advantages such as tariff limitations and extraterritoriality, which made foreigners immune to the many exactions that Chinese entrepreneurs suffered at the hands of political authorities. 25. Finance capital not only worked through Chinese merchants to impoverish Chinese society, it also encouraged the flow of capital to unproductive investments. Since industrial growth was slow and erratic, many people preferred to invest in land or engaged in urban speculation where the returns were faster and higher. These were all unproductive, and the capital that flowed into the cities ended up in the hands of foreigners. That which went to the countryside, as of old, furthered the exploitation of the peasant, who was the biggest loser, as was obvious from the decline of Chinese agriculture at the time. 26. Finally, this whole sorry situation was made worse by the disunity of China caused by the uneven development of the Chinese economy, for which commerce had been chiefly responsible. GMD writers, though they isolated the state from social classes, stressed the interdependent nature of the political and economic problems in China. 27. The Chinese economy had a regional basis. This not only helped commercial capital but also provided the basis for the political and military power of warlords who, products themselves of disunity, became its agents. Some writers compared China to Germany and Italy in the 19th century, where the primary task had been unification and not, as in the case of France and Russia, revolution. 28. Given this situation, GMD theoreticians argued, the most suitable strategy for the Chinese Revolution was that devised by Sun Yat-sen in the Three Principles of the People, Sanminzuyi. Chinese Revolution had two tasks: destructive and constructive. The destructive aspect was to be aimed at the traditional exploiters of society, bureaucrats, and militarists, who still dominated the political superstructure, as well as at imperialists. Destruction should not extend to class struggle for several reasons. First, because of the ambiguity of class structure, there was no dominant class. Capitalists were weak and suffered themselves from foreign oppression and warlords. Landlords were subject to commercial capital, their only advantage being their ability to pass on their exploitation to the shoulders of the peasants. They were not a ruling class as such. 29. Second, China's greatest need was integration. Class struggle would interfere with political and economic integration, making China more vulnerable than before. As for imperialism, most urgent was the achievement of tariff equality and the abolition of extraterritoriality, which were the prime weapons of the imperialist penetration of China. 30. The task of construction, on the other hand, would consolidate the gains of revolution and establish the foundations of true socialism. Most important in this respect was the development of productive forces and the advance of the industrial sector of the Chinese economy. This would establish the dominance of the cities over the countryside, or of the industrial sector over agriculture, and subordinate commercial capital to industrial capitalism, eliminating the harmful effects of the former, and leading it into productive channels. Charging the communists with consumer socialism much in the fashion of the Confucian bureaucracy, GMD writers argued that true scientific socialism could only be founded upon an advanced industrial basis. What was needed for that was not class struggle but the cooperation of all patriotic forces to develop China's productive forces. Finally, GMD theoreticians, aware of the problem of class in society, argued, as had Sun Yat-sen, that China's backwardness diminished the importance of class but that, nevertheless, the party should take measures to prevent this becoming a problem in the future. The GMD should preserve itself as a mass party, thus not only guaranteeing its revolutionary purity against militarists and bureaucrats, always ready to sneak into the party, but also curbing the risk of future class struggle. The Communists' argument. Communist disagreement with the ideas of the GMD writers described above revolved around the issue of class. While the latter regarded class struggle as unnecessary and inimical to national integration, Communist writers saw class struggle as a precondition to such unification. The Communists, however, differed among themselves as to the nature of the ruling class in Chinese society, and hence on the targets of revolution. The new leadership of the Communist Party after 1927-31, in accordance with Stalinist policy, continued to insist that the Chinese Revolution was still anti-feudal and anti-imperialist in nature. Writers representative of this position in the controversy argued that Chinese society was feudal or, more commonly, semi-feudal, and that imperialism strengthened feudal forces in Chinese society. Unlike GMD writers, who relegated feudal forces to the political superstructure, they saw feudalism as the essential characteristic of the Chinese socio-economic structure. Aware of the differences between contemporary China and medieval Europe, they justified their use of the term feudal by arguing that, though superficially there was no resemblance between the two societies, the basic exploitative structure, Boxingshi, was the same in both. 32 Many conceded, however, that feudalism had been eliminated from the political superstructure, and hence that semi-feudal was the more appropriate term for China. Banfengjian. 33. On the other hand, CCP writers did not reject the existence of capitalism in China altogether but relegated it to the foreign-controlled sphere of China's economy, in similar fashion to GMD theoreticians. The European section of the industrial and commercial sector continued to flourish. Few Chinese were involved in this sector and, where they were confined to insignificant enterprises which were stagnating, if not deteriorating. The transforming effect of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, did not go beyond a few coastal, urban areas which themselves had become exploiters of the vast majority of the Chinese nation. 34. The dilemmas involved in describing, in Marxist developmental categories, a society modernizing under outside pressure and the inherently conflicting activities of imperialism in such a society are most obvious in the case of this group of writers, who literally had to qualify every one of their statements with some concession to arguments of an opposite nature. Chinese society in the 1920s was suffering from severe economic and social dislocations. To many, economic breakdown in the Chinese countryside, underway for a century, appeared not as a strain created at least partially by economic modernization but wholly as the consequence of imperialist aggression and native ruling class subversion. This impression was magnified by the relative stagnation of Chinese industrial enterprises in the 1920s, after a brief period of rapid growth during the First World War when European activities had been diverted elsewhere. Added to this was the support of foreign powers in the 1910s and 1920s for one or another of the warlord bureaucratic cliques that dominated China at this time. The latter, engaged in constant internecine strife, plundered and destroyed the countryside as well as making life difficult for the budding Chinese bourgeoisie by their numerous extortions and exactions. Whatever the precise contribution of their activities to economic stagnation and breakdown, they certainly contributed to social disorder and confusion, and helped to create an atmosphere unconducive to economic progress. Imperialism, supporting the warlords, appeared paradoxically as the supporter of backward feudal forces in Chinese society which, theoretically, it should have eliminated. The dilemma is evident in the tortuous arguments offered by CCP writers who theoretically accepted capitalism and imperialism as historically progressive but had difficulty in reconciling this with their resentment of the effects of these forces in Chinese society. Their effort to deal with a complex transitional society was encumbered further by their categorical manner of thinking. They sought to explain what was happening to Chinese society in terms of Marxian historical categories derived from European experience. One of the most illustrative examples of the efforts to deal with these contradictions is the following statement by Pan Dongzhou. Because China is a backward agricultural country, the superiority of semi-feudal forces within agriculture means that they hold a superior position within the whole of China's economy. When we speak of the totality of economic relations in China, urban capitalism definitely holds a leading, Lingdao, position. The tendency of the development of the whole economy is toward capitalism. But in their relative weight, Bizhong, within the whole country, semi-feudal relations are still superior. We are only saying that feudal relations are superior in China's economy, we are definitely not saying that China does not have capitalism. China has not only been subjected to control by finance imperialism in the cities, but even in the villages, class divisions Fenhua, have appeared. But no matter what, in the national economy of the whole country to be distinguished from the foreign sector, feudal relations still hold an extreme degree of superiority. Speaking of capitalism, we cannot but note that imperialism is absolutely superior. Imperialism, using the power of its abundant finances, increasingly assaults the whole of China's economy. 35. Thus, while capitalism might be the leading, dynamic force in China's economy, the backward feudal forces carried more weight, a seeming play on words vehemently objected to by the Trotskyites, who were quick to note the inconsistency and to point out that what is leading is also superior and that to claim otherwise was to play into the hands of the reactionary bourgeoisie. 36. An ambivalence toward imperialism was also evident in the statement. Thus, while imperialism pushes China toward capitalism, a more progressive stage than feudalism in the historical scheme of things, it also assaults China's economy, and becomes simultaneously a regressive force. What these writers referred to as feudal relations can be described as the traditional, agrarian features of Chinese society, ranging from social structure to economic practices. In the statement above by Pan, and in other references, the very dominance of a backward agrarian economy conducted by primitive methods is evidence of feudalism. A concomitant of this was the regionally uneven development of the Chinese economy, or, in other words, the lack of a national market. But the cornerstone of the argument that China was feudal was the mode of exploitation that prevailed in the Chinese village. Most of the basic arguments along this line were formulated in the manifesto of the Fifth Congress of the CCP in May 1927.37. This manifesto mentions the following specifically as examples of the feudal mode of exploitation: high rate of tenancy, arbitrary and exorbitant rent, political and economic subjection of peasants to landlords, militarists and bureaucrats who control rural China, subjection to merchants' capital and usury which, being in the hands of landlords, was regarded as a tool of feudal exploitation. Pan elaborates these as rents of more than 50% of yield, high taxes and miscellaneous exactions, the power of local despots, etc. 38. And Zhu Piwo, a prolific writer subscribing to this view, adds to the list rent in kind, forced labor, tribute obligations, in luxury items like poultry and wine, the use of force by the landlord against the peasants as severe as that of the feudal lord against serfs, and status distinctions. 39. All these comprised the definition, for this group, of Marx's reference to feudal exploitation as extra-economic or non-economic. 40. The severe exploitation of the peasants strengthened landlords and supported the military and the bureaucracy, all of whom subsisted on such exploitation and had a stake in it. Furthermore, the impoverishment of the peasants played into the hands of feudal political forces when the peasants, trying to find a refuge from their misery, took the course of joining warlords' armies for security. Imperialism, while by its very nature propelling China toward capitalism, itself benefited from the feudal model of exploitation and therefore supported it. 41 But the situation was more serious than that created by imperialists dumping surplus commodities or their rape of Chinese resources. The developing sector of the economy was under imperialist control, so any further advances would accrue to their benefit. In other words, while China could have developed economically under such circumstances, that would have been at the cost of political enslavement. 42. Such a view ruled out bourgeois revolution or the development of capitalism in China. The revolution would have to be led by the proletariat leading the peasantry, and it would be directed at feudal forces and the imperialists, the two forces obstructing China's development. Furthermore, since the alliance of these two forces depended on the feudal mode of exploitation, the aims of China's revolution could not be achieved without abolishing such exploitation. National liberation could only be achieved through social revolution, or, in this case, land revolution, as it was referred to. China would then embark on a path of non-capitalist, feasibility, development toward socialism. One important consequence of this strategy of revolution should be noted here. Although the native bourgeoisie was deemed incapable, by its very situation, of leading the national revolution, it was not included among the targets of revolution, as it was by the Trotskyites. The bourgeoisie itself, as the native/foreign capitalism distinction implied, was subject to the oppression of feudal forces and imperialism, and might yet join the revolution in a future alliance. The Trotskyites' argument. This issue was an important factor in the split of the Communist Party in China after 1927, resulting in the expulsion of Trotskyites from the party in late 1929. 43 The Trotskyites differed from both of their rivals in the debate in their insistence that the Chinese bourgeoisie could not be distinguished from the foreign and must be included among the targets of the revolutionary struggle for liberation. With greater theoretical consistency, if not political prescience, they contended that imperialism, being the most advanced form of capitalism, had the historical mission of destroying feudal forces and supporting the spread of capitalism everywhere. 44 China was now part of a world dominated by capitalism. It was ludicrous to make distinctions between native and foreign capitalism and declare China feudal on those grounds. More so than Trotsky himself, the Chinese Trotskyites were quick to deduce from bourgeois dominance in China that Chinese society was already a capitalist society, or at least a transitional society with capitalist forces in a leading position. As has been noted, Yan Lingfeng criticized Fan Tengzhou vehemently for his distinction of superior versus leading forces. 45 Pointing out that if capitalist forces were the leading forces in Chinese society, they were also superior and hence, the chief target of the revolution. The Trotskyites, who also differed among themselves, used the manifestations of a modern economy in China to prove their point that China was capitalist. Their works are full of statistics on the increase in the number of factories and steamships and of the mileage of railroads in China in proof of their contention that capitalism had taken root in China and was continually progressing, not regressing. They were often more mechanical in explaining away the complexity of the situation in China than their rivals. 46 But they did challenge their opponents effectively with their argument that self-sufficiency, which they took to be crucial to the definition of feudalism, had disappeared in China with the subjection of even the countryside to a commodity economy. The Chinese peasant was no longer independent of a national, or even a world market. Of course, commercial capital played a major role in this, but to the Trotskyites commercial capital represented the primitive accumulation of capital, not an independent element or a tool of feudal exploitation as it did to the other groups. 47. The Trotskyite argument ultimately hinged on the assumption of the insignificance of national boundaries in economic considerations and the oneness of the world market in the period of imperialism. This is why they regarded the development of capitalism in China as inevitable. Some of them, more cognizant of the complexity of Chinese society, conceded however that, while imperialism absolutely, Zhuiduity, encouraged the growth of capitalism in China, it relatively, Xiongduity, obstructed its development, just as feudal forces obstructed capitalism while their own basis was being eroded by it. 48. While the Trotskyites differed from the other two groups in their evaluation of what was happening to the structure of Chinese society and economy, their predictions as to China's future differed little from those of the others. Since imperialism was the dominant factor in the dynamics of world society, China must inevitably be drawn under imperialist control as its economy advanced, i.e., the greater the advance of capitalism, the deeper China's colonization. Where the Trotskyites differed radically from their rivals was in their inclusion of the bourgeoisie among the targets of revolution. The Chinese bourgeoisie was indistinguishable from the foreign, hence, as Trotsky had argued, the anti-imperialist struggle for national liberation was also a class struggle against the bourgeoisie, urban and rural, which seemed to include all but the proletariat and the peasantry. It was this uncompromising alienation of all except the proletariat and the peasantry from revolutionary ranks, I think, which earned the Trotskyites the sobriquet liquidationists, Qiuxiaopei, and made their strategy less popular than it might otherwise have been. Summary and conclusion. The controversy on revolutionary strategy in the late 1920s illustrates the confluence of class and nation in Chinese Marxist thought. There is little reason, from the discussion itself, to question the protagonists' commitments to Marxism-Leninism. Of greater significance is the fact that their attitudes toward class struggle were inextricably bound up with their concerns for China's national liberation and development. Class struggle, an end in itself to Marx and Lenin, appears here as the means to the national ends of Chinese society. The emancipation of the proletariat and the peasantry, however valuable, was also the means with which to eliminate the forces which obstructed China's political integration and economic development. All groups shared this basic conviction, their disagreements stemmed from different evaluations of the scope of the ruling group. Their goals, without exception, entailed independence from foreign, economic, and political control and one or another form of internal social revolution as a means of securing national development. As Marxists they were all committed to the distant goal of an egalitarian, classless society, but for the immediate future, class struggle was tied in with national liberation and not taken as a supranational end in itself. This is the unspoken assumption that is implicit in the reasons for and the anticipated results of revolution. The fundamental question in the controversy concerned China's economic and social development. Many saw Chinese society as stagnating, and even regressing. Traditional economic and political forces, refusing to vanish, were obstructing the development of modern modes of social organization. At the same time, they were no longer powerful enough to fulfill their traditional function in social stability and instead fed on disorder to perpetuate their now parasitic existence. New forces, powerless to be born, languished or were themselves driven to parasitism in the womb of the old society. While modernity gradually but inevitably destroyed the old, its function seemed to be limited to destruction, with few of its positive aspects in sight. Hence Tao Zishan's complaint that although one sees the establishment of a capitalist class, one does not see the destruction of feudal thought or the success of the democratic revolution. The continuation of this situation threatened to destroy the basic subsistence of Chinese society. The new commodity economy destroyed the old agrarian economy day by day, and yet industrialization remained insignificant. Chinese radicals no doubt exaggerated China's impending destruction. Most of the crisis they perceived was possibly due to what has been described as the birth pains of capitalism. Nevertheless, the death pains of old Chinese society seemed more immediate and therefore more real. 49. In this situation the crucial element was imperialism. Chinese radicals held imperialism responsible for both the persistence of the old and the inability of the new to emerge. The claims of imperialist support for Chinese feudalists or capitalists were often exaggerated in the discussion. But the exaggeration was more in the refusal to recognize the complexity of imperialist involvement in China than in the search for scapegoats in explaining China's plight. In China, as elsewhere, imperialism was not only a modernizing influence, but also a conservative force. 50. While it inadvertently brought new ideas and practices and undermined the basis of traditional society, it also supported backward elements in China whose activities were detrimental to the national interests. Chinese radicals responded to this ambiguity of the role of imperialism with a corresponding ambivalence of their own. They recognized the role of imperialism in bringing a new social organization to China, but they also noted, with greater urgency, imperialist erosion of the extant socio-economic organization and imperialist support, for the sake of political stability in the pursuit of profit, of reactionary elements. But regardless of which side they emphasized, they saw imperialism as ultimately harmful. Even those that recognized the economic modernization of China under imperialist pressure, such as the Trotskyites, admitted that further development in that direction must be avoided, for every economic advance under imperialist auspices led to greater imperialist penetration of Chinese society. This ruled out development in the direction of capitalism, since that would lead to the political enslavement, or the colonization, of Chinese society. An offshoot of the problem of development in such circumstances, with important consequences for Chinese Marxism, was the uneven development of Chinese society. 51 As a result of the interaction between worldwide capitalism and Chinese society, different parts of China developed at different rates with a growing gap between them. The most important polarity was between the modern coastal areas and the backward interior, or, what in effect amounted to the same thing, that between urban and rural China. In the eyes of the radicals, urban China, representing a conglomeration of landlords, bourgeoisie, and imperialists, 52 was the center of exploitation of the rest of the country. Furthermore, as all agreed that the developing sector of the economy was under imperialist control, urban areas were in effect part of the worldwide capitalist network, with interests inimical to those of the nation. In the presence of imperialism, the distinction between oppressed and oppressor corresponded to the distinction between Chinese and non-Chinese. The participants in the controversy agreed on these basic problems and believed in the efficacy of Marxism in explaining their nature. Their explanations, and hence the remedies they offered, differed nevertheless in accordance with their political proclivities. As might be expected, the most serious gap was between the GMD Marxists and the Communists. The GMD radicals, though they accepted the relationship between the social and the national questions, regarded social revolution and national integration and development as mutually antagonistic. Social revolution would only exacerbate the traditional centrifugal tendencies of Chinese society. Besides, as the major rift in China was between society and the political superstructure, what was required immediately was a political revolution to bring into power those representative of the nation. Such a government, representing no one class but all the people, would oversee China's integration and development without permitting the rise of social problem. The Communists, in spite of their internal differences, concluded from their analyses that the rift in China was not between society and the political superstructure but within society itself, among classes with antagonistic interests. The ruling class in China, whether the feudal landlords or the bourgeoisie, was allied with imperialists against the rest of the people. Hence to the Communists Marxism promised, through class struggle against oppressors, an end to the disintegration of the country as well as the elimination of oppression. This is not to say that the Marxism of Chinese Communists was a mere cloak for nationalism, rather, as national bifurcation and class division appeared to be part and parcel of the same process, the elimination of one simply required the elimination of the other. National liberation and social revolution, as first Lenin and then Trotsky had suggested, had to be achieved simultaneously or not at all. The question that remains is whether or not this convergence of class struggle and national liberation implied a deviation from Marxism-Leninism. The significance of the answer to this question reaches beyond the Chinese case to the nature of communism in the world today and, in particular, the nature of radical nationalist, or national liberation movements. Of Lenin's contributions to Marxism, the most relevant in this respect was his incorporation of imperialism and anti-colonial liberation movements into the revolution against capitalism. Although this implied the shift of the burden in the anti-capitalist struggle to the underdeveloped world, Lenin remained remarkably loyal to the priority of the advanced European proletariat as the vanguard of socialism. His approach to national liberation was basically Europe-oriented, directed at achieving a proletarian socialist revolution in Europe which would form the foundation of worldwide socialism. There is no indication that national liberation was ever an end in itself to Lenin. The anti-imperialist struggles of colonial countries were significant to him to the extent that they affected the fate of the worldwide bourgeois proletariat struggle. If colonies could be closed off to European capitalism, an economic crisis would be created in Europe and the long-delayed revolution of the European proletariat would follow. After 1917, when the European proletariat failed to respond to the call, the Soviet Union increasingly became the center of the socialist camp with a consequent blurring of national and socialist interests, but the commitment to internationalism persisted as in the activities of the Communist International. Lenin regarded national revolutionary movements as the response of nations without history to being drawn into the capitalist whirlpool. 53 Imperialism as such was a positive historical force, drawing backward, feudal societies out of their traditional cocoons and making them part of a universal socio-economic system, laying the groundwork for true universal socialism. Within individual societies, however, imperialism also served as an obstruction to development. The native bourgeoisie, a product itself of imperialism, soon discovered that imperialists were unwilling to relinquish their exploitation and, hence, control of the colonies. Under such conditions, the native bourgeoisie could enter an alliance with the native proletariat in spite of the fundamental hostility between the two classes. The participation of the proletariat in such an alliance could, in turn, be condoned because of the contribution of the alliance to the worldwide struggle against capitalism. At an appropriate time, the proletariat would have to reject the alliance, turning to the more basic and universal struggle against the bourgeoisie. In this conception, the national liberation movement was but a passing stage in the grand struggle of classes. 54. Lenin's interpretation of Marxism has been explained as an adaptation of Marxist socialism to the situation in developing Russia. 55. While this may be true of his conception of party organization and his incorporation of the peasantry into the revolution after 1905, the theory of imperialism and national liberation went beyond the necessities of the Russian situation. Russia differed in its developmental problems from many non-European societies in its independence of imperialist domination. Russian radicals regarded Russia as an imperialist state itself. Furthermore, Russia's proximity to Europe and the European base of the Russian communist movement gave Russian revolutionaries a close identity with their European counterparts. As a result, they were able to preserve a Europe-centered perspective on revolution, seeing the Russian Revolution as part of a European socialist revolution. Lenin, in his views on imperialism and national liberation, was a spokesman of this tradition. Nevertheless, his interpretation of Marxism provided a bridge between classical Marxist ideas on revolution and 20th-century developments in Marxist socialism as it spread out of Europe. The standpoint of radicals outside Europe and North America inverted Lenin's perspective on class struggle and national liberation even as they accepted his analysis in its totality. To them, the most important consideration has been the destructive effect of imperialism on their societies, not the role of imperialism in delaying the proletarian revolution in Europe. Regardless of the extent of their identification with supranational classes, the immediate motivation for their struggle against imperialism has derived not from the desire to quicken the pace of socialist revolution in Europe but from their concerns with national integration and development. From this perspective, national liberation, a mere phase in the international bourgeois proletarian struggle in Lenin's conception, has emerged as a valuable end in itself, subjecting class struggle to its own purposes. Where internationalistic commitments have been retained, their realization has been pushed so far into the future that they have little effect on present political behavior. However, one must still be wary of describing national liberation movements as a mere degeneration of communism into nationalism. 56 It is true that the fusion of the vocabulary of Marxism with the vocabulary of national ends has blurred the distinctions between communists and other groups working toward nationalist goals. Marxian assumptions about the relationship between socio-economic revolution and political revolution have even entered the outlook of movements which do not profess to be communist and even reject explicitly the communist strategy of class struggle as a viable alternative for their societies. 57 This was the case with the GMD in China. GMD radicals recognized the existence of a social problem in China but still insisted that national political unification must take precedence over class struggle. The latter was even deemed subversive of the primary goal. In contrast, the communists, in China and elsewhere, have not rejected class struggle but rather have incorporated it as an integral part of national unification. It is not surprising to find the classical example of the fusion of national and class struggle in China, the first clearly non-Western environment in which Lenin's theses were put into practice. Chinese society, in the problems it faced in the 1920s, was much more analogous to the contemporary Third World than it was either to Europe or to pre-revolutionary Russia. From its beginnings, therefore, Chinese communism contained elements characteristic of later national liberation movements, despite the Communists' recognition of Soviet leadership and guidance providing the first instance of the type of revolutionary movement that has replaced orthodox communism as a revolutionary force by the mid-20th century in much of the underdeveloped world. Events since the Sino-Soviet split and recent statements by Chinese spokesmen have made it evident not only that the Chinese feel a close affinity with such movements but also that they themselves conceive of international socialism in terms of a collection of independent states each planning socialist development in accordance with its particular national ends. 58 Socialism based on a universal class superseding nations has more than ever been relegated into the far future. This attitude is in no way peculiar to China but represents, I think, the direction that the Marxian revolutionary idea has taken in the 20th century. No statement expresses this trend more cogently than that by Trotsky in 1929, soon after the disaster of the First United Front in China. The socialist revolution begins on the national arena, it unfolds on the international arena, and is completed on the world arena. 59. 2. Making Marxism Chinese, Mao Zedong. 4. Mao Zedong and Chinese Marxism. The thought of Mao Zedong, 1893–1976, stands at the intersection of two histories, a global history that, beginning in the late 19th century, intruded with increasing forcefulness on Chinese thinking, and provided a new frame of reference for thinking about the past, present, and future of Chinese society, and a Chinese history the autonomy of which appeared as an issue as the New World impressed itself on Chinese consciousness. As Mao Zedong thought one took shape in the course of the Communist Revolution in the 1930s, it drew upon a foreign ideological import Marxism for its constituent elements, but it was the crucible of that revolution Chinese society, with its social formations and quotidian culture that gave it its form. At the heart of Mao's philosophical formation lies an account of a Third World revolutionary consciousness seeking to remake itself into an autonomous subject of this new world against the imminent threat of degradation into its marginalized object. The contradictions in Mao Zedong thought, no less than its contributions, are located in this account. Mao's philosophy is the articulation of a Chinese Marxism, at once Marxist and Chinese. It is Marxist not only because Mao himself, and Maoism, has placed his thought unambiguously within a Marxist tradition, but more importantly because the categories of his philosophy are derivative of Marxism. Indeed, we might suggest that there is no constituent conceptual element of Mao's thought that is not traceable to Marxism. At the same time, there is something ineluctably Chinese about Mao's Marxism. Mao did not just read Marxism in accordance with a Chinese historical experience, as is commonly recognized, but insistently read the Chinese historical experience into Marxism, in the process recreating Marxism. 2 Universally Marxist in its conceptualization of the world, Mao's Marxism is particularly Chinese in expression. One of Mao's greatest strengths as a leader was his ability to translate Marxist concepts into a Chinese idiom, and it was at the level of language, which to Marx represented practical consciousness, that he read the Chinese historical experience into Marxism. Even at the most abstract exposition of his philosophical ideas, Mao drew his references from Chinese history, past and present, which placed his Marxism within a Chinese world of discourse that in its vocabulary is not readily accessible to the outsider, no matter how thoroughly armed with Marxist concepts. 3 caveats are necessary by way of introduction. First, while it is possible, and necessary, to speak of Mao's philosophy, this should not be taken to suggest that Mao may, or should, be viewed primarily as a philosopher, if by philosophy we understand the pursuit of abstract questions. Mao, who described himself on one occasion as a graduate of the University of the Greenwoods, observed of the pursuit of abstractions, the way they go about it in the universities at present is no good, going from book to book, from concept to concept. How can philosophy come from books? 3. First and foremost a practical revolutionary, Mao even at his most abstract had as his goal not to interpret but to change the world. This is not to say that he did not seek to ground practical problems of revolution in abstract principles, or that we may not extract such principles from his discussion of practical problems, but it is important to keep in mind that for Mao the criterion of validity even for abstractions was not their inner logic but whether or not they withstood the test of practice. Mao's was a philosophy of revolutionary practice. All Marxism may be viewed as a philosophy of praxis, or practice intended to change the world, as it was Karl Marx himself who stated that the goal of philosophy was not just to interpret but to change the world, but Mao was much more practice-orientated than Marx, and less constrained even than his immediate inspiration, Lenin, by the demands of abstract theory. Philosophy was of value to Mao only to the extent that it was any good for making revolution for. Second, the focus below on Mao's Marxism as he articulated it in the late 1930s does not imply that Mao had always been a Marxist, or that his thinking remained the same over the years. Mao's thought had a history. Mao was already a mature adult of 27 when he participated in the founding of the Communist Party in 1920–1921, and he did not have any serious familiarity with the basic texts of Marxism until the 1930s, when those texts became available in Chinese. F. Wakeman has provided a catalogue of the diverse sources that went into the making of Mao's thinking, confused, by Mao's own admission, in his pre-Marxist years. 5 This calls for a distinction between the pre- and post-Marxist phases of Mao's thinking. Moreover, while it is not clear if and how these pre-Marxist sources entered Mao's later reading of Marxism, it seems plausible that his pre-Marxist disposition to a populist approach to the relationship between the leaders and the led, to an anarchist suspicion of centralized power as well as anarchist conceptions of social organization, and even a basic emphasis on the unity of thought and action, theory and practice, 6 played a formative part in his thinking as well as his vision of revolutionary society, predisposed him to one reading of Marxism over other possible readings, and even introduced lasting, and dynamic, contradictions into his Marxism. In later years, too, Mao's thinking went through change, or at least elaborations, with regard to the practice of revolution in post-revolutionary society. Especially controversial is the reasoning that was to culminate in the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. The analysis offered below is formal, rather than historical. While it is not intended to imply that Mao's thought remained changeless, it does suggest that the mature Mao's articulation of Marxism is representative of his philosophy in its most comprehensive statement, and reveals the characteristic tenor of his thinking as a practicing Marxist revolutionary. The crystallization of the intellectual and experiential sources of his thinking, Mao's articulation of his Marxism in the late 1930s was also to provide the source for the changing, and conflicting, claims to be made on Maoism in later years. Finally, it is important while discussing Mao's philosophy to remember that this philosophy owed much to the contributions of others. The question of whether or not Mao's philosophy was a product of individual creativity or of the collective wisdom of the party leadership, acquired over the course of revolutionary struggle, is a problematic one, but there is sufficient evidence to indicate that others participated in casting Mao's ideas in philosophical formulations, if not in their evolution in the first place. Those writings of Mao which offer the most systematic exposition of his philosophy are available only in their officially revised form. R. Wiley has suggested that in their origins also these writings owed much to contributions from young revolutionary scholars who served Mao as an unofficial think tank. 7. The discussion below is divided into three parts: the relationship of Mao's Marxism to Marxism in general, especially an elucidation of his sinification of Marxism in relationship to the circumstances of the Chinese Revolution, which it sought to illuminate and to guide, a formal discussion of the philosophical premises of Mao's thought as they were articulated during the Yan'an period, 1937–1945, of the Chinese Revolution, especially in the two essays on contradiction and on practice, which are commonly recognized as the most important efforts on Mao's part to formulate systematically the abstract principles underlying his revolutionary practice, and an evaluation of these principles with reference to Marxist theory, with particular attention to the contradictions they were to bequeath to revolutionary thinking in China and to the unfolding of Marxism. Making Marxism Chinese. Of all the innovations that have been claimed for Mao's Marxism, none is as fundamental, or as far-reaching in its implications, as its sinification of Marxism, or, more appropriately, making Marxism Chinese, Maxi Zuyide Zongguohua. In its articulation of national to socialist goals, Mao's Marxism represented the epitome of a Chinese Marxism, or, even more broadly, a Chinese socialism, at once Chinese and Marxist. The same procedure lay at the root of Mao's restructuring of Marxism, by demanding a Chinese voice in a global Marxism, which would have far-reaching implications not just for the Chinese Revolution, but for Marxism globally. Following Mao, Chinese students of Mao have conventionally described the sinification of Marxism as the integration of the universal principles of Marxism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. 8. This seemingly straightforward formulation conceals the complexity of, not to say the contradictions presented by, the procedures of integrating universal principles, or theory, with revolutionary practice under particular circumstances. Stuart Scram has described sinification as a complex and ambiguous idea 9 which is evident in the conflicting interpretations to which sinification has been subject. At the one extreme, sinification appears simply as the application, union, of Marxism to the revolution in China, with no further implications for theory, or even as the ultimate fulfillment of the fundamental practice orientation of Marxism. At the other extreme, it represents the absorption of Marxism into a Chinese national or cultural space, irrevocably alienated from its origins in Europe. In between are a variety of interpretations which hold that while sinification left Marxism untouched in its basics, it brought to Marxism a Chinese air or style. 10. It is arguable that Mao's Marxism accommodated all these different senses of sinification, without a sense, however, that a Chinese Marxism thus defined represented an alienation or deviation from Marxism. Sinification was the articulation of Marxism to a historical situation of which Chinese society was the terrain, but a terrain in the process of transformation by global forces. Mao's Marxism was successful politically because it was able to speak to the multifaceted demands of an overdetermined historical situation. And it is of long-term historical significance not because of any profound theoretical contribution Mao made to Marxism, but because it articulated in its structure the problematic of this historical situation, which was to recast Marxism in a global perspective with consequences that were not just political but theoretical as well. As a Chinese and a Marxist, Mao sought at once to transform China through the general principles of Marxism, and to transform Marxism to meet the demands of China's specific historical circumstances. The sinification of Marxism presupposed both of these procedures. It is possible to read Mao's Marxism in different, even contradictory, ways because it was structured by these countervailing procedures. For the same reason, those interpretations of Mao that opt for one or another of the above readings, and ignore the contradictions that are built into the very structure of his Marxism, and the contradictions the latter presents to Marxism in general, are likely to fall into an arbitrary reductionism both in their readings of Mao and in their restriction of Marxism to some essence or other against which to evaluate the authenticity of Mao's Marxism. Mao's Marxism, I should like to suggest here, forces us to rethink Marxism as a global/universal discourse. The tendency often is to think of Mao's Marxism in terms of an original Marxism. It is also possible, however, to rethink Marxism in terms of Mao's Marxism. I shall argue here that Mao's Marxism represents a local, or vernacular, version of a universal Marxism. Mao's Marxism was very much a product of the globalization of Marxism outside Europe, through the agency of the Russian Revolution, and Lenin. While this globalization of Marxism may also be taken as the universalization of a Marxist discourse, it also represents a dispersion of the discourse. Mao, like Lenin, was not a passive recipient of this discourse, but was to rephrase it in a Chinese vernacular. His Marxism, while very much a product of the globalization of Marxist discourse, introduced disruptive contradictions into the discourse in this very process. Mao's Marxism is most significant in the development of Marxism as the first fully articulated Third World instance. In its insistence on the vernacular, it also represents the first significant challenge to a Marxist hegemony. Perhaps most significantly, it points to a new kind of non-hegemonic universality, in which a genuinely universal Marxist discourse is to be constituted out of various vernacular Marxisms. Such a perspective becomes evident if we view Mao's Marxism in terms of the historical situation from which it springs. The contradictions in Mao's Marxism are found upon close examination to be implicit in the historical situation in which Chinese society was placed in the 20th century. It was this situation that rendered Marxism attractive to Chinese revolutionaries. In their efforts to find Marxist resolutions to China's problems, revolutionaries were to restructure Marxism to accommodate the questions thrown up by this multidimensional historical situation. The identity of Mao's Marxism, and of Chinese Marxism, as well as its discursive structure, rests not upon some abstract notion of China conceived in isolation from its historical context, but upon this historical situation which appears with the location within Chinese social structure and consciousness of unprecedented historical forces that displaced Chinese society from its earlier historical context, and relocated it irretrievably within a new global economic, political, and ideological process. There are three strategy dimensions of China's historical situation in the 20th century that have been crucial in structuring Chinese Marxism. The first is the global dimension. Beginning in the 19th century, China was drawn inexorably into a global history of which the dominant motive force was capitalism. Whether or not China was completely incorporated into a capitalist world system or became capitalist in the process are moot questions. Indeed, a basic goal of most socialists in China was to counteract such incorporation. The second is the Third World dimension. The Chinese, unlike Western European or North American societies but like most Asian and African, and to some extent South American, societies, experienced the globalization of history and its motive force, capitalism, not as an internal development but as alien hegemony. While Chinese history was conjoined to global history, in other words, the Chinese experienced the process as one of subjugation, as a third world society. Under the circumstances, socialism was not merely an alternative to capitalism, but an alternative that promised national liberation from capitalist hegemony, and the possibility of entering global history not as its object but as an independent subject. The third dimension is the national dimension, Chinese society itself, which, in spite of its third world status in a capitalist world, remained the locus of its own history. The conjoining of China to a global history did not mean the dissolution of Chinese society into a global pool, any more than its identification as a third world society implies its reduction to some homogeneous third world configuration. The national dimension, while seemingly transparent, is in actuality quite opaque. In a historical situation where the very conception of China is overdetermined by the incorporation of Chinese society into a global structure, it is difficult to distinguish what is pristinely Chinese, which, as an idea, was itself a product of the historical situation since the Chinese did not think of China as a nation among others before this situation came into existence, from what is insistently Chinese in response to global pressures for transformation. The historical situation, in other words, is characterized by mutual incorporation, and contradiction: the incorporation of China into a global structure, and the incorporation into Chinese society of new global forces. It is in the structure of this mutual incorporation that we may discover the multiple dimensions of the historical situation. Our conception of China, as well as the Chinese conception of self, correspondingly, is of necessity overdetermined, a product of the moments in the conjuncture of historical forces that relocated China in a new world situation. Marxism, in its anti-capitalism, also promised the possibility of national self-discovery for a society that a capitalist world threatened to consume. In order for the promise to be fulfilled, however, Marxism itself had to be rephrased in a national voice, for a Marxism that could not account for a specifically national experience abdicated its claims to universality. Worse, under the guise of universalism, it replicated in a different form the hegemonism of capitalism, of which it was historically a product. These three dimensions were also the structuring moments of Chinese Marxism, which would find its most comprehensive articulation in Mao's sinification of Marxism. Mao's Marxism is most properly conceived as a reflection upon this historical situation, which must be distinguished from reflection of the situation, if we are to grasp it in its structural complexity. As a discourse, Mao's Marxism bears upon its discursive structure the imprint of the multidimensional historical situation from which it derived its problematic. It is at once a reflection upon Chinese society from a universalist Marxist perspective and a reflection upon Marxism from the perspective of China as a third world society and a nation. The two procedures, while coextensive, are also contradictory. Nevertheless, they have with all their contradictions structured the discourse that we may call Chinese Marxism. That this historical situation served as the point of departure in the formulation of a Chinese Marxism is in evidence everywhere in the texts, authored by Mao or his close associates, associated with the sinification of Marxism, of which the culmination was Mao's January 1940 essay on New Democracy, which stands as the classic formulation of the premises of Chinese Marxism. 11 New Democracy referred to an economic and political formation, a mixed economy to facilitate economic development, and an alliance across classes under communist leadership in the pursuit of national liberation, suitable to China's immediate needs, but more significantly it also represented the insertion of a new stage in historical progress appropriate to all societies placed similarly to China in the world. Its premises were, a. that the Chinese Revolution is part of a global revolution against capitalism, b. that it is, however, a revolution against capitalism in a semi-feudal semi-colonial society to which national liberation is a crucial task, and c. that it is also a national revolution, a revolution to create a new nation and a new culture which would be radically different from both the culture inherited from the past and the culture imported from abroad. The latter, significantly, included Marxism. In applying Marxism to China, Chinese communists must fully and properly integrate the universal truth of Marxism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution or, in other words, the universal truth of Marxism must be combined with specific national characteristics and acquire a definite national form. 12. In the end, the sinification of Marxism did not achieve an integration of the universal truth of Marxism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution, if by that we understand a seamless synthesis which dissolved Marxism into China's circumstances, or integrated China's peculiarities into the existing conceptual framework of Marxist theory. Mao's Marxism did not consist of merely applying Marxism to China's circumstances, which suggests too passive a role for what is Chinese in it, that is, contrary to his insistence on the project of sinification in the first place, or of just developing it, which, while arguable, is misleading to the extent that it suggests the absence of any disjuncture between Mao's Marxism and Marxism in general. The very tortured way in which Mao presented the project of sinification may offer the most persuasive clue that the sinification of Marxism entailed an effort to integrate what might not be integrable in the above sense of the term. It is worth quoting at some length the passage in which Mao used the term sinification for the first time, and is also one of his fullest descriptions of what he means by it, to convey a sense of the reasoning that, rather than argue out the logic of the project it proposes, seeks instead to suppress the contradictoriness of the project by the force of its metaphors. Another task of study is to study our historical legacy, and to evaluate it critically using Marxist methods. A great nation such as ours with several thousand years of history has its own developmental laws, its own national characteristics, its own precious things. The China of today is a development out of historical China. We are Marxist historicists, we may not chop up history. We must evaluate it from Confucius to Sun Zhongshan, assume this precious legacy, and derive from it a method to guide the present movement. Communists are Marxist internationalists, but Marxism must be realized through national forms. There is no such thing as abstract Marxism, there is only concrete Marxism. The so-called concrete Marxism is Marxism that has taken national form. We need to apply Marxism to concrete struggle in the concrete environment of China, we should not employ it in the abstract. Communists who are part of the great Chinese nation, and are to this nation as flesh and blood, are only abstract and empty Marxists if they talk about Marxism apart from China's special characteristics. Hence the sinification of Marxism, imbuing every manifestation of Marxism with China's special characteristics, that is to say applying it in accordance with Chinese characteristics, is something every party member must seek to understand and resolve. We must discard foreign eight-legged essays, we must stop singing abstract and empty tunes, we must give rest to dogmatism, and substitute in their place Chinese airs that the common people love to see and hear. To separate internationalist content and national form only reveals a total lack of understanding of internationalism. Point 13. Rather than resolve the contradiction between internationalist content and national form, the sinification of Marxism was to produce an ideological construct of which Marxism was a determining moment, but which in turn rephrased Marxism in its own particular grammar. Marxism helped define Mao's vision of a new China, but the vision is not therefore reducible to Marxism, for it retained its fundamental sources outside Marxism. Likewise, a deep awareness of China's national needs conditioned Mao's understanding of Marxism, but did not therefore dissolve Marxism into Chinese nationalism. This irreducibility of the moments that went into the making of Mao's Marxism invites its conceptualization in structural terms, structure in Louis Althusser's sense, that is visible in the interaction of the moments constituting it, which, although mutually transformative, are not reducible into one another or are dissolvable into the structure, and in their irreducibility retain their contradictory relationship within a context of structural unity. 14. It is just such a structure that the sinification of Marxism produced, and it is this structure that is Mao's Marxism, or Chinese Marxism, as understood here. It is Marxist because Marxism was present in it as a determinant moment. It also broke with the Marxism that informed it because it rendered Marxism into one moment of a structure that had multiple sources in its construction. The consequences of this new structural context for Marxist theory will be discussed below. Suffice it to say here that Mao's Marxism appears differently depending on the perspective provided by the different moments that constituted it. In their conjuncture, these alternative perspectives yield a comprehensive appreciation of its structural complexity. In its relationship to Marxism worldwide, Mao's Marxism is universal/global, for there is little in its formal theoretical articulation that is not derivative of European Marxism. The new structural context would have the consequence of opening up, deconstructing, Marxist theoretical formulations, but neither its political premises nor its theoretical concepts suffice to distinguish Mao's Marxism from Marxism elsewhere. Basic to it was the equation of Marxism with a social revolution to which the transformation of class relations was central. As a political discourse, it is also global in compass because, both in its origins and in its unfolding, it has been part of a global discourse on Marxism. In other words, it was global currents in Marxism that nourished it, and Mao's Marxism at all times spoke to issues raised by Marxism globally. 15. It is difficult to identify elements in Mao's theoretical formulations that render his Marxism any the less Marxist than any other. In its global guise, his Marxism appears as a transformative idea, as a reflection in Marxist language upon Chinese society that sought to reshape the terrain upon which it reflected in accordance with universal Marxist aspirations. Mao was even capable of referring to China as a blank sheet of paper upon which Marxism could write its agenda. Within this global discourse, however, Mao's Marxism appears in the guise of a third world Marxism that reflects upon socialism from a third world perspective. For reasons that should be apparent from China's relationship to capitalism as a third world society, socialism in China appears throughout its history as part of a national project. In other words, the socialist struggle for a social revolution against capitalism as well as against the legacy of the past has been obsessively involved with the struggle for national liberation and development. As capitalism appeared in China in the guise of imperialism, the struggle against capitalism likewise has been indistinguishable from the struggle for liberation from imperialist hegemony. This qualification compels us to modify the universality of Mao's Marxism, not only because the commitment to national liberation rendered problematic the theoretical assumption of social change through class struggle, divisive of necessity, but also because socialism as he conceived it had to assume burdens which were of slight concern to socialism in its origins in capitalist Europe, state building to render China into a viable nation, which ultimately had to face the problem of creating a civil society as well, economic development to withstand imperialist hegemony as well as to create a basis for socialism, and not least cultural reconstruction. These burdens, commonly shared by the socialism of Third World societies, have had far-reaching consequences for socialism in these societies and, by implication, the unfolding of socialism globally. Mao, quite aware of this commonality, explicitly conceived of Marxism in relationship to the problems of such societies. Mao's Marxism, finally, is a Chinese reflection upon global socialism, spoken in a vernacular voice by a Chinese subject who expressed through Marxism local, specifically Chinese, concerns. From a Chinese perspective, socialism too appears as an alien idea and, in its claims to universality, a hegemonic one, hence the urge to rephrase it in a Chinese vernacular, to assimilate it to a quotidian Chinese consciousness or structure of sentiment. 16 In order to guarantee a Chinese voice in a universal socialist language. What is involved here is more than a third world assimilation of socialism to a national project. The vernacularization of socialism by Mao does not consist merely of making the national good, or national considerations of wealth and power, into the measure of the relevance of socialism, or the validity of its claims. Rather, it represents an authentic nationalization of socialism, bringing into it the voices of its local social and cultural environment. If the one is political and economic in its appreciation of socialism, the other is insistently social and cultural. It seeks to domesticate socialism by endowing its language with the phraseology and nuances of a specifically Chinese historical experience. Vernacular socialism represents the absorption of socialism into a Chinese terrain, the representation of its universal aspirations in the language of native ideals. In Mao's Marxism, this is evident not only in his formal calls for making Marxism Chinese, but more eloquently in the very language in which he presented Marxism to his Chinese audiences, in which Chinese history past and present served as the medium for communicating Marxist abstractions. 17. These three perspectives, in their conjuncture, are essential to appreciating Mao's Marxism in its structural complexity and contradictions. The problems which Mao's Marxism presents are largely a consequence of the fact that it is at once locally Chinese and universally Marxist, the one as compellingly significant as the other. The grounding of Mao's Marxism in its historical situation may not resolve the questions it raises, but it allows us to reformulate its problematic as a discourse without reductionism, in such a way as to accommodate the contradictions that it presents. As a reflection on China's historical situation, Mao's Marxism is best read as what Jürgen Habermas has described as a practical discourse. 18 A practical discourse is to be distinguished, on the one hand, from a theoretical discourse that is divorced from practice, and, therefore, its concrete premises, and, on the other hand, from practice, understood as practical activity to change the world, that takes its theoretical premises for granted. This distinction is significantly different from the formal distinction Chinese Marxists, beginning with Mao, have drawn over the years between theory and practice. The latter objectifies Chinese society as a target for the arrow of theory, or a blank sheet upon which Marxism may write its agenda, both, by the way, Mao's metaphors, which privileges theory as a universal over its application in practice, even if in actuality the reverse may have been the case more often than not. The notion of practical discourse recognizes Mao, and Chinese practitioners of socialism, as the subjects who reflect on Marxism. Their relationship to a global Marxism appears, therefore, not as a subject-object relationship but as an intersubjective one. It allows, in other words, a genuine Chinese national participation in a global socialist discourse. It is the irreducibility of the national and the global in this practical discourse, and the centrality to resolving its contradictions of the reflecting subject, that lay at the core of Mao's philosophical restatement of Marxism. Contradiction in practice. Mao articulated the philosophical premises of his Marxism in the process and as an integral part of the sinification of Marxism. His two essays on practice and on contradiction were delivered as speeches in July and August 1937, respectively, coinciding with his call for a shift in communist revolutionary strategy in response to Japan's full-scale invasion of China in July 1937. As its most fundamental level of vernacularization, the sinification of Marxism was a product of revolutionary problems, especially the problem of a Marxist revolution in agrarian China, which theory was ill-prepared to contain. Some of the key ingredients that were to go into the making of a sinified Marxism had been enunciated earlier in response to these problems, which were quite independent of the national problem. 19 The national problem as a problem in Marxism was also a subject for intensive discussion in Chinese intellectual circles as early as 1936.20. Nevertheless, the project of sinification was clearly formulated and realized only between 1937 and 1940. There was a direct line connecting the theoretical formulations of Mao's philosophy in these two essays and the reasoning underlying the signified Marxist strategy that Mao was to enunciate in his On New Democracy in 1940. Eminently practical and tactical in intention, the two essays nevertheless sought to ground the problems of the Chinese Revolution within Marxist theory, in the process offering Mao's fullest and most comprehensive statement on the philosophical considerations underlying his reformulation of Marxist theory. What Mao wrote in later years of a philosophical nature represented primarily an application and extension of ideas first enunciated in these essays. There is a further, possibly more intrinsic, connection between the practical project of sinification and Mao's theoretical formulations in these essays. Central to Mao's Marxism as presented in the essays is the concept of contradiction. Norman Levine has suggested that while the concept of contradiction originated in Hegel, and was used extensively by Lenin, it acquired an unprecedented significance and elaboration in Mao's Marxism. 21 I suggested above that sinification produced an explicitly structural reading of Marxism by its very effort to reconcile contradictory demands, which in turn rested upon the irreducibility of the moments that went into its constitution. The centrality of the concept of contradiction in Mao's Marxism, I should like to suggest, was a direct product of his reformulation of Marxism to account for China's historical situation, which was defined structurally by the contradictoriness of its various moments, and the articulation of this contradictoriness as a contradiction between theory and practice. We must underline here that while the contradiction between national and social revolutionary needs is the most obvious, the problem went deeper into the very practice of revolution in a social situation that was not anticipated in theory, an agrarian society in which a socialist revolution had to be engineered out of components that theory did not account for, in which the revolutionaries themselves were outsiders to the social situation, and, therefore, in contradiction to it, and had to maneuver with great care in order not to antagonize the population and jeopardize their own existence, and, therefore, could not translate the multifaceted conflicts they encountered readily into their theoretical categories, but rather had to recognize them as irreducible features of the social situation into which to articulate theory. This is what raised the question of the language of revolution at the most fundamental level. And ultimately, beyond the level of the national struggle, it was this social situation that made the sinification of Marxism into a total theoretical project, and called for the reformulation of theory in terms of the multitude of contradictions that revolution faced at the level of practice. This is evident, I think, in the intrinsic relationship Mao establishes in the two essays between a social analysis based on contradictions and the activist epistemology that he sets forth in his analysis of practice. The law of contradiction in things, that is the law of the unity of opposites, is the basic law of materialist dialectics. 22 Thus began Mao's discussion of contradiction. He continued, As opposed to the metaphysical world outlook of materialist dialectics holds that in order to understand the development of a thing we should study it internally and its relations with other things. In other words, the development of things should be seen as their internal and necessary self-movement, while each thing in its movement is interrelated with and interacts on the things around it. p. 313. On contradiction depicts a world, and a mode of grasping it, in which not things but relationships are the central data. Such relationships are relationships of mutual opposition as well as transformation, difference as well as identity. These relationships do not coexist haphazardly, moreover, but constitute a totality structured by their many interactions, a totality that is nevertheless in a constant state of transformation because the relationships between the whole and the parts that constitute it, no less than the relationships between the parts, are not merely functional but also, and more importantly, oppositional. The idea of contradiction, as a dialectical idea, encompasses both functionality and opposition, unity of opposites, contradiction as a constitutive principle of the world, and the cosmos, produces a totality where everything, the parts no less than the whole, contains everything else, and yet nothing is therefore reducible to anything else. As Mao puts it later on in the essay, since the particular is united with the universal and since the universality as well as the particularity of contradiction is inherent in everything, universality residing in particularity, we should, when studying an object, try to discover both the particular and the universal and their interconnection, to discover both particularity and universality and also their interconnections of this object with the many objects outside it. p. 329. As a philosophical essay, On Contradiction is devoted to an elaboration of the characteristics of contradictions in which these general ideas are embedded. These characteristics may be summarized, using Mao's own wording, as follows. 1. Contradiction is universal. The universality or absoluteness of contradiction has a twofold meaning. One is that contradiction exists in the process of development of all things, and the other is that in the process of development of each thing a movement of opposites exists from beginning to end. There is nothing that does not contain contradiction, without contradiction nothing would exist. p. 316. 2. Contradiction is also particular. Every form of motion contains within itself its own particular contradiction. This particular contradiction constitutes the particular essence which distinguishes one thing from another. p. 320. There is always a gradual growth from the knowledge of individual and particular things to the knowledge of things in general. Only after man knows the particular essence of many different things can he proceed to generalization and know the common essence of things. When man attains the knowledge of this common essence, he uses it as a guide and proceeds to study various concrete things which have not yet been studied, or studied thoroughly, and to discover the particular essence of each. Only thus is he able to supplement, enrich, and develop his knowledge of their common essence. These are the two processes of cognition, one, from the particular to the general, and the other, from the general to the particular. Pages 320-21. Qualitatively different contradictions can only be resolved by qualitatively different methods. p. 321. Contradictions in Chinese society cannot be treated in the same way since each has its own particularity. Moreover, the two aspects of each contradiction cannot be treated in the same way since each has its own characteristics. We who are engaged in the Chinese Revolution should not only understand the particularity of these contradictions in their totality, that is, in their interconnectedness, but should also study the two aspects of each contradiction as the only means of understanding the totality. Pages 322-23. 3. Principal contradiction and the principal aspect of a contradiction. There are many contradictions in the process of development of a complex thing, and one of them is necessarily the principal contradiction whose existence and development determine or influence the existence and development of the other contradictions. p. 331. In any contradiction the development of the contradictory aspects is uneven. p. 333. The nature of a thing is determined mainly by the principal aspect of a contradiction, the aspect which has gained the dominant position. But this situation is not static, the principal and the non-principal aspects of a contradiction transform themselves into each other and the nature of things changes accordingly. p. 333. At certain times in the revolutionary struggle, the difficulties outweigh the favorable conditions and so constitute the principal aspect of the contradiction, and the favorable conditions constitute the secondary aspect. But through their efforts the revolutionaries can overcome the difficulties step by step and open up a new favorable situation. p. 355. 4. Identity and struggle of the aspects of a contradiction. Identity, unity, coincidence, interpenetration, interpermeation, interdependence or mutual dependence for existence, interconnection or mutual cooperation. All these different terms mean the same thing and refer to the following 2 points. First, the existence of each of the two aspects of a contradiction in the process of development of a thing presupposes the existence of the other aspect, and both aspects coexist in a single entity. Second, in given conditions, each of the contradictory aspects transforms itself into its opposite. p. 337. How then can one speak of identity or unity? The fact is that no contradictory aspect can exist in isolation. Without its opposite aspect, each loses the condition for its existence. p. 338. The unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, and relative, while the struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute. p. 342. 5. Antagonism in contradiction. Antagonism is one form, but not the only form, of a struggle of opposites. In human history, antagonism between classes exists as a particular manifestation of the struggle of opposites. p. 343. Contradiction and struggle are universal and absolute, but the methods of resolving contradictions, that is, the forms of struggle, differ according to the differences in the nature of contradictions. Some contradictions are characterized by open antagonism, others are not. p. 344. On contradiction is a revolutionary hermeneutics, an interpretative strategy, in other words, the premise of which is making revolution. While it is revealing of a life outlook that may include native philosophical elements in addition to Marxism, of this more below, all these elements are subsumed under, and refracted through, this basic problem. At one level, it is possible to read the essay simply as a statement in the abstract of specific problems of revolution in the immediate circumstances of Chinese society in 1937. The statements above are interspersed with observations on contemporary developments in China's historical situation that are used in illustration of Mao's various abstractions. It is difficult to say which came first, the abstractions or the illustrations, but there is little question that the historical situation depicted in the illustrations had priority in Mao's thinking. Point 23. A fundamental goal of Mao in the essay is to provide a theoretical justification for the change in the party's revolutionary policy in response to the Japanese invasion of China, which shifted the primary contradiction from class struggle to national struggle. This also explains why the major part of the essay is devoted to discussion of the particularity of contradiction, which includes discussion of primary/secondary contradictions, as well as the discussion of its primary/secondary aspects. It is in the process of this legitimation of change in policy that Mao articulates the priority of practice to theory. As he put it, the dogmatists do not understand that conditions differ in different kinds of revolution and so do not understand that different methods should be used to resolve different contradictions. On the contrary, they invariably adopt what they imagine to be an unalterable formula and arbitrarily apply it everywhere, which only causes setbacks to the revolution or makes a sorry mess of what was originally well done. p. 322. In spite of the priority of practical questions in Mao's thinking, however, it would be reductionist to read the essay simply as a discussion of practical questions, and ignore the consequences for theory of Mao's theoretical justification of practice. Louis Althusser grasped the significance of this problem when he wrote of On Contradiction. Mao's essay, inspired by his struggle against dogmatism in the Chinese Party, remains generally descriptive, and in consequence it is in certain respects abstract. Descriptive, his concepts correspond to concrete experiences. In part abstract, the concepts, though new and rich in promise, are represented as specifications of the dialectic in general rather than as necessary implications of the Marxist conception of society and history. Point 24, italics in the original. What Althusser tells us is that while Mao's theoretical formulations remain incompletely theorized, they are nevertheless path-breaking and significant, and are not therefore reducible to descriptive abstractions. The former is evident. While Mao sought in the essay to theorize the particularity of revolutionary practice, he consciously demoted theory. In the contradiction between theory and practice, practice is the principal aspect, p. 335. This demotion of theory was also to lead to a restatement of the role of theory. Mao conceived of theory primarily as an abstraction of concrete revolutionary practice, and only secondarily as an abstract formulation of laws of social movement. Mao did not repudiate theory, or the necessity of understanding it. On one occasion, responding to an imaginary audience which held that those who were instinctively dialectical in their activity did not need to read books to understand theory, he reaffirmed the importance of studying theory because, without such study, there was no possibility of synthesizing the multifaceted phenomena that the revolutionary faced. Point 25. Without revolutionary theory, he believed with Lenin, there can be no revolutionary movement. 26. Indeed, given his revolutionary hermeneutics, theory was to reappear in Mao's thinking as an essential guide to the revolutionary in determining the direction of revolution. It was another matter, however, with the practice of revolution. The priority that Mao assigned to practice meant that, unlike Althusser, he was only marginally interested in theorizing his abstract formulations. It is even possible to suggest that on contradiction was only in part abstract because Mao's historicism, by which I mean his emphasis on concreteness and particularity, did not allow theorization beyond a certain point. What it did produce was a hermeneutics. Revolutionary practice was no longer predictable from theory, rather, the latter became a guide to reading historical situations in the activity of making revolution. Mao's appreciation of theory was itself contradictory in the double meaning he assigned to it at once as a guide and instrument, guide in the long-term direction of revolution, instrument in immediate analysis. Theory, in other words, was part of the very contradictions that it was intended to unravel and to resolve. This was the key to Mao's restructuring of theory. The world of on-contradiction is a world of ceaseless and endless confrontation and conflict, where unity itself may be understood only in terms of the contradictoriness of its moments, where no entity is a constant because it has no existence outside its contradictions or a place of its own other than in its relationship to other contradictions. It may be that all Marxism is a conflict-based conceptualization of the world. But however differently Marxists may have structured conflict or organized the structure of society, conflict in most interpretations of Marxism is conceived of in terms of a limited number of social categories: production, relations of production, politics, ideology, etc., and there has been an urge to hierarchize these categories in terms of their effectivity in the social structure. Mao's multitude of contradictions resist such hierarchization and, more significantly, reduction to a limited number of categories. Some contradictions are obviously more significant than others in determining social structure or historical direction, but Mao refuses to deny a role in social dynamics to what seem to be the most trivial contradictions, and, therefore, to dissolve them into broader categories, or to hierarchize them except on a temporary basis, for in their interactions they are in a constant state of flux as regards their place in the structure. What he says of the primary categories of Marxist theory is revealing. For instance, in the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production, the productive forces are the principal aspect. In the contradiction between theory and practice, practice is the principal aspect. In the contradiction between the economic base and the superstructure, the economic base is the principal aspect, and there is no change in their respective positions. This is the mechanical materialist concept, not the dialectical materialist conception. True, the productive forces, practice, and the economic base generally play the principal and decisive role. Whoever denies this is not a materialist. But it must also be admitted that in certain conditions, such aspects as the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure in turn manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role. Pages 335-36. This, I think, yields a conception of causation that may best be described in terms of Althusser's notion of structural effectivity, or causation, that is, a notion of causation without hierarchy, where the structure is visible only in the interaction of its constitutive moments, which are mutually determinant through the intermediation of the structure as absent cause. It is no coincidence that Althusser finds in Mao's idea of contradiction a point of departure for his own reflection on causation. 27 Causation here is conjunctural and overdetermined. Social and historical events are products of the conjuncture of multiple contradictions. Mao's difference from Althusser may be that he conceived of conjunctures in more contingent, and historical, terms than Althusser was willing to do. His notion of causation, therefore, remains less theorized than Althusser's. More importantly, essential to Mao's idea of contradiction was the role of the revolutionary subject. In the first place, an overdetermined conjuncture points to a revolutionary alternative as one possibility among others, because such a situation is of its very nature open-ended, in other words, open to interpretation. It is up to the revolutionary to interpret it in accordance with revolutionary goals. This is also where the importance of abstract theory as a guide to action comes in, because without the aid of theory, the revolutionary will be at a loss to make choices consistent with long-term goals. Second, while itself a product of contradictions, revolutionary practice is part of the structure of contradictions, and effective in aligning the contradictions in a manner most consistent with revolutionary goals. The role of revolutionary struggle in converting an unfavorable to a favorable situation was part of Mao's analysis of contradiction. See above. It appears most prominently in other places in the context of his discussions of the military strategy of revolutionary struggle. Point 28. Mao's companion essay, On Practice, offers in epistemological form a more direct statement on interpretation as an essential component of revolutionary activity, or, if I may overstate the point, on revolutionary activity as interpretative activity. On the surface, the epistemology which On Practice offers is an empiricist one. As he presents it, cognition begins with perceptual cognition, which is the stage of sense perceptions and impressions. 29 As sense perceptions are repeated and accumulate, a sudden change, leap, takes place in the brain in the process of cognition, and concepts are formed. Concepts are no longer phenomena, the separate aspects and the external relations of things, they grasp the essence, the totality, and the internal relations of things. p. 298. Mao also describes this as the stage of rational knowledge. The knowledge thus acquired is then tested for its validity in actual practice, which leads to further perceptions, conceptual modifications, back to practice in an ongoing cycle of perception, conception, practice, perception. If Mao's epistemology is empiricist, however, it is the empiricism of an activist who constructs knowledge in the process of reconstructing the world with revolutionary goals. While there is one illustration in the essay which suggests that cognition may be a passive process of the accumulation of perceptions, the essay in its totality points to an activist epistemology. Mao believes that cognition has a class character, and he clearly elevates dialectical materialism over other possible methods in understanding the world. p. 305. Mao begins his discussion of cognition at the stage of perception, but this does not imply that the mind is a blank sheet of paper upon which perceptions rewrite themselves into conceptions, because the mind already has a conceptual apparatus for organizing perceptions, implicit in the class character of knowledge, and a theoretical apparatus, dialectical materialism, for articulating them. His epistemology, furthermore, elevates certain activities over others in the acquisition of knowledge, the struggle for production and class struggle, pages 296-300, and knowledge has a clear goal, making revolution. Most important is the place of practice, which Mao consistently uses in the sense of praxis, activity to change the world in cognition. While in his discussion of cognition Mao represents practice as one stage of the process, practice clearly plays a much more important part in his thinking. It is practice, rather than perception, that stands at the beginning of the process of cognition, since different practices lead to different understanding of the world, and Mao elevates those perceptions that arise from the struggle for production and class above all others. Practice also intermediates the transformation of perceptions into conceptions. The perceptual and the rational are qualitatively different, but are not divorced from each other, they are unified on the basis of practice. p. 299. The goal of on practice is not to argue for a vulgar empiricism, seeking truth from facts, but to assert the priority of practice in cognition against a theoretical dogmatism oblivious to concrete circumstances of revolution. Quoting Stalin, Mao observes, "Theory becomes purposeless if it is not connected with revolutionary practice, just as practice gropes in the dark if its path is not illumined by revolutionary theory." p. 305. On practice may be viewed as a call for the revolutionary hermeneutic which Mao would elaborate a month later in On Contradiction. Composed as parts of a single project, the two discussions illuminate each other in their intertextuality. Mao's understanding of knowledge as interpretation, as well as his unwillingness to view it just as interpretation, is expressed in the following statement. Fully to reflect a thing in its totality, to reflect its essence, to reflect its inherent laws, it is necessary through the exercise of thought to reconstruct the rich data of sense perception, discarding the dross and selecting the essential, eliminating the false and retaining the true, proceeding from the one to the other and from the outside to the inside. In order to form a system of concepts and theories, it is necessary to make a leap from perceptual to rational knowledge. Such reconstructed knowledge is not more empty or more unreliable than empiricism. On the contrary, whatever has been scientifically reconstructed in the process of cognition, on the basis of practice, reflects objective reality. p. 303. There is a profound contradiction in Mao's thinking. As a Marxist materialist, Mao believes that there is an objective reality against which to judge the validity of competing forms of knowledge, hence his repeated references to cognition as a reflection of the world in the mind. At the same time, as the essay on contradiction leaves little doubt, Mao views objective reality, or the context of thought, itself to be a product of contradictions, which renders it into an object of interpretation and reconstruction. His foray into the discussion of truth is revealing of this contradiction in its simultaneous assertion of the relativity of truth, even of revolutionary truth, and his conviction of the possibility of an absolute truth. Marxists recognize that in the absolute and general process of development in the universe, the development of each particular process is relative, and that hence, in the endless flow of absolute truth, man's knowledge of a particular process at any given stage of development is only relative truth. The sum total of innumerable relative truths constitutes absolute truth. Marxism-Leninism has in no way exhausted truth but ceaselessly opens up roads to the knowledge of truth in the course of practice. Pages 3078. The contradiction between absolute and relative truth presents Mao with an unresolvable contradiction, which he seeks to overcome by resorting to practice as the criterion of truth. p. 305. Practice as activity to change the world is bound up in Mao's thinking with the notion of contradiction, that is, changing the world is a process of resolving contradictions, which leads to new contradictions, which leads to new practices and so on in an endless process. This itself is problematic, however, because, as the discussion of contradiction tells us, practice in and of itself does not provide a direction to history unless guided by some notion of truth. Mao is quite disingenuous in his representation of absolute truth as the sum total of relative truths, since he obviously does not recognize the truthfulness of all relative truths, or any judgment of validity other than what works. The assumption of an absolute truth, in other words, serves as an ideological closure upon a fluid reality that is hardly an objective reality, but is itself the product of human activity, which constructs its understanding of the world in the process of reconstructing the world. The struggle of the proletariat and the revolutionary people to change the world comprises the fulfillment of the following tasks: to change the objective world and, at the same time, their own subjective world, to change their cognitive ability and change the relations between the subjective and the objective world. p. 308. This very representation of the world as ongoing revolutionary interpretation and construction, on the other hand, is disruptive of the ideological closure, and exposes the latter as a contradiction between theory and practice, absolute and relative truth, which, in its open-endedness, may be resolved only through the intervention of an omniscient will. For all its effectiveness in practice as a revolutionary hermeneutic, or perhaps because of it, Mao's Marxism could in the end restore a direction to history only through revolutionary will. Guerrilla socialism/vernacular Marxism. Mao did not come to Marxism as a blank sheet of paper, and there are tantalizing traces in his philosophy of various traditions in Chinese thought. There is, for instance, a parallel between his emphasis on practice and the practical orientation of Confucian philosophy. Frederick Wakeman Jr. has pointed to parallels between Mao's thought and the emphasis on the unity of thought and action in the Wang Yangming school of Confucianism in which Mao was interested as a young radical. 30 Thomas Metzger suggests, even more directly, that the sinification of Marxism came to express and implement the traditional ethos of interdependence. 31. Benjamin Schwartz has observed a continuity with Confucian tradition in Mao's preoccupation with morality in politics. 32 At a more obscure level, it may be possible to perceive in Mao's assertion of the ceaselessness of change traces of more esoteric currents in Chinese thought going back to the Yujing, Book of Change, and Yin-Yang naturalism which held that change was the only constant in the universe. 33 Even Mao's dialectic, with its insistence on everything containing everything else, is at times reminiscent more of certain currents in a Buddhist dialectic than the dialectic of Hegel and Marx. These ideas or their traces were part of the political and cultural discourse in Mao's environment, and the possibility of their presence in Mao's discourse on Marxism is not to be denied. It is important nevertheless that such presence, if possible, is informal, that is, Mao made no formal effort to integrate his Marxism with any of these traditions, and any parallels drawn between his Marxism and native traditions is of necessity speculative. More importantly, if Mao's thinking indeed contained traces of these intellectual traditions, these were mediated by and refracted through the problematic of revolutionary practice. There is little ambiguity in the direct relationship between Mao's Marxism and the immediate experience of the Chinese Revolution. The above analysis has stressed Mao's vernacularization of Marxism, which may be viewed at two levels. First, the national level, that is, his effort to render Marxism relevant to China as a nation, with a problematic identity in a new historical situation. While this already implies a localization of Marxism, what made Mao's Marxism authentically radical, and not just an excuse for nationalism, was his insistence on integrating Marxism into the language of the masses, which he believed should reconstitute China as a nation, in other words, localizing it within the nation at the level of everyday life. This is the major difference between Mao's Marxism and the post-Mao socialism with Chinese characteristics. Mao's vernacularization of Marxism was bound up at its most profound, and comprehensive, level with the experience of revolution in China as guerrilla warfare. It is not surprising that the first calls for translating Marxism into the language of the masses coincided with the appearance of a guerrilla strategy of revolution, and not by Mao, but others in the party. As the hermeneutic of a guerrilla strategy of revolution, Mao's philosophical abstractions bore the imprint of this historical situation both in its basic concepts and in his mode of presentation. The oppositions in the historical situation, whether at the national level, between China and a hegemonic European culture, including a universalized European Marxism, or at the social level, where the oppositions were much more multifaceted and complex than class oppositions, were irreducible to one another, or the theoretical categories of Marxism to the point where the relationship between theory and practice itself appeared as an oppositional relationship. The concept of contradiction, conceived dialectically as the unity of opposites, provided Mao with an intellectual instrument for integrating within a structural totality these oppositions between the whole and the parts, including theory and practice, as well as the numerous parts, themselves conceived as contradictory pairs, that constituted the historical situation that guerrilla struggle sought to transform. Mao's insistence on practice as the ultimate test of validity was also a product of the conjunctural and, therefore, contingent nature of causation in such a situation, which could not be based on predictions from theory but called for interpretation at every step. Mao's mode of presentation of his ideas was an elaboration of the simultaneously integrative and dispersive implications of relationships characterized by contradiction. Integrative, because everything depends for its existence on everything else and is, therefore, in a state of identity. Dispersive, because everything has its own irreducible particularity and is, therefore, in a state of difference and opposition. Analysis, including the analysis of the relationship between universal Marxist theory and the practice of revolution in China, must at all points remain cognizant of this basic relationship. The relationship, moreover, is not extrinsic but intrinsic. Both identity and difference are intrinsic qualities of things that at once exclude and include one another. The whole and the parts, as well as the parts and the parts, may not be reducible to one another. As Althusser suggests, it is possible at one level to read these abstractions as a description of guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla struggle, for its success, demands that guerrillas remain part of a unity even as they disperse into different terrains as they respond to local conditions. The vernacularization of Marxism appears here as the abstraction to a paradigmatic level of a guerrilla socialism. At its most comprehensive level, this was the significance of the sinification of Marxism. What are the implications of this procedure for the relationship between Marxism and Mao's Marxism? Mao did not reduce Marxism to a Chinese version of it, or view China merely as another illustration of universal Marxist principles. In its rhetorical trope, his exposition of the relationship is at once metonymic, reducing the Chinese Revolution to the status of an aspect or function of Marxism in general, from which it differs nevertheless in a relationship that is extrinsic, and synecdochic, in construing the relationship in the manner of an intrinsic relationship of shared qualities. 34 The result was a conception of the relationship that insisted on China's difference, and yet represented Chinese Marxism as an embodiment of Marxism. A.I. Psyche, one of Mao's close collaborators in the project of sinification, put it as follows, in an article that followed Mao's on New Democracy, in the journal Chinese Culture, which started publication in January 1940, as an organ of a sinified Marxism. Marxism is a universal truth, Ubandagenquexing, not only because it is a scientific theory and method, but because it is the compass of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. That is to say, every country or nation that has a proletariat or a proletarian movement has the possibility, Kaneng seeing, and necessity, Byron seeing, of giving rise to and developing Marxism. Marxism can be sinified, Zhongguohua, because China has produced a Marxist movement in actuality. Shiji, Chinese Marxism has a foundation in the internal development of Chinese economy and society, has internal sources, it is not a surface phenomenon. The Chinese proletariat has a high level of organization and awareness, has its own strong party, has 20 years of experience in struggle, has model achievements in the national and democratic struggle. Hence there is Chinese Marxism. If Marxism is a foreign import, our answer is that Marxism gives practice, Shijian, the primary place. If people wonder whether or not China has its own Marxism, we must first ask whether or not the Chinese proletariat and its party have moved the heavens and shaken the earth, impelled the masses of the Chinese nation to progressive undertakings. The Chinese proletariat has accomplished this. Moreover, it has on this basis of practice developed Marxist theory. Hence it has its own Marxism. These are the real writings of Chinese Marxism, the texts, Shuzhu, of Chinese Marxism. Marxism cannot but assume different forms depending on the different conditions of development of each nation, it cannot assume an international form globally. Presently, Marxism must be realized through national forms, Minzuzingshi. There is no such thing as abstract Marxism, there is only concrete Marxism. The so-called concrete Marxism is Marxism that has taken national form. 35. The Marxism-Leninism, that Chinese Communists inherited was a Marxism that had already been deterritorialized from its original terrain in European history. AI's statement metonymically recognizes the difference of Chinese Marxism from an international Marxism, but in the process also restates the relationship between Chinese and European, or any other, Marxism as a part-part relationship within a Marxism that as a whole has now been removed from any territorial associations. Synecdochically, he re-territorializes Marxism upon a Chinese terrain, by asserting that Chinese Marxism is intrinsically as representative of a whole Marxism as any other. 36 In this simultaneous recognition of a global Marxist discourse as a pervasive unity and the discursive appropriation of Marxism in a Chinese terrain is expressed as the fundamental essence and the contradictoriness of the structure of Mao's Marxism and the procedure of sinification of which it was the product. Conclusion: in hindsight, I have discussed above Mao's philosophy, not his politics. In the light of what Mao's politics after 1949 has done to the memory of his philosophy, however, a few words may be in order here concerning the relationship of his philosophy to his politics that may further illuminate his philosophical formulations, as well as the contradictions embedded therein. Mao's philosophy was a product of the years we have focused upon above. His philosophical essays after 1949 added little of a philosophical nature to his earlier statements, and mainly represent applications in a new situation, with the Communist Party having moved from the Greenwoods into state power. Of these earlier formulations. 37 Mao's use of his ideas may have changed after the mid-1950s, but there is little basis for arguing that his philosophical premises or revolutionary assumptions had also changed in the process. The point at which Mao began to diverge from his colleagues in the Communist Party is revealing also from a philosophical perspective, however. In hindsight, the divisions that were to culminate in the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s first appeared in the Eighth Party Congress of 1956, when the Communist Party declared that China had achieved the transition to socialism, from new democracy, and charted the course for future development to communism. This Congress also formulated the primary contradiction of the present stage of the Chinese Revolution as the contradiction between highly advanced relations of production, socialism, and backward forces of production. This agreement on the identification of the primary contradiction, however, was not accompanied by an agreement on how to resolve the contradiction. The contradiction was interpreted differently by different factions. Mao was to place a revolutionary interpretation on it, and seek its resolution in a renewed revolutionization of society through further transformation of the relations of production, while others sought to develop the forces of production to align them with relations of production that had already advanced beyond the ability of production to sustain them. For the next 20 years, radical Maoists had their way. Since Mao's death in 1976, the party has opted for the alternative interpretation, and shifted its emphasis to production, even backtracking from the relations of production that had come into existence by 1956. I am not concerned here with these developments, but with what they reveal about Mao's philosophical assumptions. The availability of alternative choices in the resolution of a commonly recognized contradiction underlines the interpretative problems raised by an analysis based on contradictions. Such an analysis, in other words, does not automatically point to a single resolution, but merely raises alternative possibilities, where the choice of one resolution over an alternative one depends on considerations exterior to the contradiction, or some long-term ideal of absolute truth. Mao, in spite of his recognition in theory of the relativity of the truths yielded by such analysis, was prepared when it actually came to disagreement to assert the absoluteness of his relative truth against others. Depending on our own political proclivity, we may describe this as absolutism or the assertion of revolutionary will, but the point here is that the very existence of choice is indicative of a basic problem, or contradiction, in Mao's philosophical formulations, and reveals their contingency. Much the same may be said of the relationship of Mao's Marxism to Marxism, which lay at the heart of those formulations. The Cultural Revolution is itself quite revealing in this regard, because at the height of the Cultural Revolution an unprecedented national chauvinism coincided with unprecedented claims on the authenticity of Chinese Marxism to the exclusion of all other Marxisms. In its very extremeness, the national appropriation of Marxism during the Cultural Revolution is revealing of the contradictions created by Mao's Marxism within Marxism in general. The introduction of a Chinese national voice into a global Marxism represented a major contribution to Marxism. It forced an opening up of Marxist categories to reveal a complexity to revolutionary practice that rendered Marxism a more effective instrument of revolution in diverse terrains. Politically, it pointed the way to the possibility of a genuinely universal Marxism in its insistence that a Marxism that refused to incorporate local voices into its structure reintroduced in a radical form the Eurocentric hegemony that was built into it in its historical origins. At the same time, however, this insistence on the national voice, if divorced from its dialectical structure, promised the dissipation of Marxism into many local contexts, losing all coherence as a theory either of social development or social revolution. This is what happened during the Cultural Revolution. And it may be the historical fate of Marxism, as it would now appear, unless Marxists are able to formulate a new, universal Marxism out of the intertextuality of many national experiences. In the long run, and in spite of the negation of his own philosophical premises that he may have orchestrated after 1949, Mao's significance as a philosopher of Marxism rests upon his recognition of a problem that was not just a Chinese problem but would emerge in later years as a global problem of Marxism, and his articulation of it in a philosophical formulation which remains one of the most comprehensive statements of it in the abstract. Whether or not this formulation retains its significance beyond that of the merely historical will depend on the future of Marxism in the contemporary world. 5. Modernism and anti-modernism in Mao Zedong's Marxism. Reviewing Mao Zedong thought in terms of perspectives afforded by modernism and anti-modernism, which is what I propose to do below, is risky but worthwhile. Risky because to my knowledge Mao himself did not employ these terms or think through them, and there is little evidence in his published writings that he addressed with any explicitness the questions that they imply. The risk lies in the ever-present possibility of distortion, or reading what is not there, when concepts are employed in reading a body of thought to which they may be alien. 1. The undertaking is worth the risk, however, for what it may reveal about what is otherwise obscure or contradictory. If Mao did not address explicitly questions of modernism and anti-modernism, the problems presented by modernity were integral to his historical context, not just the context of Chinese society but the global context of that society in the 20th century as the premise of the Chinese Revolution, and in their sedimentation in the ideology that guided the revolution, Marxism. How Mao responded to those problems may have much to tell us about modernism and anti-modernism as formative moments in his thinking. It may also have something to tell us about modernism and anti-modernism in Third World, specifically Chinese, perspective. I seek to get at these questions below by examining the relationship of Mao Zedong thought to Marxism, which is itself expressive of some of modernist culture's deepest insights and, at the same time, dramatizes some of its deepest inner contradictions too. Modernization, modernity, modernism, anti-modernism. In his seminal work, All That Is Solid Melts into Air, subtitled The Experience of Modernity, Marshall Berman writes: There is a mode of vital experience of space and time, of the self and others, of life's possibilities and perils that is shared by men and women all over the world today. I will call this body of experience modernity. To be modern is to find ourselves in an environment that promises us adventure, power, joy, growth, transformation of ourselves and the world and, at the same time, that threatens to destroy everything we have, everything we know, everything we are. Modern environments and experiences cut across all boundaries of geography and ethnicity, of class and nationality, of religion and ideology. In this sense, modernity can be said to unite all mankind. But it is a paradoxical unity, a unity of disunity. It pours us all into a maelstrom of perpetual disintegration and renewal, of struggle and contradiction, of ambiguity and anguish. To be modern is to be part of a universe in which, as Marx said, all that is solid melts into air. 3. Rather than a historical condition, modernity is a historical experience, including the experience of history, or if it is a condition, it is condition as experience, that seeks ceaselessly to transform the very conditions that produce it. As David Harvey puts it in his The Condition of Postmodernity, modernity can have no respect for even its own past, let alone that of any premodem social order. The transitoriness of things makes it difficult to preserve any sense of historical continuity. If there is any meaning to history, then that meaning has to be discovered and defined from within the maelstrom of change, a maelstrom that affects the terms of discussion as well as whatever it is that is being discussed. Modernity, therefore, not only entails a ruthless break with any or all preceding historical conditions, but is characterized by a never-ending process of internal ruptures and fragmentations within itself. 4. Modernization, then, is the historical process, or processes, that have produced, and continue to produce, the condition of modernity, scientific discoveries, industrial upheavals, demographic transformations, urban expansions, national states, mass movements, all propelled, in the last instance, by the ever-expanding, drastically fluctuating capitalist world market, 5 to which we might add revolutions. These processes point to a fundamental contradiction embedded in modernity as its generative source. On the one hand, the immense creativity of science and scientific thinking, rooted in critical reason, and an Enlightenment faith in the ability of human rationality to comprehend and transform the world so as to improve the human condition, and expressed through the productive and social technology of capitalism. On the other hand, the destructiveness that is implicit in this very creativity, that in its conquest of the world destroys the very conditions of human existence, undermines social relations that endow existence with stability and security, and liberates humanity from nature only to imprison it in the iron cages of factories, slums, concrete jungles, and the bureaucratic mazes of rationalized states. The experience of modernity, therefore, is also an experience of ceaseless experimentation in efforts to overcome this contradiction that lies at the very source, ranging from the repudiation of the Enlightenment, and its faith in enlightenment through reason, to an affirmation that only further enlightenment may make up for the defects of the Enlightenment. We may substitute for enlightenment in this statement any of the terms that in different contexts appear as alternative descriptions of these processes, such as science, capitalism, the market, revolution, socialism. 6. All these experiments, including those which repudiate enlightenment, ironically, are driven by the urge to restore as subjects of history and enlightenment promise the men and women whom modernization has rendered into its objects. Berman defines modernism as any attempt by modern men and women to become subjects as well as objects of modernization, to get a grip on the modern world and make themselves at home in it. 7. Modernism is to be distinguished from modernizationism. The latter is a one-dimensional commitment to the technological, economic, and social processes of modernization. Modernism, on the other hand, is to live with contradiction, with the promise as well as with the destructiveness of modernization, and to carve out of it a subject position that also recognizes the inevitable historical objectification of the subject, something along the lines of that premise of historical materialism which enjoins that the recognition of historical necessity is the prerequisite of liberation from necessity. Anti-modernism, conceived with reference to modernism, and comprehensible only with reference to it, partakes of the same contradiction. To be fully modern, Berman writes, is to be anti-modern. 8. To be fully anti-modern, if I may reverse his statement, is to be modern, not only because anti-modernism is incomprehensible without reference to the modern, but more importantly because anti-modernism is itself motivated by an urge to realize goals that appeared as possibilities only with the emergence of the modern. In his study of anti-modernism in the United States, No Place of Grace, Jackson Lears has argued that even when it took the form of escape into the past, as with medievalism or Orientalism, anti-modernism in the United States was quintessentially modern in its search for personal authenticity, rather than escapist, pre-modern, or reactionary. The search of the elite for personal authenticity, the resistance of craft workers to factory discipline, the protest of farmers who countered capitalist expropriation with agrarian utopias, or the anti-urbanism of rural dwellers, Lears reminds us, represented not a residual nostalgia for the past but efforts from different class and power positions to overcome the oppressive and alienating consequences of modernity without rejecting modernity per se. 9. Most importantly, anti-modernism represents, and is crucial to, a search for an alternative modernity that is not likely to go away so long as modernization in practice postpones, or betrays, the promise of liberation that motivates it in theory. Socialism's, including Marxism but especially anarchism, are anti-modernist but hardly against modernity, or even modernization. The goal of socialist revolution for the last 2 centuries has been to transcend capitalist modernity to create an alternative modernity closer in its constitution to the Enlightenment vision of human liberation. It is noteworthy that socialism, and not just utopian socialism, retained in its vision of the future memories of the pre-modern community, but only in a form reworked by reason and the subjective goals of modernity. The contradiction endowed socialism with a revolutionary dynamism. To the extent that socialist anti-modernism may account for this revolutionary dynamism, the contradictoriness of anti-modernism, in its socialist guise at any rate, needs to be distinguished from modernism's celebration of the contradictions of modernity, which also disguises or aestheticizes social and political resignation. Point 10. I need to point out that I am referring here to socialism as revolutionary movement. Socialism in state power is another matter. There, socialism appears as an alternative ideology of modernization, guided and controlled by the state, on the one hand abandoning its own utopian vision dynamized by anti-modernism, and, on the other hand, vulnerable itself to the disruptive forces of modernization that it seeks to control, which until recently, underlay claims to the superiority of socialist modernization to the anarchy of capitalist modernity. Point 11. 3 aspects of Berman's conceptualization of modernism need to be underlined here because they are directly pertinent to the discussion below. First, Berman's discussion of modernism is motivated by the goal of recuperating the creative dynamism of 19th-century modernism, which he believes has been lost in the 20th century. 19th-century modernists were creative in their visions of the future because they were profoundly ambivalent toward modern life, which dynamized their dialectical appreciation of the contradictions between modernity and modernization, modernism and anti-modernism, closing off and opening up the future. Their 20th-century successors, on the other hand, lurched far more toward rigid polarities and flat totalizations. Modernity is either embraced with a blind and uncritical enthusiasm, or else condemned with a neo-Olympian remoteness and contempt. In either case, it is conceived as a closed monolith, incapable of being shaped or changed by modern men. Open visions of modern life have been supplanted by closed ones, both and by either or. Point 12. Going back, therefore, can be a way to go forward, that remembering the modernisms of the 19th century can give us the vision and the courage to create the modernisms of the 21st. 13. The distinction Berman draws between the 19th and the 20th centuries also shows up in his analysis of the relationship between Marx and later Marxism, or socialist states. In a highly original, and stimulating, discussion of Karl Marx's thought, Berman tells us that Marx was both a great analyst of modernity, and a modernist himself whose solutions to the problems of modernity embodied the deepest contradictions of modernism, a great analyst precisely because he grasped and internalized the tragedy of development. Point 14. Marx's work mapped out in all its contradictoriness the relationship between bourgeois modernization and modernism as its cultural expression. His panegyrics to the success of the bourgeoisie in breaking with the past, including its own past, the constant revolutionizing of production, were accompanied by a keenly felt recognition of the cultural price that must be paid for such success. All that is solid melts into air. The tragedy of the bourgeoisie was that it must fall in the end not because of its failure but because of its success. Point 15. Rather than repudiate the achievements of bourgeois modernization, however, Marx proceeded to appropriate it for another class that itself was the product of modernization, the proletariat, which would seize from modernity the rich possibilities that were closed off to the bourgeoisie by its ideology. The wounds of modernity could be healed only through a fuller and deeper modernity. 16. This assumption of modernity for the socialism of the future, as its historical foundation, would introduce into Marxism the very contradictions that Marx had identified in bourgeois modernization. Perceptively, if not prophetically, Berman concludes, in 1982, that the efforts of socialist states to promote modernization while constricting modernism, reducing Marxism to modernization, denying its richest possibilities, is doomed to failure because the disruptiveness of modernity haunts them as much as it haunts bourgeois society. Marx's modernism, ironically, has less to say in socialist than in capitalist society which, for all its oppressiveness, gives free play to the dialectical dance of contradictions. Marxism needs to be recalled into capitalist society in the late 20th century, not as a way out of the contradictions of modern life but a surer and deeper way into these contradictions. 17. This statement is worth pondering for what it has to say about a modernist reading of Marxism, and its implications for understanding the role of Marxism in Third World modernity in general and Mao Zedong thought in particular. Indeed, its reference to contradictions, and what it does with them, immediately calls forth contrasts with the thinking of Mao, in which contradictions played a central part, as I will discuss below. Behrman's reading brings out a fundamental contradiction in Marxism. It is also revealing of a serious limitation in a modernism thus conceived. This limitation will have to be transcended if modernism is to have any meaning within a Third World historical context except as a simple extension of European modernism. This is indeed how Behrman conceives of modernism in the Third World, which is the third aspect of his conceptualization of modernism I would like to note. In a chapter entitled The Modernism of Underdevelopment, Behrman examines modernism in 19th-century Russia, which he describes as an archetype of the emerging 20th-century Third World. 18. In Russia, modernization was experienced mainly as something that was not happening, or else as something that was happening far away, in realms that Russians, even when they traveled there, experienced more as fantastic anti-worlds than as social actualities, or else, where it was happening at home, as something that was happening only in the most jagged, halting, blatantly abortive or weirdly distorted ways. 19. The experience of modernity, then, took here the form of the anguish of backwardness and underdevelopment. 20. While Behrman recognizes that, in areas outside of Europe, the meanings of modernity would have to be more complex, elusive, and paradoxical. 21. To the extent that his work refers to these areas, other than Russia, these references indicate at best a non-paradoxical, one-dimensional appreciation of modernism in Third World societies, comparable to his approach to actually existing socialist societies. 22. The representation of 19th-century Russia as an archetype of the Third World is revealing of a reductionism in Behrman's thinking about the Third World. Russia may have been backward economically, but its political power cast a shadow over advanced Europe. Its modernity is hardly comparable to the many Third World societies who were the objects of imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism, and whose cultural alienness to Europe was not relieved by any of the ambiguities surrounding Russia's relationship to Europe. In these other societies, as Behrman represents them, modernism is something that is yet to happen, must happen, if they are to be freed from the pseudo-Faustian projects in which they are imprisoned. 23. Perry Anderson, in his critique of Behrman, has offered a conjunctural explanation for modernism, as a characteristic of societies still at definite historical crossroads, where the future of modernity is still at issue. 24. For him, a shadow configuration of what once prevailed in the First World also has existed in the Third World during the 20th century. There, too, however, modernism must go the way of modernism in Europe once the historical circumstances that produced it have disappeared. 25. Anderson's objection to Behrman's approach to modernism raises the question of the historicity of modernism, in both a spatial and a temporal sense. Indeed, it is arguable that Behrman's reading of modernism, which proceeds on an exclusively aesthetic plane, dehistoricizes and depoliticizes the problems of modernity. His Marxist reading of modernism, which bases modernism in historically defined social relationships, is overwhelmed in the end by his modernist reading of both Marxism and modernity, where modernism appears as a set of attitudes or contradictions that cut across all boundaries of nations, classes, genders, etc., and is immune as well to changing temporalities within modernity, as when he invites Marx back into the late 20th century, not as a way out of the contradictions of modern life, but a surer and deeper way into those contradictions. Needless to say, this is a reading of Marx that deprives Marxism of its political project. Marxism appears in Behrman's work to fall from the grace of modernism to the extent that it remains political. Marx, rightly or wrongly, thought that he had some answers to the contradictions of modern life. In Behrman's reading, these answers disappear into an aestheticized fetishism of contradictions, which provides an interesting contrast to Mao's reading of contradictions. This same homogenization of spatiality and temporality is evident in Behrman's approach to the problem of modernity in the Third World, which makes it possible to render 19th-century Russia into an archetype of modernity. It is to this problem, as it appears in Mao's Marxism, that I would like to turn now. Mao Zedong, Third World Modernity, and Chinese Marxism. What does it mean to speak of modernism with reference to Mao Zedong thought? Most immediately, the question invokes an image of Mao Zedong as a historical figure, a real-life Faust who unleashed in Chinese society every possible contradiction that may be inferred from the term creative destruction, which, David Harvey tells us, is very important to understanding modernity precisely because it derived from the practical dilemmas that faced the implementation of the modernist project. Harvey has Mao Zedong in mind when he describes these dilemmas. You simply cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs, as a whole line of modernist thinkers from Goethe to Mao have noted. The literary archetype of such a dilemma is Goethe's Faust. An epic hero prepared to destroy religious myths, traditional values, and customary ways of life in order to build a brave new world out of the ashes of the old. Faust is, in the end, a tragic figure. Synthesizing thought and action, Faust forces himself and everyone else, even Mephistopheles, to extremes of organization, pain, and exhaustion in order to master nature and create a new landscape, a sublime spiritual achievement that contains the potentiality for human liberation from want and need. Prepared to eliminate everything and everyone who stands in the way of the realization of this sublime vision, Faust, to his own ultimate horror, deploys Mephistopheles to kill a much-loved old couple who live in a small cottage by the seashore for no other reason than the fact that they do not fit in with the master plan. It appears that the very process of development, even as it transforms the wasteland into a thriving physical and social space, recreates the wasteland inside of the developer himself. This is how the tragedy of development works. 26. We know how the tragedy of development worked for China under Mao. We do not know if the development recreated a wasteland inside the developer himself. I am alone, he said to André Malraux in 1958, with bitterness, perhaps irony, and above all pride. 27 I am alone with the masses, Mao told Malraux, and just a few years later he would once again launch the masses into action against the very system he had guided into existence, with further tragic consequences for millions in Chinese society and his own image as the leader of the Chinese Revolution. There is another sense in which it is possible to speak of modernism with reference to Mao Zedong thought, that I would like to pursue here, one that may tell us something about Mao the individual, but is more important for what it reveals about modernity as a third world and Chinese historical phenomenon, and helps us place in historical perspective the tragedy of development there and Mao himself as an agent of development. I am referring here to modernism as an acknowledgement of the contradictoriness of development, which allows a recognition that Mao Zedong thought has built into it as a structuring moment a deeply ambivalent attitude toward modernity, which informs its account of Chinese modernity as an interplay of contradictions, as well as its own contradictoriness as a strategy for resolving those contradictions. The former is articulated in the structure of Mao's Marxism, which reflects on the contradictions of modernization and modernity, and of the relationship between them, in a third world national context. The latter is visible in the contradictoriness of Mao's efforts to resolve those contradictions against the grain of his own theoretical conviction that contradictions defy efforts to contain them, articulated in his politics, which then becomes the site for explosive confrontations between alternative, and conflicting, aspects of modernity embedded in his Marxism. Mao's ambivalence toward modernity was to disrupt teleological notions of society and history, of which the most compelling evidence is to be found in the centrality Mao Zedong thought assigns to the concept of contradiction as the most appropriate means to grasping a world of impermanence, rupture, and conflict, where the future is as ambiguous as the present is elusive in its multifaceted contradictions. Endowed with generative power as a dynamic principle of both society and nature, contradiction renders into an epistemology that cogent expression of modernist irony. Everything is pregnant with its contrary. 28. Mao's ambivalence toward modernity has long been recognized, but only to be subjected to one-dimensional interpretations that have suppressed the complexity of Mao Zedong thought. On the eve of the official launching of the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s, Benjamin Schwartz wrote of the Maoist vision. The official view of the present leadership is that the vision, no matter how its interpretation may fluctuate, not only provides the most effective means for achieving modernization, but is also an end in itself. The only desirable modernization is a modernization which can be incorporated into the Maoist vision. At the other extreme, we have the view that the vision runs completely athwart the prerequisites of modernization, or that it is a sort of rationalization of the failures and difficulties of modernization in China. Point 29. Two comments are in order concerning the conflicting interpretations of Mao Zedong thought that Schwartz identifies. First, antithetical as they are, both interpretations take modernization as the basic criterion in evaluating Mao Zedong thought, the latter much more uncompromisingly than the former. That Mao's thought ran athwart the prerequisites of modernization has been a widely accepted idea, which has acquired the status of an orthodoxy under Mao's successors. At its most extreme, it takes the form of the portrayal of Mao Zedong as a feudal remnant of sorts, and of Maoists as conservatives, who undermined China's modernization. Maoists in their time insisted, to the contrary, that the Maoist vision would lead to a better and more thorough modernization. While this view had the virtue of affirming Mao's modernism, recall what Berman said of Marx above, it nevertheless perpetuated modernization as a basic criterion of evaluation, disguising the contradictions that were integral to Mao Zedong thought as an account of Third World modernity. More remarkable, secondly, these interpretive differences, that are seemingly differences in the evaluation of Mao Zedong thought, are at bottom differences over the meaning of modernity, which are barely disguised by a one-dimensional insistence on the truth of one version of modernization against another, implicit in their either/or approach to the question. From a perspective that recognizes the complexity and contradictoriness of both Mao Zedong thought and modernization, these seemingly antithetical interpretations are both valid. Mao Zedong thought did run completely athwart the prerequisites of modernization, that is, that was conceived after existing models of modernity. But Mao Zedong thought was also irretrievably modern, informed by an alternative vision of modernity, and a modernization that would help usher in such a modernity. We might add, contrary to Maoists who insisted uncompromisingly on the progressive revolutionary nature of Mao's thought, that this alternative vision of modernity was made possible and informed by a deep anti-modernism that infused Mao Zedong thought, an anti-modernism which, far from being a residual feudal hindrance to modernity, was itself a product of Chinese modernity as a Third World modernity, that rendered the projects of modernity and modernization far more complex and multidimensional than they had seemed earlier even in Marxism. Marxism provided Mao with the language of modernity and modernization, and it is in his Marxism that these complexities and contradictions are most apparent. Mao's Marxism was idiosyncratic because in his formulations, or, more accurately, reformulations, of Marxism within a Chinese context, Mao sought to account for a Chinese experience with modernity, which required the rephrasing of the very language of Marxism. His Marxism bears upon it the imprint of the historical situation from which it sprang and offers significant clues, therefore, to the guise modernism assumes in a society that is compelled into modernity not as its subject but as its object, where the problem of modernism presented itself not just as a problem of how to get a grip on the modern world and make themselves at home in it, but also how to gain admission and feel at home as an autonomous subject in a world that had already been claimed as home by someone else. Marxism itself, ironically, had to be rendered hospitable to the Chinese experience, before it could help usher in a genuinely alternative modernity. I have discussed my understanding of Chinese Marxism at length above, and will only highlight points here that are relevant to the question at hand. The Marxism Mao produced through the sinification of Marxism, Marxism is most striking as a reflection on an overdetermined historical situation, but also a reflection on theory that is very much informed by that historical situation. The Chinese experience in the 19th and 20th centuries was an experience that was overdetermined by incorporation in a global history as a Third World society with its own particular history, that would ultimately produce a Chinese nationalism marked with all the contradictions of this situation. To view Sinification simply as nationalization, as a one-dimensional and unidirectional process, is quite misleading, as it ignores the transformation of Chinese society even as it gave local form to global processes. We should not exaggerate the national element in Chinese or Third World Marxism either, as Marxism has assumed national form, or been subjected to national considerations, everywhere. Eric Hobsbawm has observed that while capitalism created a global history by drawing other societies within its orbit, the same globalization set in motion a contrary process that was to culminate in the late 19th century in political reorganization globally around sovereign nation-states, with their particularistic claims on history. 30 Chinese nationalism, too, was a product of these processes. This emergent nationalism was to dynamize initially revolutionary resistance to the new global order and its assumption of a universal modernity conceived after the European experience. Following the October Revolution in Russia in 1917, Marxism, in its Leninist version, would provide a powerful language of resistance to capitalist modernity. In its anti-capitalism, Marxism promised the possibility of national self-discovery for a society that a capitalist world threatened to consume. But Marxism itself shared in the teleology of capitalist modernity, and its Eurocentrism. 31 In order for its liberating possibility to be fulfilled, Marxism itself had to be rephrased in a national voice, for a Marxism that could not account for a specifically national experience abdicated its claims to universality. Worse, under the guise of universalism, it replicated in a different form the hegemonism of capitalism, of which it was historically a product. Nevertheless, the relationship between Marxist and nationalist concerns assumed different forms in different contexts, not just between First and Third World contexts, but within the historical contexts of different societies. In the case of China, as in the case of other latecomers to nationalism, there has been another aspect to the question of national voice that is significant for all of modern Chinese thought, but is especially crucial to understanding Mao's Marxism, who constitutes the substance of the nation, and provides the language of a national culture. Already by the 1930s, in the midst of national crisis, the question was an urgent one for Chinese intellectuals who had become suspicious of old elite culture as well as the Occidentalism of the 1920s, and sought in China's historical experience with modernity the sources of a new culture that would be Chinese because rooted in a Chinese experience, but also contemporary because that experience was irretrievably modern. 32 And not a few believed that the culture of the people, especially they people in the countryside, offered the best hope for creating a native modern culture. 33 For the communists, the question was not an abstract intellectual one but was concretely practical. Driven to the countryside in 1927, Chinese communists were to become the first Marxist revolutionaries historically to confront the contradictions of an agrarian revolution carried out under the banner of Marxist ideology, that brought a modernist Marxism face to face with the pre-modern local cultures of agrarian society. Whatever the ideological and cultural proclivities of the communists born out of their nationalism, sheer necessities of survival required the translation of Marxism into the language of the people, especially the language of those agrarian classes and groups, such as women, who were among the most downtrodden in society. The problem of a national language, in other words, was further complicated immensely by questions of classes, genders, and ethnicities in an agrarian revolutionary situation that did not lend itself to ready conceptualizations in terms of the categories of an urban modernist Marxism. This overdetermined historical situation helps us identify crucial aspects of Chinese modernity as a Third World modernity. Chinese modernity was a product of the same forces of capitalist modernization that had produced modernity in Europe. This modernity, however, was a product not of Chinese but of European modernization. When Chinese intellectuals first encountered problems of modernity beginning in the late 19th century, modernization in any significant material or social sense still lay in the future. The anguish of backwardness, arising from a sense that modernization was something happening somewhere else, was integral to Chinese modernity, to be sure, but so was a sense that backwardness in China was a product of European modernity, not a distant modernity but a modernity that forced all others into its orbit, resistance to which might result in national extinction. Such fears were accompanied, ironically, by hopes that learning from the destructiveness of modernity in the European experience, Chinese might be able to create a better modernity drawing not only on the positive aspects of European modernity but on native resources as well. b. These complexities of modernity came into focus around the question of nationalism, the immediate political product of modernity, which held out the promise at once of serving as an agent of modernization and of resisting and overcoming modernity. Nationalist ideology was at once modernist and anti-modernist. It sought to transform China by creating a new politics, but it could do so successfully only by forging a national identity out of a pre-modern historical legacy that seemed to conflict with the demands of modernity and modernization. In either case, however, the goal was not a return or escape into a pre-modern past, but the creation of an alternative future for which the nation would serve as a vehicle. Having been assigned this task, nationalism also privileged the collective experience of modernity over the particularism of individual experience or the experience of social classes and groups. c. The experience of modernity as an invasion from the outside created a suspicion of the values of modernity as tools of domination, and a negation of native values, which would include, ultimately, Marxism. Nationalism, in the very necessity it called forth of invoking native values as a source of national identity, reinforced the anti-modernism implicit in such an experience of modernity. But for all its privileging of the collective over partial experience, nationalism could not contain the contradictions of modernity, for the nation remained to he invented and its values consolidated, and different groups in Chinese society made differing claims on the nation as they were mobilized progressively by the ever-deepening incorporation of Chinese society into a modern world. Hence the experience of modernity could be seen as oppressive or liberating, depending on social standing. Within a matter of decades in the first half of the 20th century, Chinese would traverse the broad range of cultural and intellectual realms that had been opened up by 2 centuries of European modernization, throwing the cultural landscape into upheaval as they sought to capture it for their alternative, and conflicting, paradigms of modernity. Chinese struggles with modernity, which appear in the modernizationist perspective of historians as manifestations of a Chinese inability to liberate themselves from the burden of a weighty past, appear in this alternative perspective as the very contradictions of a Chinese modernism, caught up between modernity as hegemonic actuality and liberating project, enlightenment at once as a means of liberation from the past and a negation of native subjectivity and learning, the past at once as a source of identity and a burden on the present, the individual at once as citizen of a modern nation and a threat to collective national liberation, social revolution at once as a means to liberating classes and social groups to create an authentic nation and a divisive source of national disintegration, the countryside at once as the source of a pristine national identity against the degeneracy of cosmopolitan urban centers and a drag on development. The nation at once as an agent of cosmopolitan universalism and a defense against hegemony that closes out the world in perpetuation of native parochialism. The contradictions could be multiplied endlessly. They appeared differently from different social perspectives, but they are the contradictions of modernity nevertheless, that multiplied the possibilities of those perspectives, and set them against one another. 34. Mao's Marxism, I suggested in the preceding chapter, is most properly conceived as a reflection upon this historical situation, which must be distinguished from reflection of the situation, if we are to grasp it in its structural complexity. As a discourse, Mao's Marxism bears upon its discursive structure the imprint of the multidimensional historical situation from which it derived its problematic. It is at once a reflection upon Chinese society from a universalist Marxist perspective, and a reflection upon Marxism from the perspective of China as a third world society and a nation. The two procedures, while coextensive, are also contradictory. They have with all their contradictions structured the discourse that we may call Chinese Marxism. That this historical situation served as the point of departure in the formulation of a Chinese Marxism is in evidence everywhere in the texts, authored by Mao or his close associates, associated with the Sinification of Marxism, of which the culmination was Mao's January 1940 essay, on New Democracy, which stands as the classic formulation of the premises of Chinese Marxism. New democracy referred to an economic and political formation, a mixed economy to facilitate economic development, and an alliance across classes under communist leadership in the pursuit of national liberation, suitable to China's immediate needs, but more significantly it also represented the insertion of a new stage in historical progress appropriate to all societies placed similarly to China in the world. Its premises were, a. The Chinese Revolution is part of a global revolution against capitalism, b. It is, however, a revolution against capitalism in a semi-feudal semi-colonial society to which national liberation is a crucial task, c. It is also a national revolution, a revolution to create a new nation and a new culture, that would be radically different both from the culture inherited from the past and the culture imported from abroad. The latter, significantly, included Marxism. In applying Marxism to China, Chinese communists must fully and properly integrate the universal truth of Marxism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution or, in other words, the universal truth of Marxism must be combined with specific national characteristics and acquire a definite national form. To the extent that it was successful in incorporating these contradictory aspirations, Chinese Marxism was itself to become the site for the confrontation between modernism and anti-modernism. The confrontation itself was a direct product of Chinese modernity, and, where the revolutionaries were concerned, it held out the promise of an alternative modernity, which would allow for a subjective Chinese presence in a global discourse on modernity. There was both self-assertion and pathos in Mao's declaration in September 1949 that the Chinese people have stood up. 35. The Grand Experimenter. Contradiction is a, if not the, keyword of Mao's Marxism. It not only appears in the titles of 2 of the 4 essays that were designated by Maoists as the philosophical basis of Maoism 36 but appears everywhere in Mao's texts as the epistemological key to understanding the world. Mao's elaboration of contradiction in the essay of that title, from a speech he gave in 1937, was very much part of the process of formulating a Chinese Marxism, and is crucial to understanding the contradictoriness of his own approach to the resolution of contradictions in Chinese society. On the one hand, a nearly fetishistic celebration of contradictions as a sign of revolutionary vitality, a condition in their free interplay of revolutionary progress into an open-ended future, and, on the other hand, a willful configuration of contradictions to direct them into a future posited by his own revolutionary vision, premised on faith in his own ability to interpret the correct resolution of contradictions. The free interplay of contradictions took the form in actual practice of social experiments in which Mao the interpreter appeared as Mao the experimenter, with Chinese society as the subject of his experiments. The inspiration was all too modern, the results devastating. In his 1937 essay, On Contradiction, Mao described a world that was one of ceaseless and endless confrontation and conflict, where unity might be understood only in terms of the contradictoriness of its moments, where no entity was a constant because it had no existence outside of its contradictions or a place of its own other than its relationship to other contradictions. It may be that all Marxism is a conflict-based conceptualization of the world. But however differently Marxists may have structured conflict or organized the structure of society, conflict in most interpretations of Marxism is conceived of in terms of a limited number of social categories: production, relations of production, politics, ideology, and so on, and there has been an urgency to hierarchize these categories in terms of their effectivity in the social structure. Mao's multitude of contradictions resist such hierarchization and, more significantly, reduction to a limited number of categories. Mao, like a good Marxist, sought to contain contradictions within a Marxist narrative of modes of production, but in the end his insistence on the universality and eternity of contradiction called into question any possibility of their containment even under the professed end of history in communism. The concept of contradiction was by no means an invention of Mao's, and his understanding of the concept may have drawn upon a variety of sources, native and foreign 37, but the meaning Mao assigned to it reconfigured earlier meanings of the concept to account for the Chinese experience with modernity, which is apparent in the expository strategy of his discussion of contradictions, where modern Chinese history illustrates and informs the concrete manifestations of contradiction as abstraction. The relationship of contradiction to Chinese modernity was not an extrinsic one, as of a heuristic device for analysis, but an intrinsic relationship. Contradiction as epistemology was valid only to the extent that the structure of explanation corresponded to the reality of historical social experience. I suggested above that sinification produced an explicitly structural reading of Marxism by its very effort to reconcile contradictory demands, which in turn rested upon the irreducibility of the moments that went into its constitution. The centrality of the concept of contradiction in Mao's Marxism, I would like to suggest here, was a direct product of his reformulation of Marxism to account for China's historical situation, which was defined structurally by the contradictoriness of its various moments, and the articulation of this contradictoriness as a contradiction between theory and practice. We must underline here that while the contradiction between national and social revolutionary need is the most obvious, the problem went deeper into the very practice of revolution in a social situation that was not anticipated in theory, an agrarian society in which a socialist revolution had to be engineered out of components that theory did not account for, in which the revolutionaries themselves were outsiders to the social situation, and, therefore, in contradiction to it, and had to maneuver with great care in order not to antagonize the population and jeopardize their own existence, and, therefore, could not translate the multifaceted conflicts they encountered readily into their theoretical categories, but rather had to recognize them as irreducible features of the social situation into which to articulate theory. Beyond the level of the national struggle to articulate a Chinese modernity, it was this social situation that called for the reformulation of theory in terms of the multitude of contradictions that the revolution faced at the level of practice. The problem with contradiction as a substitute for a linear mode of production analysis was, obviously, that it did not allow for a future predictable from theory, or, rather, that it pointed to a multiplicity of possible futures. Conceived in terms of contradictions, objective reality ceases to be objective, and becomes rather an object of interpretation and construction. A linear direction may be imposed on such a situation from the outside, through revolutionary practice, but revolutionary practice as Mao viewed it is itself open to interpretation since, in order to be successful, it must articulate in its structure the contradictions of its revolutionary environment. A revolutionary vision conceived as a blueprint demands resolution of contradictions, by willful suppression if necessary, in order to achieve its goals. Mao did this on repeated occasions when he asserted his vision in order to sustain his interpretation of contradictions against other possible interpretations. What is most remarkable, however, is that Mao conceived of revolutionary practice itself as a means to release contradictions and bring them to the surface of politics, which blurred the difference between the pursuit and the resolution of contradictions, and revolutionary vision as an end, a blueprint, versus a process, the utopianization, in other words, of revolution itself. Mao's revolutionary practice appears in hindsight as experimentation with contradictions, as a surer and deeper way into the contradictions of Chinese society and its relationship to the outside world. While such experimentation was not exactly open-ended, it was not entirely bounded by a blueprint of the future either, as the very logic of contradictions precluded any predetermined path into the future, and presupposed that a revolutionary vision could be constructed only in the process of revolution. The language of experimentation infuses Mao's writings. Two examples will have to suffice, one revealing of the metaphysical assumptions of theory, the other an instance of Mao's practice as the leader of a state. The finite is transformed into the infinite is transformed into the finite. The universe, too, undergoes transformation, it is not eternal. Capitalism leads to socialism, socialism leads to communism, and communist society must still be transformed. It will also have a beginning and an end, it will certainly be divided into stages, or they will give it another name, it cannot remain constant. If there were only quantitative changes and no qualitative changes, that would go against dialectics. There is nothing in the world that does not arise, develop, and disappear. Monkeys turn into men, mankind arose. In the end, the human race will disappear, it may turn into something else. 38. There remains a question in my mind about producing, in the course of the second five-year plan, 20 million tons of steel. Is this a good thing, or will it throw everything into confusion? I'm not sure at the present, so I want to hold meetings. We'll meet 4 times a year, and if there are problems, we will make adjustments. The situation after construction has been carried out must be one of the following: excellent, fairly good, not too good, bad, or great disorder. It looks as though, if disorder results, it won't be all that great, there will just be a spell of disorder, and then things may well move towards order. The appearance of disorder contains within it some favorable elements, we should not fear disorder. 39. Whatever the personal elements that went into the making of the worldview expressed in these statements, the contradictions in Mao's thinking, as well as his commitment to the pursuit of contradictions in revolutionary practice, were also bound up with the contradictions of Chinese modernity, of which Mao's Marxism was an articulation, perhaps the most revealing articulation available. Mao's Marxism in its heyday enjoyed the popularity it did because it resonated with the concerns of many in China and abroad, especially in the Third World, and it may be that it has fallen out of favor not because it was a failure but because it was all too successful in achieving what it set out to achieve. It continues to intrigue for its insistence on an alternative modernity to overcome the problems with which modernity presented Chinese society, which since then has been abandoned under his successors, who have settled into accepted notions of modernity, and deny that there is anything problematic about the modernization that they pursue, even when they have to kill to achieve their goals. In contrast, Mao is the tragic expression of Chinese modernism. Mao was able to inspire in millions of Chinese, and others, a faith that it might be possible to overcome the past and the present to create an alternative modern, only to turn around and inflict upon them the deepest and most tragic contradictions of modernity. What makes Mao appear even more Faustian than Goethe's fictional character was his seeming obliviousness to the human costs of his experiments with revolution, to the living people who were in the end reduced to experimental subjects in a relentless quest for revolutionary vision. The experience was tragic in another sense. So traumatic was the destruction Mao unleashed in the 1950s and 1960s, the Cultural Revolution, that it discredited totally a vision of revolution of which his may well have been the last historical expression, and, with it, the possibility of overcoming modernity. The Cultural Revolution appears in hindsight as the last agonized historical effort to take a society out of capitalism in search of an alternative modernity. Evidence over the last 2 decades of societies globally suggests that there may be no way out of the contradictions of modern life, except to learn to live with its destructiveness as a condition of life. 6. The predicament of Marxist revolutionary consciousness, Mao Zedong, Antonio Gramsci, and the reformulation of Marxist revolutionary theory. The Marxism of Mao Zedong has long been a subject of controversy both within the Communist Party of China and among serious students of Chinese history. Mao has been portrayed as the greatest Marxist of the mid-20th century, and his Marxism as the fulfillment of the Marxian revolutionary idea, the articulation in practice of Marx's theory of revolution. At the other extreme stands the view of Mao as a Chinese revolutionary whose deviations from Marxism were so fundamental as to place him outside mainstream Marxist thought. 1. At the heart of all controversy concerning Mao's Marxism lies the problem of consciousness. Mao, as is commonly recognized, assigned to revolutionary activity a determinative status in the realization of socialism. The activity of revolutionaries could mobilize society in the cause of socialism even where the class basis for socialist revolution was missing. It could also bring about the establishment of socialist society without awaiting the foundation of an advanced technological base. Key to revolutionary activity was, needless to say, revolutionary consciousness, which occupied a supreme status in Mao's thinking. Consciousness, to Mao, was not simply a reflection of social reality, but a mode of comprehending and changing it. Why Mao endowed the problem of consciousness with a crucial significance for revolutionary practice remains obscure, buried under fruitless efforts to match his Marxism against his Chineseness. In the following discussion, I suggest an answer to this question that seeks to root Mao's appreciation of the problem of consciousness in the confrontation of Marxism with the circumstances of the Chinese Revolution. Mao shared with many of his contemporaries a perception of the difficulties involved in reconciling the universalistic premises of Marxism with the particular circumstances and needs of the Chinese Revolution. What distinguished him was his commitment to achieving such a reconciliation. His preoccupation with consciousness was a product of his recognition of the burdens this task imposed upon the consciousness of revolutionaries. There are striking parallels between Mao and Antonio Gramsci in their understanding of the problem of revolution. This discussion does not undertake a point-by-point comparison between Mao and Gramsci, rather, I examine certain basic aspects of Mao's Marxism in light of insights derived from discussions of the problem of revolutionary consciousness by Gramsci and by commentators on Gramsci's Marxism. I will return to a more explicit comparison of Mao and Gramsci at the end of the discussion. Writers on Gramsci have repeatedly drawn attention to the similarities between Gramsci and Mao on Marxism. In his pioneering study of Gramsci, Antonio Gramsci, and the origins of Italian communism, John Cammett first noted the kinship between Gramsci's and Mao's views on the role of the peasantry, or rural areas, in revolution, and described Mao's communism as quite Gramscian in character too. Cammett's suggestion has been repeated by a number of authors. Genovese, taking his cue from Cammett, observed a deeper link between the two that concern for the dialectics of historical development. More recently, Jerome Carabel has noted the similarity of Gramsci's specialized and political intellectual and Mao's read and expert intellectual to the new type of intellectual required for socialism. 4 Nigel Todd, following Cammett's advice, has offered a sketchy comparison of Mao's and Gramsci's views on intellectuals that reveals the potential value of comparison between the two revolutionaries. 5. At the risk of sounding outrageous, it is possible to observe, I think, that Mao did what Gramsci thought. Mao was not given to theoretical speculation for its own sake. The considerations underlying his revolutionary practice remain embedded in his revolutionary activity and writings, which were invariably practical in purpose. Gramsci, equally practice-oriented, was nevertheless forced into speculation by the tragic circumstances of his life. The concept of hegemony, which he elaborated in his prison cell to cope with the problems of Italian politics, very often reads, at least for a novice in Gramsci's thought, as a description of Mao's activities. Having said this, however, it is necessary to add a note of caution. There are certain dangers in comparing Mao and Gramsci. The two revolutionaries shared a common disdain for preoccupation with orthodoxy. Gramsci's statement, "Are we Marxists? Who is a Marxist? Only stupidity is immortal," 6 parallels in its contempt for orthodoxy Mao's view of dogma as dung. Furthermore, there is still considerable uncertainty over the precise intent and meaning of Gramsci's theoretical formulations, and his Marxism is controversial, as is Mao's. The Marxism of one, therefore, does not vindicate the Marxism of the other. Still, this makes comparison more, not less, useful, since it refocuses attention from abstract, ahistorical questions of orthodoxy to questions on revolutionary practice and its implications for theory. The same is the case with regard to the conditions and nature of revolution as the two revolutionaries perceived it. Gramsci drew a distinction between revolution in the West and revolution in the East. 7 In the West, civil society, the realm of private life and institutions, was well established. Revolution, therefore, was as much a cultural and educational activity as it was a political one, since the conquest of civil society took priority over the conquest of the state. In the East, including Russia, revolution took a more directly political form, the conquest of state power, since civil society was, for all purposes, non-existent. Gramsci clearly had Russia and Lenin in mind when he made this distinction. While the distinction is also applicable to China, the protracted nature of the Chinese Revolution distinguishes it from the Russian Revolution. While China did not have a civil society in the Gramscian sense, that is, a bourgeois society, the communists in China obviously had to struggle during their long revolution to capture the hearts and minds of the people before they were in a position to conquer state power. For them, too, in other words, the cultural and the educational task appeared as a pre-revolutionary rather than a post-revolutionary requirement. Gramsci's Marxism may have led to Eurocommunism and Mao's to revolutionary violence. The answer to these divergent paths must be sought in the conditions of revolution. Underlying these different paths, however, one may detect a similar appreciation of the intimate dialectic between revolutionary consciousness and culture, and the consciousness and culture of its social ambience. Third Worldism, Orientalism, and the question of Mao's Marxism. Contrary to some students of Mao, Mao assigned to conscious activity a much more prominent status in revolution than did Marx. Mankind sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, Marx wrote in 1858, since the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. Any defender of identity between Marx and Mao would be hard put to demonstrate that the absence of requisite material or social conditions for the solution of political problems ever restrained him from pursuing such a solution anyway. This is not to imply that Mao was an arbitrary voluntarist who recognized no constraints on revolutionary activity, or that he ignored the context for revolutionary activity. Nevertheless, Mao's career as a revolutionary provides the most incontrovertible evidence of his belief in the ability of revolutionary activity to create the conditions for its own fulfillment. Preoccupation with orthodoxy is not only misguided in the case of a revolutionary who thought Marxist dogma to be less useful than dung, but diminishes his creativity as a Marxist. More seriously, it ignores the significant differences from Marx in the content of Mao's consciousness, which were a product of the concrete circumstances within which Mao carried out his revolutionary activity. The argument that Mao and Marx both endowed consciousness with a role in social and revolutionary change at the formal theoretical level makes an abstract comparison that does not say much about the concrete role of consciousness in revolutionary activity. This is a serious deficiency in a Marxist analysis. It sweeps under the rug, as I will argue, the most significant elements in Mao's thinking on consciousness. Underlying this view is a third worldist fantasy, a fantasy of Mao as a Chinese reincarnation of Marx who fulfilled the Marxist promise that had been betrayed in the West. Explanations that attribute Mao's faith in revolutionary consciousness to his lifelong preoccupation with subjective will, or trace it to some vague Chinese cultural legacy, are even less satisfactory because they abolish the problem as a problem within Marxism and, with it, Mao's Marxism itself. These explanations are informed by a pre-Leninist economistic understanding of Marxism that serves, on the one hand, to emasculate Marxism as a progenitor of revolutionary consciousness, and, on the other hand, to orientalize Mao by encapsulating him in a Chinese cultural and political space. The economistic interpretation of Marxism renders consciousness epiphenomenal by definition. Therefore, it denies the significant role of consciousness in social change and revolution. Mao's preoccupation with consciousness appears, consequently, as an aberration of his Marxism that must be traced to sources extraneous to Marxism. Mao's individual orientation or his predisposition as a Chinese revolutionary provide a convenient, and circumstantially logical, explanation. Mao's Marxism has been orientalized both by Western students of China, suspicious of the authenticity of his Marxism because of his Chineseness, and by Chinese who, convinced of the resiliency of their cultural heritage, resist any suggestion of the impregnation of Chinese culture by an alien ideology. The culturalist interpretation of Mao, it might be noted, coincides with a politically conservative reading of Marx that limits considerably the boundaries of Marxist revolutionary activity. The problem with such explanations is that they ignore the Marxist problematic, basic to which is the idea of class, within which Mao viewed the problem of consciousness, and which shaped his activities as a revolutionary. Fred Wakeman and Li Rui, with different emphases, have shown that Mao was indeed preoccupied with the question of subjective will from his youthful days. 8 What needs to be pointed out is that Marxism tamed Mao's subjectivism, and taught him the constraints placed on revolutionary will by social circumstances. The mature Marxist Mao, who first expressed his views on this subject in the 1937 essay, On Practice, 9 remained conscious of the dialectical relationship between consciousness and social existence, between revolutionary activity and its material premises. This would seem to be belied by the Cultural Revolution, which was in fact responsible for dramatizing to students of China, Mao's persistent preoccupation with the autonomy of revolutionary consciousness. The Cultural Revolution informs most discussions of Mao's so-called voluntarism. During the Cultural Revolution, arbitrary subjectivity seemed to take over once again, and led Mao to the assertion of the power of revolutionary will over material reality. The Cultural Revolutionary phase of Mao's career has recently been repudiated by Mao's successors on these same grounds, which would seem to confirm earlier analyses by students of China. Yet this is valid only from a limited perspective on Marxism, and it remains to be demonstrated that Mao abandoned the basic Marxist premise that social being determines consciousness during the Cultural Revolution. We have yet to distinguish the intention that underlay the Cultural Revolution from the circumstances that perverted the intention into its own caricature. Point 10. In its intention, the Cultural Revolution was quite in keeping with the revolutionary goals Mao had pursued as a Marxist for all of his mature years. From the beginning, Marxism redefined for Mao the goals as well as the strategy of the Chinese Revolution. His aim as a Marxist was not simply to create a strong and independent China, but a revolutionary one as well. Mao's idea of the sinification of Marxism has been used as evidence that he subsumed Marxism within his nationalism. It is clear from Mao's discussions of sinification, especially his seminal essay, on New Democracy, 11 however, that Mao's nationalism was quite empirical, that the Chinese nation he had in mind was yet to be created in the course of the Chinese Revolution. Marxism was to be present at the creation. Unlike sinification of old, that is, the absorption of foreign cultures and peoples into Chinese civilization, where they lost their identity, the sinification of Marxism did not imply the absorption of Marxism into a Chinese culture that could be taken for granted. Marxism was to serve as the litmus paper against which the new Chinese culture was to be tested. Hence Mao could by definition exclude from the culture he envisaged Chinese feudal culture as well as Western bourgeois culture. If Mao nationalized Marxism, in other words, his idea of nationalism was fashioned by Marxism, and its tasks were defined by revolutionary considerations of class and class consciousness. It is sufficient to place Mao's nationalism against the nationalism of his successors to appreciate the revolutionary mold in which his Marxism cast his nationalism. It is only when this revolutionary nature of Mao's nationalism is overlooked, when his nationalism is equated with China's national salvation pure and simple, that the Cultural Revolution appears as a departure from Mao's previously Marxist understanding of consciousness. On the other hand, if Mao's Marxism is viewed not simply as an instrument of his nationalism but also as its determinant, the Cultural Revolution appears as an attempt on the part of Mao to move further along the path of revolution, past the point where immediate national goals had been achieved, toward the creation of a revolutionary culture. That Mao, as a revolutionary committed to China's autonomy and strength, would risk China's wealth and power in the pursuit of revolutionary goals only attests to the powerful part Marxism played in the shaping of his nationalism. From Mao's perspective, there was nothing aberrant or arbitrary about the Cultural Revolution, which remained firmly within the Marxist problematic that had guided him all along. From this perspective, it appears that what Mao rejected during the Cultural Revolution was not the Marxist conception of consciousness, but a determinism that relinquished to technological development the task of achieving socialism. To interpret Mao's activities during this period as expression of a faith in the power of subjective will over material reality is to ignore Mao's very Marxist premise that social relations mediate between consciousness and material reality. A note Mao made on the origins of capitalism in the late 1950s, when the problems that were to culminate in the Cultural Revolution were already in his mind, is illustrative of his appreciation of this problem. Mao observes in that note that bourgeois consciousness and bourgeois social relations historically preceded the technology that had come to identify capitalism. He obviously had in mind a parallel with socialism, that socialist social relations, too, could precede a socialist technology, that socialist social relations presupposed a socialist culture and consciousness. This is quite consistent with Marxism except in its technological determinist version. Indeed, Mao's note may contain the insight that technology itself must correspond to the desired social relations and not be allowed to subvert them or render them impossible, an insight that many present-day Marxists share. Point 12. The notion of voluntarism is the guise in which the problem of consciousness appears in most discussions of Mao. This approach is misleading because it poses a false issue. If voluntarism is meant to be juxtaposed against determinism, it does not suffice to distinguish Mao from any other Marxist revolutionary, including Marx, since all revolutionary activity is by definition voluntary activity. If, on the other hand, voluntarism is meant to imply obliviousness to social and material constraints on revolutionary activity, it suggests an unjustified and undemonstrated conclusion that Mao's Marxism represents the degeneration of Marxism to arbitrary subjective activity. Here Mao's Marxism no longer appears as a serious problem within Marxism. The problem appears in a different light when posed in terms of conscious activity that is both intentional and voluntary, but is not, therefore, arbitrary activity, since there is no necessary contradiction between intentionality and social existence, only a complex relationship to be analyzed and explained. When we approach the problem of consciousness in Mao from this perspective, it becomes possible to perceive why Mao should have endowed consciousness with a fundamental role in revolutionary activity. What Mao juxtaposed was not consciousness versus social and material reality, but revolutionary consciousness against consciousness in general. Consciousness in general is the outlook on life and society that guides people in their everyday activity. It is shaped not just by immediate social and material circumstances, but by inherited cultural traditions. It is just as much a part of social existence as are the material conditions of life. Revolutionary consciousness, that is, class consciousness, on the other hand, appears in this light as part of a more all-encompassing concept of consciousness to which it bears a problematic relationship. The revelation of this problem may be Mao's contribution to Marxism. His own appreciation of the problem was a direct product of the problems that were implicit in the confrontation of Marxism with an alien cultural and social environment. As Scram has observed, in a slightly different sense than mine, the whole record of Mao Zedong's intellectual itinerary during the ensuing decades after 1926 can be read as a persistent search for ways to combine the principle of proletarian hegemony with the vision of Chinese society which had gripped him in 1926-13. This confrontation exposed problems that were not apparent under circumstances where Marxists could anticipate the spontaneous articulation of revolutionary consciousness that they thought was imminent in society. Marxism in China provided the redefinition of the goals and strategy of the Chinese Revolution, but it did not survive the process unchanged. In order to serve as an effective ideology of action, Marxism had to be nationalized to lose its alienness to the circumstances of the Chinese Revolution. This was the predicament of Marxism in China, to retain its identity unchanged and lose its relevance to the Chinese Revolution, or to undergo the necessary adjustment and relinquish its identity. The greatness of Mao as a Marxist lay in his recognition of this predicament, and his persistent conviction that a dialectical integration, a mutual incorporation of Marxist and Chinese goals, rather than a combination, as Scram suggests, lay within the realm of possibility. It was this recognition, I think, that led him to endow the problem of consciousness with a significance and urgency that it did not call for under those conditions where the circumstances of revolutionary activity were less alien to its theoretical premises. Mao and Marxism, social experience and social revolution. It is necessary to view Mao's preoccupation with consciousness from the perspective of Marxist thought, both to identify its roots in the Marxist problematic of revolution and to appreciate Mao's originality. Marx conceptualized consciousness in its dialectical relationship with history, with the proletariat as its concrete referent. Revolutionary consciousness represented the development of proletarian consciousness as the proletariat became aware of itself as a class by comprehending itself in history. As the articulation of proletarian self-consciousness, revolutionary consciousness mediated the transformation of the proletariat from a politically inert class in itself to a revolutionary class for itself capable of carrying out its historical destiny. The task of the revolutionary was to present to the proletariat its image in history in order to help the proletariat fulfill its potential. Revolutionary activity was, therefore, placed in a dialectical relationship with the teleology that Marx's social and revolutionary theory presupposed. Lenin's recognition that revolutions did not come about spontaneously through the dynamics of social forces, but were brought about by the conscious activity of revolutionaries, was a crucial redefinition of the relationship Marx had established between consciousness and history. Revolution to Lenin was not a social but a political event. It was the product not of social movements of classes but of political organization, and the revolutionary consciousness that guided revolution was not the articulation of proletarian consciousness but an attribute of revolutionaries that presupposed the proletariat as an object, rather than the subject, of revolutionary activity. Lenin's recognition that revolutionary consciousness was not the expression of social forces, but was autonomous political consciousness that sought to remold social forces, freed Marxist revolutionaries from the necessity of waiting upon history. It also opened up the possibility of arbitrariness in the pursuit of revolution. The dialectic between theory and revolutionary activity, embedded by Marx in history, was relocated by Lenin in the consciousness of the revolutionary. Marxist theory, divorced from its concrete social reference, could, therefore, be instrumentalized in the service of goals that bore no organic relationship to its social premise, in other words, capitalism and its revolutionary product, the proletariat, were no longer preconditions for socialist revolutionary activity. At the same time, socialism could now accommodate, or even be appropriated by goals that expressed the aspirations of a social context alien to the original social premise of Marxist theory. This rendered consciousness much more problematic than it had been to Marx, and required the Revolutionary Party as guardian of the integrity of revolutionary consciousness. Mao was heir to this problem. In his case, however, the problem was much more complex than it had been for Marx or Lenin because of the tenuous status of Marxism, not just among the people of China, but among Marxist intellectuals themselves. In the first place, Marxism was an alien ideology in China. I do not mean this in the sense of alienness to an orientalized China that was a world unto itself. In the 20th century, China was placed in a world setting, and was absorbed into a world market of ideas just as much as it was absorbed into a world market of commodities. Marxism was one of these ideas. It was relevant to the problems of Chinese society to the extent that China's problems were identifiable with the new setting in which China was placed. Socialism in China was from its beginnings concerned with the role capitalism should play in China's development in a world dominated by capitalism. Nevertheless, there existed a gap, as Tang Tsao has noted, between ideological development and social and political development. 14 Social being in China was much more complex than it had been for Marx or for the émigré Lenin, both of whom felt at home in European thought and politics. For a Chinese revolutionary, social being in China meant a Chinese existence as well as existence in a China situated in the world. Consciousness had a corresponding complexity. The predicament of Marxist revolutionary consciousness was not just political, reconciling Marxist and Chinese political goals, it was also cultural. This predicament was underlined by the cultural inertia of the masses the revolutionaries sought to revolutionize. Contradiction, rather than dialectical integration, is the appropriate term for describing the inner tensions of revolutionary consciousness, not to speak of the relationship between revolutionaries and the masses they hope to lead. Revolution would have to be made, and a revolution in consciousness and culture was the precondition to, rather than an expression of, a revolution in material existence. This problem became dramatically evident after 1927 when the communists were driven to the countryside, and when Mao began his ascent to leadership. In the early 20s, the first years of communism in China, it might have been possible to have some faith in spontaneous mass uprising on the evidence of working-class revolt in China's cities. After 1927, revolution had to be made in agrarian China where, in spite of all the existing social agitation, political consciousness remained enshrouded within traditional forms of protest, and revolutionaries faced a much more difficult task in remolding peasant grievance into revolutionary class consciousness. It was to Mao's credit that he could perceive the revolutionary potential of the peasantry. Maurice Meisner has pointed to Mao's populist faith in the spontaneous revolutionary creativity of the peasant. 15 This faith, however, was not such as to lead Mao to anticipate spontaneous class consciousness or revolutionary activity from the peasant. In his classic report on the peasant movement in Hunan, Mao identified traditional social and religious authority as forces that weighed down the peasant. As in the case of his nationalism, Mao's faith in the peasantry was mediated by his Marxism. To the end of his life, Mao remained suspicious of those who believed that the peasantry is simply wonderful, and thought it necessary to transform peasant consciousness in accordance with socialist premises. 16 Nevertheless, his Marxist conviction in the necessity of transforming the peasantry was not accompanied by disdain for the peasant, or the belief that peasant false consciousness must be purged through the imposition on the peasantry of Marxist consciousness. In dealing with the peasantry, educators must themselves be educated. This attitude made as much sense from the viewpoint of revolutionary pragmatism as it did from the perspective of a populist affection for the peasantry. What it meant, from the standpoint of the problem here, was that the consciousness of the revolutionary must be transformed in the process of the revolutionary transformation of the peasant. Revolutionary practice and revolutionary consciousness. This brief consideration of the circumstantial peculiarities of the Chinese Revolution points to two problems. First, that under the circumstances of the Chinese Revolution, constant vigilance was necessary, on the one hand, to prevent the instrumentalization of Marxism into a mere tool of parochialized goals, and, on the other hand, to minimize the tendency to convert Marxism into a dogma that would only serve to underscore its alienness. This was a problem primarily for revolutionaries, who had to assimilate their abstract revolutionary consciousness to the concrete demands of their immediate circumstances. The predicament of the revolutionary was born out of the uneasy assimilation of Chinese to Marxist political goals. The problem of consciousness was not, therefore, simply a problem of the formal status of consciousness as an abstract component in the Marxist theory of revolution. The formal status of consciousness in revolution was bound up with the content of revolutionary consciousness as Mao perceived it. In other words, the same forces that shaped Mao's own consciousness as a revolutionary appear simultaneously as the forces that account for the supreme status with which Mao endowed consciousness as an agent of change. As Lenin had perceived and Mao now elaborated, revolutionary consciousness was not mere static reflection of class or society, it was a dynamic material moment of revolutionary activity. As Mao explained in his essay on practice, revolutionary activity and the conceptualization of revolution were simply alternating, dialectically linked, phases of a continuing process. Theory provided the overall direction by mediating between activity and its conceptualization, but it did not predetermine correct action or offer prefabricated concepts that provided universal explanations without regard for particular circumstances. By the same virtue, revolutionary activity mediated between theory and empirical conditions, and integrated them into a historical process. Without revolutionary activity, theory was reduced to dogma, and empiricism to activity without direction, both manifestations of arbitrary subjectivism. The complexity of Mao's own consciousness mirrored the predicament of revolutionary consciousness in China. Mao was accused of empiricism in the Communist Party of China. He has also been charged repeatedly with obliviousness to empirical concerns. 17 Why he should be subjected to such antithetical interpretations may be gleaned from his 1937 essay on contradiction, 18, which I think is Mao's most important articulation of his perceptions of the problem of revolution. The essay at once instrumentalizes Marxist theory as a guide to analyzing empirical conditions in society, and reaffirms the possibility of revolutionary transcendence through a theoretical grasp of social and political contradictions in their most empirical manifestation. On Contradiction was the culmination of lessons Mao drew from a decade of revolutionary activity. The essay was both a description of recent Chinese history as Mao perceived it, especially as he had experienced it, and a prescription for future revolutionary activity drawn from that experience. The essay was most conspicuous for its instrumentalized conception of theory, which was implicit in Mao's stress on contradiction over class as the basic unit of analysis. In this respect, it was but a restatement in the abstract of Mao's revolutionary practice over the previous decade. From his first analysis of classes in China in 1926, Mao revealed a political conceptualization of class. In his delineation of classes in China, he was interested not in a structural determination of class in terms of relationship to the means of production, but in the identification of the status of social groups in terms of hierarchy of power, and especially in terms of relations of exploitation. In other words, Mao's concept of class was based not on abstract theoretical considerations, but a utilitarian concern to gauge the potential for revolutionary consciousness and activity of different strata within the Chinese population. The opening words of his 1926 essay, Analysis of Classes in Chinese Society, reveal the underlying intention of Mao's analysis: who are our enemies? Who are our friends? The essay went on to identify 15 classes in China in terms of their attitudes toward revolution. This same activist approach to class analysis guided Mao's analysis in another essay, published in the same year, where Mao identified 5 classes in agrarian China, as well as in the better-known essay of 1933, How to Analyze Classes in Rural China, which served as the basis for communist land reform programs then and after 1949.19 to Mao. In every case, class analysis was social analysis designed to identify the dimensions of conflict in society for the guidance of revolutionary activity and policy. On contradiction was the ultimate expression of Mao's view of Marxism as a theory of conflict. The essay articulated Mao's appreciation of the complexity and multitude of social and political conflict, which was much more comprehensive and intricate than is allowed for in class analysis based on relationship to the means of production. The recognition of multifaceted conflict increased the burden on revolutionary consciousness. Revolutionaries had to absorb in their consciousness all aspects of conflict in order to devise an effective strategy of action, but without getting caught up in the conflict themselves, for the latter would result in the loss of direction to revolutionary activity. In the essay, Mao attempted to bring order to the chaos of conflict by postulating that in any situation, there was a principal contradiction that conditioned all the other contradictions and provided a focus for revolutionary activity. It was up to the revolutionary to identify the principal contradiction and use it as the guide to action. This, however, did not exhaust the demands on the revolutionary. The idea of a principal contradiction resolved the problem of chaos on a short-term basis, but it did not provide a guard against arbitrary activity, more crudely, opportunism, on a long-term basis. In fact, it opened up the danger of the substitution of short-term for long-term goals. It is implicit in Mao's reasoning that the revolutionary who did not look beyond the immediate situation remained deprived of the vision necessary to transcend immediate circumstances. No matter how successful a revolutionary might be in grasping immediate contradictions, without a vision of revolution, he or she remained a manipulator of conflict. The manipulator who did not have vision of the future, we might add, was condemned to manipulation by the same circumstances that he or she sought to control. It was only by keeping their sights firmly fixed on the historically principal task of abolishing class domination and oppression, that revolutionaries could transcend the immediate historical situation, and live up to the vision embedded in theory. It is hardly surprising that the consciousness of the revolutionary must, under the circumstances, be brought to the forefront of all consideration of change. Second, and perhaps more important, the circumstances of the Chinese Revolution required the recognition that the people of China had their own socially and culturally determined consciousness that was very much at odds with Marxist revolutionary consciousness. In other words, that revolutionary confrontation was not simply a confrontation between Marxist revolutionary consciousness and the social and material conditions of China, but a confrontation between Marxist revolutionary consciousness and Chinese consciousness as materialized in peasant life. Revolutionary consciousness could possess this consciousness or be possessed by it. This was its second predicament. Mao recognized, rightly, that the possession had to be mutual if the revolution was to be successful, but also because he was a Chinese revolutionary. Marxist revolutionary consciousness had to incorporate elements of its novel cultural context if it was to lose its alienness. It also had to possess and transform that cultural context. This dynamic option was closed off by those who, in the name of revolutionary consciousness, would dismiss native consciousness as primitive or false consciousness. It was ignored by those who readily fell in with peasant consciousness and lost their ability to lead. Mao's concern with this problem was reflected in his deep awareness of the contradiction between empiricism and dogmatism in the Communist Party. 20 Above all, in the concept of the mass line that represented an effort to resolve this contradiction in the Organization for Revolution. Mao wrote in 1934, "We should make the broad masses realize that we represent their interests, that our life and theirs are intimately interwoven." 21 The essence of the mass line is contained in the simple statement, "From the masses, and to the masses." But the idea was considerably more complex. The mass line represented in effect the application of the idea of democratic centralism to the relationship between the party and the masses. John Lewis has drawn attention to the parallel between the mass line as an organizational concept and the epistemological process Mao had outlined in On Practice, Perception Conception Verification, or Testing Through Practice. Point 22 This parallel implies that the mass line was not a mere technique of mass mobilization, but a means of integrating the revolutionary consciousness of the Communist Party with the consciousness of the people the party led. As theory intermediated the interrelationship between revolutionary condition and revolutionary activity in the case of the individual revolutionary, the party pursuing the mass line mediated the interrelationship between revolutionary goals and popular interests and consciousness. In this mediation the party, as the agent of revolutionary transformation, served as the guardian of revolutionary integrity and theoretical correctness, but it could perform its role effectively only by absorbing into its consciousness the consciousness of the masses it led. Whatever Mao's own proclivities, the idea of the mass line made eminent sense under the circumstances in which the Communist Party led the revolution in China. That this was not mere pragmatism, or simply a mechanical conception of party-people relationship, at least to Mao, is evident in Mao's insistence on the continuation of the mass line after 1949. As Mao's writings from the early 1960s reveal unequivocally, one of the basic problems Mao intended to solve through the Cultural Revolution was the increasing alienation of the party in power from its popular constituency, especially the working people who provided its class basis. The relationship Mao envisaged, and hoped to achieve through the mass line, was not simply a mechanical relationship of interest mediation, but an organic relationship where the culture, in its broadest sense, of the masses and the party would be interwoven, just as he envisaged the interweaving of Marxist and national aspirations at the level of political goals. This was ultimately the meaning of Mao's sinification of Marxism, which, therefore, can also be viewed as the Marxification of Chineseness. What is essential is Mao's realization that the battle for revolution was as much a battle over culture and consciousness as it was over social and political power. This realization, and the practice Mao based on it, may ultimately be Mao's most important contribution to Marxist theory. Class, culture, and revolution in Gramsci's thought. Gramsci's conception of hegemony expressed his recognition of the problem of revolutionary consciousness in the battle for revolution. Unless this battle for consciousness was won, Gramsci thought, the revolution would be doomed to failure. A social group can, and indeed must, already exercise leadership, that is, be hegemonic before winning governmental power. This indeed is one of the principal conditions for the winning of such power. 23. In a seminal article on Gramsci, Gwyn Williams described Gramsci's concept of hegemony as follows. By hegemony Gramsci seems to mean a socio-political situation, in his terminology, a moment, in which the philosophy and practice of a society fuse or are in equilibrium, an order in which a certain way of life and thought are dominant, in which one concept of reality is diffused throughout society in all its institutional and private manifestations, informing with its spirit all taste, morality, customs, religious and political principles, and all social relations, particularly in their intellectual and moral connotation. Point 24. Revolution to Gramsci was a battle for hegemony between opposing classes. A hegemonic class was by definition a class whose values suffused the society it dominated, the historic bloc where hegemony over culture and consciousness corresponded to the control of the means of production. Hegemony implied the domination of civil society, without which political domination or leadership must degenerate into naked governmental coercion, which itself was an indication of the incompleteness or degeneration of hegemony. When hegemony prevails, discipline becomes self-discipline, coercion becomes self-government. 25. For our purposes, three characteristics of hegemony are important. A hegemonic class must of necessity incorporate into its interests the interests of other classes, or articulate the interests of other classes through its own interests, in order to universalize its economic domination. Second, it must incorporate into its culture elements of its cultural context in order to universalize its culture. It follows, third, that a hegemonic class must be a national class. The first characteristic has been cogently expressed by Chantal Mouffe. A hegemonic class, Mouffe explains, is a class which has been able to articulate the interests of other social groups to its own by means of ideological struggle. This, according to Gramsci, is only possible if this class renounces a strictly corporatist conception, since in order to exercise leadership it must genuinely concern itself with the interests of those social groups over which it wishes to exercise hegemony. 26. On the question of culture, the second characteristic, Raymond Williams observes, any hegemonic process must be especially alert and responsive to the alternatives and opposition which question or threaten its dominance. The reality of cultural process must then always include the efforts and contributions of those who are in one way or another outside or at the edge of the terms of the specific hegemony. 27. Williams describes as incorporation that process whereby the hegemonic group appropriates for itself the traditions and values of a given society. Williams's description of hegemony cogently brings out the connection between class and culture. Hegemony is then not only the articulate upper level of ideology, nor are its forms of control only those ordinarily seen as manipulation or indoctrination. It is a whole body of practices and expectations over the whole of living, our senses and assignments of energy, our shaping perceptions of ourselves and our world. It is a lived system of meanings and values constitutive and constituting which as they are experienced as practices appear reciprocally confirming. It thus constitutes a sense of reality for most people in the society, a sense of absolute because experienced reality beyond which it is very difficult for most members of the society to move, in most areas of their lives. It is, that is to say, in the strongest sense a culture, but a culture which has also to be seen as the lived dominance and subordination of particular classes. 28. Williams credits Gramsci with having abolished the base superstructure division in the Marxist appreciation of culture, and made culture into a constituent element of social life, in other words, materialized the notion of culture. Finally, these considerations required that a hegemonic class must be national. A class that is international, Gramsci observed, has to nationalize itself in order to effect a link between the leaders and the led. 29. This led Gramsci to the idea of a national popular culture. Hoare and Smith, the editors of the prison notebooks, describe this idea as a sort of historic block, between national and popular aspirations in the formation of which the intellectuals play an essential mediating role. 30. They further distinguish Gramsci's idea of national popular culture from fascist or populist views on the subject. This distinction is supported, I think, by the model that informed Gramsci's idea, Lenin and the Russian revolutionaries, whom Gramsci credited with having achieved just such a nationalization of Marxism. An elite consisting of some of the most active, energetic, enterprising, and disciplined members of the society emigrates abroad and assimilates the culture and historical experiences of the most advanced countries of the West without, however, losing the most essential characteristics of its own nationality, that is to say without breaking its sentimental and historical links with its own people. 31. Gramsci's views of intellectuals and their relationship to revolution followed from his idea of hegemony. A hegemonic class needed its own organic intellectuals who would be its functionaries in the world of government and culture. Gramsci described as traditional intellectuals those intellectuals who did not serve as functionaries of the hegemonic class, or, at least, thought that they did not do so. A basic task for a newly emerging hegemonic class, a counter-hegemonic class, then, was to create its own organic intellectuals and to assimilate traditional intellectuals. 32. Mao, Gramsci, and Revolution. From the perspective of Gramsci's concept of hegemony, the whole course of the Chinese Revolution, but especially the late 1930s and early 1940s, when Mao formulated his idea of new democracy, appears as a drama enacted under the direction of the idea of hegemony. Mao, too, believed that the primary task of the Communist Party in China was to attract under its leadership the various social groups in China, but in particular the intellectuals, by demonstrating the superiority of its cultural and political leadership. 33 This was the premise upon which the whole idea of new democracy was founded. Second, Mao's sinification of Marxism bears a close resemblance to Gramsci's idea of a national popular culture. Both believed that Marxist revolutionary consciousness must be nationalized and lose its alienness to the national culture if it was to achieve hegemony. Third, in both cases, considerations involving the agrarian population played an important role in sensitizing them to the cultural problems of working-class hegemony. Finally, both had remarkably similar conceptions of the role of intellectuals, especially revolutionary intellectuals. Carabel's comparison of political and specialized in Gramsci with the read and expert intellectuals is especially apt. If the working class was to establish its hegemony, it needed its own organic intellectuals who would be expert enough to lead, and read enough to retain their ties with the working class. What a tragedy it would be, Gramsci wrote in one of his letters from prison, if the groups of intellectuals who come to the working class and in whom the working class places its trust, do not feel themselves the same flesh and blood as the most humble, the most backward, and the least aware of our workers and peasants. All our work would be useless and we would obtain no result. 34 He might have been Mao announcing the Cultural Revolution. These similarities between Mao and Gramsci should at least caution us against the hasty attribution of Mao's Marxism to his Chineseness. Cammett has observed that Gramsci's Marxism, too, had its roots in his Italian heritage. What the two share in common is an awareness of the difficulty of Marxist revolution in a national environment not quite prepared for it. It is in the priority they gave to revolutionary practice in such an environment that we must seek the basis for the common elements in their thinking, as well as the sources of their contribution to Marxist revolutionary theory. This parallel recognition of the problem of culture and consciousness by Mao and Gramsci adds a new dimension to the understanding of Marxist revolutionary theory, and in particular to the relationship between revolutionary consciousness and the consciousness of the culture that revolutionaries find at hand. The appreciation of this problem reveals an even greater magnitude to the problem of revolution than had been visible earlier. It was Lenin who first recognized clearly that revolution was not simply a political act, but an educational one as well. It is also clear, however, that Lenin, isolated from the masses he was to lead by his long career as an émigré, did not confront all the dimensions of the problem. In fact, even though Mao and Gramsci both claimed to be following in Lenin's footsteps, they had a much more dialectical understanding of the relationship between revolutionary consciousness and social consciousness in general. Lenin disdained the false consciousness even of the working class. Correct ideas had to be impressed upon the working class from the outside. Mao and Gramsci, in constant interaction with workers and/or peasants, modified and moderated the coercive implications of Lenin's approach. They recognized that class consciousness bore a problematic relationship to consciousness in general, because not all consciousness was class consciousness, and consciousness was not false for not being class consciousness. If consciousness is the articulation of social being, it contained in its constitution all the complexity of social existence, which is not merely class existence. Class interest and consciousness suffused social existence and consciousness, but did not consume it. On the contrary, class consciousness gained its concrete meaning in a particular social and cultural context, and must be articulated within the language of its cultural context in order to be meaningful. Gramsci distinguished a dominant or corporate class from a leading class. 35 A class could be dominant by imposing its class interests and ideology upon society, but it could not lead through those means. A truly hegemonic class, that is, a leading class, articulated other interests to its own, and bathed its class ideology in the hues of its cultural environment. A class that seeks to establish its hegemony must likewise come to terms with its culture and society, which were, to Gramsci, but two sides of the same coin, and not impose upon the latter an abstract consciousness. If it is to be hegemonic, in other words, it may not capture all consciousness for its own class consciousness to the exclusion of all the cultural and ethical values it finds at hand. As it seeks to restructure society and consciousness in favor of its own interests and culture, it must learn to articulate its own class interests and consciousness in the language of the culture and society it seeks to transform. Marxism at the crossroads: the promise and the predicament. This reformulation of the problems of class and class consciousness has profound implications for both the theory and the practice of Marxism. Theoretically, it calls for a re-evaluation of the concept of class. The concept of class as an abstraction derived from abstract economic relations is fundamental to a Marxist sociology, but as an abstraction, it tells us little about everyday social experience. On the contrary, the assumption that a variegated and complex social existence may be comprehended through an abstract sociological concept easily leads to the substitution of the concept for social experience. As consciousness of class helps demystify much that is hidden in social experience, so is it necessary for social and political analysis to refer constantly back to social experience in order to avoid mystification of class consciousness. E. P. Thompson's observation that class is not a thing but a relationship is very much to the point here. If class is a relationship, class and class consciousness are not abstractions to be imposed upon society but are attributes of historically changing relationships that must be sought out in social experience as it is, and is in the process of becoming. The implications for Marxist politics are equally profound. Mao and Gramsci were both loyal Leninists in their conception of a revolutionary vanguard party, yet, their understanding of the relationship between revolutionaries and their social constituencies contains an implicit challenge to Leninist conceptions of political organization. In identifying class consciousness with the party rather than the proletariat, Lenin set the party apart from and above the constituency that the party claimed to represent. Lenin's conception of the proletarian party was in effect the organizational expression of the theoretical abstraction of class and class consciousness from the concrete, historical experience of the proletariat as a social class. However effectively this organization may have served as an organ of revolution under certain circumstances, it has also brought with it a host of problems, chief among which is the potential for party despotism over the very classes the party was intended to serve, a potential that has unfortunately been fulfilled repeatedly in past socialist revolutions, starting with Lenin's own revolution. In their recognition of the need to assimilate the abstract propositions of Marxist theory to concrete historical circumstances, Mao and Gramsci also realized the need to integrate the party closely with the working classes the party sought to represent and even with classes whose interests diverged from those of workers. In a very real sense, they restored the dialectical relationship between revolutionaries and social classes that informed Marx's formulation of the problem of revolution. This realization promised, and promises, a more democratic resolution of the problems of revolution and socialism than has been possible with Leninist conceptions of politics. How this challenge might be translated into political practice remains the basic problem of Marxist politics. As I noted above with regard to Mao, it obviously creates a predicament for Marxist identity, one even deeper than the predicament Lenin had foreseen. In coming to terms with the cluttered realities of class relations and consciousness in a complex social existence, Marxists must face the possibility of being absorbed into the very social existence that they seek to transform. At the very least, assimilation of the concrete characteristics of the social environment into Marxist political theory is likely to blur the guidelines provided by abstract class analysis, subject political activity to contingent changes in social disposition, and render considerably more tenuous the socialist vision of the future. That may be the reason why, in spite of their difficulties with their respective communist parties, Mao and Gramsci both held on to the Leninist conception of the party, since the party remained as the only guarantor of class identity. 36 Mao's idea of the mass line, which was intended to achieve leadership rather than the domination of the masses, may be the closest approximation to a political solution of the problems of class consciousness and identity that were created by the recognition of complexity to the relationship between class consciousness and consciousness as the expression of complex social existence. But it is, at best, only an approximation. Though it enhanced communication between the leaders and the led, the mass line did not abolish the separation of party from people. And the line between leadership and domination is easily confused as long as power is concentrated in the hands of the party organization, as the Chinese experience past and present has shown. Socialists must still face the challenge of discovering a political strategy that is at once democratic and loyal to the vision of social and economic equality. Neither Mao nor Gramsci formulated a political strategy that resolved these problems of socialism and revolution. But they cogently represented revolution as a continuous dialectical process, with the revolutionary at the pivot of the dialectic. Mao grasped the endlessness of the revolutionary undertaking and, with it, the pathos of revolution. For either revolutionary, however, a paraphrase of the well-known statement by Marx would seem appropriate. People do not make their history just as they please, they do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. But people do make their own history. 3. The Cultural Revolution in Historical Perspective. 7. Revolutionary Hegemony and the Language of Revolution, Chinese Socialism Between Present and Future. A beginner who has learnt a new language, Karl Marx wrote in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, always translates it into his mother tongue, but he has assimilated the spirit of the new language and can freely express himself in it only when he finds his way in it without recalling the old and forgets his native tongue in the use of the new one. Revolution, the metaphor suggests, is learning. It is also forgetting not in the sense of loss of memory, but in the sense of relegating to memory that which obstructs the assimilation of the new. The metaphor of language offers an illuminating perspective on the tortuous course the Chinese Revolution has followed over the last 3 decades. 2. Learning a new language and forgetting the old has been a basic problem in Chinese politics, as is evident in the radical shifts in the language of socialist ideology. The problem does not lie in a choice between revolution and restoration. There is no dispute among China's socialists over the transformative role socialism must play in creating a new society. The dispute has been over the best way to reconcile the demands of the revolutionary vision that brought the communists to power with the responsibilities placed upon a revolutionary party in control of state power. This has called forth a synthesis of 2 meanings of socialism, both of which have deep roots in the history of Chinese socialism: socialism as an ideology of revolution and socialism as an ideology of modernization. Revolution and development have long been associated in Chinese socialist thought as interdependent constituents of socialist ideology, and the historical experience of Chinese socialism shows that neglect of one almost inevitably undermines the other. There has also been a perennial contradiction, however, between an idea of socialism that derives its language from a universal ideal of an egalitarian and democratic society, and one that renders socialism into an instrument of parochial pragmatic goals of national development. These alternative conceptions of socialism also have different implications for China's relationship to its past, and to the historical context out of which Chinese socialism has grown. The contradiction is a contradiction between the language of vision and the language of economism. Unable to integrate these 2 languages into a new language of socialist progress, socialist ideology in China has ended up for the most part speaking 2 languages at once, which has confounded the speakers no less than the listeners. But it is also true that one or the other has been spoken with the louder voice in different phases of the revolution. Ideological struggle in Chinese politics expresses a struggle to capture the ideology of socialism for the dominance of one or the other of these languages. So far, neither has achieved a clear-cut victory. The difficulties the Chinese have encountered in discovering a new language of socialism disclose a fundamental problem that Marx's metaphor overlooks. The new language is new to the neophyte who encounters it for the first time, but the language already exists before the encounter as a completed design, which the neophyte needs only to assimilate in order to express himself freely. Not so with revolution. The new society that is the promise of revolution does not appear as a completed design, but as a project to be realized. The revolutionary neophyte must create the language in which he is to learn to express himself. This makes the task more, not less, difficult. For the new language, if it is to be intelligible, can only be generated out of the language of present reality. The revolutionary consciousness that bears the responsibility for creating the new language is itself the product of the history it seeks to transcend. Herein lies the predicament of revolution, and of socialism. The problem of language for the revolutionary is not simply the problem of acquiring a new skill, but a problem of discovering new ways in which to think about the world, its constitution and purpose. It is, in a fundamental sense, a problem of what Antonio Gramsci described as hegemony. The struggle to create a new language of revolution is but a struggle to assert the hegemony of revolution over its historical inheritance. A revolution, if it is authentic, must create a new language of its own. A revolution that employs the language of the society it has rejected in order to comprehend its own meaning is a revolution that has conceded defeat at the moment of its conception. To the extent that revolutionaries must translate their goals back into the language of pre-revolutionary society in order to render them intelligible, they must perpetuate the hegemony of the past over the present and the future. On the other hand, revolution is not the substitution of an arbitrary language for an existing one. The new society must transcend the old society, not merely negate it, and this it can achieve only by generating the new language out of the language it finds at hand. Even if it were possible for revolutionaries to sever their ties to the past, to start off with a blank sheet of paper as it were, a new language created out of thin air lacks the ability to articulate the social experiences upon which its vitality depends. A revolution that seeks to escape the past by refusing to speak its language is deprived of its own source of intelligibility and isolates itself from the reality it would transform. Revolution is of necessity a historical process where the revolutionary consciousness must be transformed in its own activity to revolutionize the world. The alternatives must be, on the one hand, fossilization under the pressure of the past or, on the other hand, loss of intelligibility in a present to which it is alien and, therefore, incomprehensible. The progress of Chinese socialism after 1949 illustrates this predicament of revolutionary socialism. The Cultural Revolution of the 1960s, in a fundamental sense, was an attempt to create a new language of revolution. Mao Zedong was preoccupied with the fossilization of the revolution under the new regime, not because Chinese society ceased to change after 1949, which it obviously did not, but because it was becoming increasingly clear that the revolutionary leadership had lost sight of its socialist vision once the revolution had accomplished its immediate goals. The Cultural Revolution expressed the conviction that without a renewed effort to create a new language, the past must inevitably reassert hegemony over the revolution and divert it from the path of socialist progress. It has become fashionable in recent years to portray the Cultural Revolution as an aberration in the history of Chinese socialism. The Cultural Revolution was to end up as an aberration, a parody of its own aspirations, but that is no reason to deny the reality of the problems it sought to resolve or the seriousness of its intentions. Indeed, it is possible to see in the failure of the Cultural Revolution the intractability of the problems that the Chinese Revolution has had to confront. The Cultural Revolution claim that without further revolution China would inevitably gravitate back toward capitalism was a misleading one. China had never been a capitalist society in a technical sense, nor was it likely to become one after the revolution. But neither can it be disputed that there were significant social groups in Chinese society, including some within the Communist Party, whose thinking was informed by a paradigm of development to which the social goals of socialism were marginal. These social groups were potential instruments for the perpetuation of the hegemony over revolution of this paradigm. If this paradigm were to take hold of Chinese thinking, the socialist vision would be relegated to a future so distant that it would cease to have any bearing on the present. With the creation of a socialist language, a socialist society indefinitely postponed, it was inevitable that this paradigm would come to dominate Chinese thinking, and drive the revolution away from the socialist vision that informed it. The forces and attitudes that have resurfaced with the termination of the Cultural Revolution bear ample testimonial to the validity of these fears. Rather than an effort to institute socialism immediately, the Cultural Revolution was an attempt to create a new language of revolution that would reshape Chinese thinking on socialist development and guarantee the hegemony of revolution. Briefly, the Cultural Revolution sought to restructure the language of development by politicizing it. Its basic premise was that it was not developmental needs that must determine the course of revolution but, on the contrary, revolutionary goals that must shape the course development would take. Contrary to current charges brought against it, the Cultural Revolution did not reject development, but only development based on economistic assumptions that reduced socialist progress to economic development, that economic, or even simply technological, progress is the ultimate meaning of socialism, that social inequality and authoritarian political relations are the price we must pay for the social order necessary for economic progress, that economic efficiency must take precedence over considerations of equality and democracy in the organization of work, and the structure of social relations in general. The Cultural Revolution sought to make a break with these economistic premises. It held that social relations must be informed by revolutionary goals, that economic development must proceed in such a way as to reinforce these social relations, that self-reliance at the local and national level was essential to break down the hegemony over China of the capitalist world economy, that social commitment must take precedence over professional ideological commitments, read over expert. The grammar of this language was dialectical. Revolutionaries must remake themselves through their activity of remaking the world. Crucial to the language of the Cultural Revolution was the premise that the social goals of the revolution must not await the development of its economic basis, but must be incorporated into the very process of development. This idea of development has an internal coherence that is at odds with currently prevalent notions of the Cultural Revolution as a product of deranged minds. Moreover, the idea draws upon a vision of socialist society that was informed by the experiences of the Chinese Revolution. Self-reliance, commitment to revolutionary goals, transformation of social relations in order to promote socialist development, and even the idea that revolution must create its own language were ideas that went back to the pre-1949 phase of the revolution, in particular the war years, 1937–1945, when the Communists had developed the strategy that carried the revolution to victory. It was not the language of revolution that had changed, but the circumstances of the revolution. The Cultural Revolution failed to formulate a strategy of revolution that would correspond to its language of development in these new circumstances. The strategy of a revolutionary party in insurgency was not appropriate to a revolutionary party in power. The problem with the Cultural Revolution was that it not only took as a given the political structure that had emerged with the revolution, but tried to use that same political structure to achieve its own ends. This structure imposed upon Chinese society a form that was antithetical to the values the Cultural Revolution espoused in the abstract. The result was a confusion born of the disjuncture between the Cultural Revolutionary language and the language of its structural context, which confounded both the proponents and the subjects of the revolution. This was a basic reason that the social policies of the Cultural Revolution almost uniformly contradicted its verbal aspirations. The politicization of the issue of development led not to a reconsideration of the meaning of economic development, but to the use of politics to mobilize society more effectively for economic development. The liberation of labor was to end up in the conversion of labor to forced labor. The substitution of moral for material incentives led not to the abolition of incentives, but to the addition of considerations of political gain to existing considerations of material gain. Likewise, input from the masses into politics, intended to counteract party and government bureaucratization, was converted rapidly into the subjection of the people to mindless recitation of officially sanctioned slogans and quotations that could only dull their political senses. As the Cultural Revolution did not question the economic ends of socialism, neither did it consider restructuring politics to abolish hierarchy. Dictatorship of the proletariat and the rule of the party remained as matters of faith. The attack on bureaucracy did not eliminate bureaucracy but disoriented it, which only enhanced the possibility of arbitrary despotism. And so with the other aspects of the Cultural Revolution. Self-reliance ended up as an atavistic assertion of a revolutionary brand of nationalistic chauvinism. The liberation of imagination in culture turned into the confinement of cultural imagination in the straitjacket of political clichés. The reassertion of political commitment over expertise degenerated rapidly from an attack on the elitism of professionals to a pervasive anti-intellectualism. The denouement of the Cultural Revolution illustrates what I meant above by loss of intelligibility in a revolutionary attempt to impose upon society a language that is the product of revolutionary vision divorced from social reality. The Cultural Revolution suggested an almost magical notion that revolution could conjure a new society simply by invoking its language. This language, coherent in the abstract, lost its coherence when applied through the realities of power in Chinese society. The intention underlying the Cultural Revolution was coherent, not so its practice of revolution. In the end, the contradiction between an ideology derived from revolutionary vision and a social reality to which vision had little relevance was resolved by the subjection of the vision to social reality. Instead of abolishing economic and political hierarchy, as it professed, the Cultural Revolution assumed in exaggerated form the hierarchical disposition of its social and ideological context. The divorce of intention from result, theory from practice, rendered both the intention and the theory meaningless. When in 1957 Mao Zedong described the Chinese people as poor and blank, upon whom one could presumably write any script, he had forgotten the lessons of the revolutionary experience which he had done so much to articulate, that the intelligibility of the revolutionary message depended on its ability to speak the language of the people. The Cultural Revolution, unable to formulate an intelligible message, was to isolate itself from the people it hoped to lead. It could be sustained for as long as it was, not because it was able to establish the hegemony of revolution in Chinese thinking, but because of the threat of coercion it held against all who deviated from officially sanctioned norms. A revolutionary language, divorced from reality, and hence lacking concrete reference, could not but become a plaything at the hands of revolutionary whims. As the whims changed, so did the winds of revolution. The paradigm of revolution the Cultural Revolution offered is already overshadowed in historical memory by its betrayal of its own policies. In hindsight, it appears more an episode of terror born of power struggles among the Chinese elite than an authentic revolutionary effort. In contrast, the post-Cultural Revolution leadership in China is convinced that the language of revolutionary society can only be generated out of the present language of socialism through an arduous historical process that builds upon the past. It has not only renounced the Cultural Revolution, but has proceeded to abolish revolution as a principle of Chinese politics. Changes since Mao's death in 1976 have been described by Chinese leaders as a second revolution, which has been heartily echoed among sympathizers of the regime abroad. What the future of this revolution might be is impossible to say, but its meaning is clear. It expresses the victory of an uncompromising economism in the understanding of socialist development that matches in its obdurateness of the Cultural Revolution to put politics in command. Its goal is not to create a revolutionary society, but to achieve a pragmatic adjustment of revolution to the demands of present reality. The present regime promotes the definition of socialism as an ideology of modernization. The new attitude is cogently captured in the following lines written by a prominent economist in 1980, "The basic Marxist approach to socialist ownership is, anything that can best promote the development of the productive forces, yes, and it may count on the support of Marxists, anything that does not, no, and Marxists will not support it. Anything that actually impedes the development of the productive forces will be firmly opposed." 3. Absent from this statement and, with a rare exception from socialist ideology since 1978, is any suggestion that further change in social relations might be necessary in China's socialist progress. If there is to be further social change, it must follow the demands of economic development. The underlying premise of this definition of socialism is that China had already become a socialist society in 1956, when the socialist transformation of production had been accomplished with the abolition of private ownership of the means of production. The basic contradiction in China since then has been the contradiction between a socialist economy and backward forces of production. The most urgent need for China, therefore, is economic development and the technological modernization that is essential to economic development. Under a socialist regime, economic development must ensure the eventual realization of socialist society. In accordance with these premises, the regime proceeded to establish new policies designed to foster rapid economic development. These policies are well known by now: reprivatization of the economy, increased material incentives to encourage labor productivity, attack on egalitarian practices that interfered with economic efficiency, political relaxation to mobilize support for the regime, especially among the professional managerial class, and a rapidly intensified program of technological, economic, and intellectual exchange with advanced countries of the capitalist world. The key to all these changes was the shift to a more individualized conception of economic organization and activity. These policies do not represent a restoration of capitalism, but they do express acceptance of a paradigm of development that was the product of capitalism, and to which socialism as it exists today has become heir. Chinese leaders justify their policies through an empiricist pragmatic claim, that these policies best suit the realities of Chinese society. Poverty is not the only reality of Chinese society, however, for so are political and economic inequality. Resignation to a paradigm of development that does not address these other realities implies acceptance, even the reinforcement, of a social system that is antithetical in structure to the social goals of socialism. This, of course, exposes the fallacy of seeking truth from facts, as the new pragmatism is described. Pragmatism is a term without ideological content of its own, implying only the willingness to approach practically tasks defined outside of itself. It may be invoked in service of a given ideological and social system, or it may be invoked in service of a revolutionary ideology that challenges the system. To portray pragmatism as an alternative to ideology rather than as its servant serves only to universalize the ideological claims of the existing structure of power. To a socialist revolutionary, pragmatism within a hierarchical social and political structure may only mean legitimization of a structure that impedes socialist progress. A revolutionary pragmatism must seek practical ways of transcending the existing system, not a practical adjustment to it. Socialists have tried to escape the dilemmas created by their pragmatism by explaining such pragmatism as a necessity of a transitional period. The cliché of transition does not do away with the reality, as Rudolf Barrow has said of Eastern Europe in his The Alternative in Eastern Europe, that the very structures that are relied upon to guarantee socialist progress may themselves become the biggest obstacle to socialism. 4 Policies that reinforce these structures must of necessity undercut the very promise they hold forth. The notion of pragmatism mystifies the ideological and social implications of the new policies in China. These policies clearly give priority to reasons of state over the call of revolution. The Chinese conception of socialism today is that of a bureaucratic managerial society, where a bureaucracy of experts plans and administers social order and development. The Cultural Revolution had attacked this bureaucratic conception of socialism. Conflicts over bureaucracy since then have not involved the question of the political place of bureaucracy under socialism, but rather have revolved around the questions of bureaucratic efficiency and integrity. To this end, Chinese leaders seek to improve the quality of China's bureaucracy through better education of bureaucrats, transfer of power to experts, and better management techniques. This technical administrative conception of politics corresponds to their conception of economic problems essentially as problems of the technology of production and management. If the regime takes the bureaucratic organization of society for granted in its conception of socialism, its economic policies promise to further reinforce existing hierarchies in Chinese society. The idea that as long as a socialist regime remains in power, economic development will automatically abolish inequality, is the product either of a premeditated myopia, or of an ideological blind spot where the regime's social basis is concerned. Present developmental policies are informed by the premise that economic inequality is the only means to achieve development. Inequality here implies not simply inequality in income, but inequality in the management of production and social power. The regime believes that development is contingent upon the creation of an economic political elite that will supervise the process of development. This elite has already come to identify the interests of society as a whole with its own interests as a social class. Economic development under the guidance of such an elite is not likely to create a democratic and egalitarian society, but to reinforce hierarchy. If current tendencies continue, moreover, this elite will increasingly share an ideological affinity with the global economic and technocratic elite, which will only enhance its distance from the population it manages. Already, the language of this elite is the language of management, efficiency, productivity, labor discipline, expertise, administrative skills, etc. Chinese students today study administrative and policy-making skills in the United States and Japan, even as China imports capitalist technology and methods of organization that are designed to control labor, not to liberate it. What is good enough for capitalism, evidently, is good enough for socialism. The forces unleashed by the new policies have created a predicament for China's socialist system. Economism, taken to its logical conclusions, is at odds not only with the socialist revolutionary vision, but with the existing socialist system as well. The regime's idealization of economic development has licensed opposition to party rule and its ideological basis, socialism, on the grounds that they interfere with efficient development. The uncompromising economism of the initial period of the new regime has been qualified by the revival of ideological issues, which seeks to restore the vocabulary of revolution to the language of socialism. Over the last 5 years, there has been an increasing concern with ideological education to create a socialist spiritual civilization. These concerns were incorporated into official policy in the 20th Congress of the Communist Party in September 1982. In the words of then Party Secretary Hu Yaobang, socialist spiritual civilization constitutes an important characteristic of the socialist system and a major aspect of its superiority. In the past, when referring to the characteristics of socialism, people laid stress on the elimination of the system of exploitation, public ownership of the means of production, distribution according to work, planned and proportionate development of the national economy, and political power of the working class and other working people. They also laid stress on another characteristic of socialism, the high development of the productive forces and a labor productivity higher than that under capitalism as both a necessity and the end result of the development of socialism. All this is undoubtedly true, but it does not cover all the characteristics. Socialism must possess one more characteristic, that is, socialist spiritual civilization with communist ideology at its core. Without this, the building of socialism would be out of the question. 5. Whose speech did not call for a re-evaluation of the regime's development policies, but simply added a spiritual to the material aspect of development. There is no true dialectic here, only the simultaneous pursuit of two formally distinguished aspects of socialist development. The language of spiritual mobilization is not the language of revolution but the language of social control. The so-called 5 stresses and 4 beauties, which have been enunciated as the behavioral norms that the spiritual mobilization campaign seeks to establish, give a good idea of the order the regime seeks to achieve. The 5 stresses refer to stress on civil manners, propriety, cleanliness, order, and morality. The 4 beauties, to the beautification of spirit, language, behavior, and environment. 6. There is no question that the new stress on ideology represents a shift in the regime's approach to socialism. The question is the meaning of this shift. Some of the themes of the campaign for spiritual mobilization are quite reminiscent of the themes promoted by the Cultural Revolution. But there is a crucial difference. The goal of the new campaign is not to create a new paradigm of socialist development, but to secure and consolidate the economistic paradigm that continues to shape the regime's thinking on development. In other words, it does not seek to supersede the economistic paradigm, but to guarantee its welfare by counteracting the adverse tendencies it has created. This is confirmed by the most recent manifestation of the regime's efforts to contain the contradictions created by its economic policies, the so-called new authoritarianism, Xin Quanwei Ziyi, which seeks to keep in check the social, political, and cultural consequences of economic individualism through an authoritarian political structure. The inspiration for new authoritarianism is rooted not in any socialism, but in the experience of right-wing dictatorships in East and Southeast Asia, Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, that have achieved economic miracles without the benefit of democracy. 7. Contrary to much wishful thinking, the discrepancy between revolutionary vision and social reality continues to haunt Chinese politics today, as it did under Mao Zedong. The difference is in the meaning of the vision in politics. The revolutionary vision no longer serves as a principle of politics, but only as ideological legitimacy for policies that are antithetical to the promise they hold forth. Unlike during the Cultural Revolution, when political incoherence arose out of the discrepancy between the language of revolution and the language of the existing political structure, today it is the discrepancy between the language of the existing political structure and that of economism that lies at the source of political incoherence. The cultural revolutionaries had accused the party of having become an obstacle to revolution. The basic charge brought against the party at present is that it obstructs economic development. While the regime has moved toward restructuring power to meet the demands of the economy, it has also chronically revived the language of revolution to keep these demands in check. That the new regime has had to revive revolutionary idealism to defend its evidently anti-revolutionary policies underlines the pragmatic significance of revolutionary idealism in Chinese politics. The revolutionary vision of socialism carries the weight it does in Chinese politics not because it offers a remote promise, but because the socialist revolution played a significant practical role in China's national integration and development, which all Chinese socialists recognize. The concrete contributions of the revolution to popular welfare and national autonomy make it a powerful symbol around which to unify a society where the bonds of socialist unity remain more apparent than real. Chinese leaders may abandon the vision at their own risk. It is also clear, however, that in this pragmatic role, the vision promises not liberation but consolidation of a hierarchical system that is fashioned by the economistic assumptions that dominate Chinese socialism today. The socialist vision, in other words, serves to guard politics that negate the meaning of socialism as social vision. The problem of creating a language free from the hegemony of inherited paradigms of development, and yet adequate to reforming existing social reality, is a universal problem of socialism. This is not surprising. Socialism as a political idea seeks to transcend capitalism. But the idea is itself a product of capitalist society, not simply an outgrowth of capitalism but a dialectical product born of capitalism in opposition to it. Still, the language of capitalism infuses the consciousness of socialists who, though rebels against capitalism, share many of its premises with regard to the purpose and process of historical development. This is as true of socialists in the capitalist periphery as it is in the core capitalist states of Western Europe, Northern America, and Japan, though it is not as evident in the case of the former. Socialists in advanced capitalist societies have willingly subordinated their socialist vision to the hegemony of capital. The language of socialism in these societies appears as a language of corporatism, which represents but the assimilation of the vocabulary of socialism into the language of capitalism. Socialists of the periphery have upheld the vision of a revolutionary socialism, but there, too, the hegemony of capital has persisted in the language of national development, although the use of a national idiom in these cases often disguises the continuing reality of this hegemony. Indeed, socialists in these societies have often turned to the national idiom as a source from which to generate an autonomous language of socialism free from the cultural hegemony of capital. The danger here, of course, has been the risk of assimilating socialism to the national language in the very effort to assimilate the national idiom to the language of socialism. Such a nationalized socialism may serve to ward off control by global capital, but it no longer carries the meaning of socialism as a universal ideal of human liberation. On the contrary, it may assume the colorings of its pre-capitalist environment both socially and in its conception of politics. This is to some extent what happened in China during the Cultural Revolution. Keeping global capital at a distance, moreover, does not mean abolition of the hegemony of capital. Too much emphasis on the burden of the pre-capitalist past in shaping socialism in these societies conceals the dynamic forces that shape socialism, and the role socialism plays as a transformative ideology. Socialism has been as much a product of capitalism in peripheral societies as it was in the capitalist core, a product, in the one case, of the autonomous development of capitalism, and, in the other, of its worldwide diffusion. It is ultimately from the intrusion of capital that socialism has derived its political relevance in peripheral societies. In either case, the socialist goal has been to transcend capitalism, not to escape back from it into a pre-capitalist past. The effort to assimilate the national idiom into the language of socialism is itself motivated by the search for a locally acceptable language of socialism. Socialism is not a plaything at the hands of some unconscious traditionalism, therefore, but a transformative ideology that seeks to create a post-capitalist society out of the dialectical synthesis of the national idiom with the language of development. For the same reason, socialism appears in these societies not only as a vision of equality and democracy, but as an ideology of development. The burden of development, achieved in core societies by capitalism, falls here upon socialist shoulders. It is this burden that ushers in the hegemony of capital over the socialism of peripheral societies which, in spite of its intended goal to ward off global capitalism, draws its inspiration from a paradigm of development that is the product of capitalism. This has meant the incorporation into socialist language of the grammar of capitalist development. The fact that in these circumstances class struggle is placed in the context of a national struggle against global capital, moreover, creates the predicament that the nation may overshadow class as the locus of socialist activity. When this happens, socialism is reduced to an instrument in the cause of national development which, in a world under the material sway of capital, must result in a pragmatic adjustment of socialism to the hegemony of capital. This mode of development, Rudolf Barrow suggests, is better described as non-capitalist development than as socialist development. Some Chinese socialists used this term in the early part of the century to describe a non-revolutionary socialism that would bypass capitalism to achieve more efficiently the goals of capitalist society. The language of non-capitalist development is not a socialist language but a dialect of capitalism. This is the language that dominates Chinese socialism today. The Chinese experience with socialism is the most recent example of the difficulties that have confronted socialism historically. What is clear from accumulated experience is that if socialism is to retain its viability as an alternative to capitalism, it must create a language of its own. This requires, first and foremost, a reconsideration of the meaning of development that, at present, is fashioned by a paradigm of development rooted in capitalist assumptions on the ends and meanings of human progress. It also requires, therefore, that socialists abandon the illusion of present-day socialism as the end, rather than the beginning, of the history of socialism. Such a language, to be intelligible, can only be created out of the language of the present. But to be authentically revolutionary, it must derive its grammar from the language of the future, a language that articulates the vision of a social existence free of exploitation and oppression. Without such a language, socialists must be deprived of an identity to call their own. 8. The two cultural revolutions, the Chinese Cultural Revolution in the perspective of global capitalism. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China was a world historical event. To describe it as such does not require that we overlook its tragic consequences for many in China, condone its comic operatic excesses, or agree with all or even a large part of its economic, political, or cultural policies. World historical events almost by definition are traumatic events with ambiguous consequences, that may or may not deliver the promises that motivate them but almost inevitably grind down those who stand in the way of the urge to redirect history. But it does require that we recognize the Cultural Revolution as an expression of deep-seated problems of its historical circumstances, not just its immediate historical circumstances in China, but the global circumstances with which the national problems were linked inextricably. It also compels us to recall that within those historical circumstances, the aspirations of the Cultural Revolution resonated globally with a widespread and urgent quest for answers to those problems. It may be stating the obvious to describe the Cultural Revolution as a world historical event. In its time, and well into the late 1970s when it was officially denounced in China, the Cultural Revolution was widely recognized as one of the most important events of the second half of the 20th century.